Welcome everybody to day 2 of the 12 hours of Spa-Francorchamps powered by Hankook. It's the second European race of the season as part of the Creventic Championship. We've already been to Mugello a few weeks ago, so Italy's ticked off. We're actually going to revisit Italy later on in the season, but this is one that's looked forward to by so many teams, drivers, competitors, because of the very challenge that Spa-Francorchamps displays and represents. So Mugello kicked the season off towards the back end of March. That was following the Dubai 24 hours at the end of January. But this is a separate 5-race European season carrying points for the big trophies at the end of the year. We're here at Spa this weekend, and in a month's time, well, slightly less than that, it's the first 24-hour race within the European season at Portimao. Still going to be hot there, 10th, 11th and 12th of May. Then to a brand new event at the start of July, so back to Italy, and this time to the coast, to Misano. Again, that could be a warm one. And then after a 2-month pause, it will be the now traditional date of the 24 hours of Barcelona in September, so the second true 24-hour race of the year. Remember that this is a split 12-hour race, just like we did at Mugello. The split is slightly different though for the second race, 5 hours today and 7 hours tomorrow. It's not just me, Johnny Palmer, in the Global Broadcast Centre. We'll bring in Peter Snowden in just a moment. But before that, of course, we had Peter McCarr yesterday. We're virtually going through the whole cast of the Radio Show Limited talent. And another one of those, perhaps the biggest name on the bill this weekend, is Diana Binks.
Thank you very much, Johnny Palmer. And Snowy, good to hear you guys this morning. Welcome to the grid here in Spa. Now, very, very changeable conditions. I'm sure we'll talk about that throughout the race weekend. But we've had sunshine, snow, hailstones, wind, rain, everything. And it all keeps changing within a few minutes of each other. So you'll have to bear with us while we cope with all the other extremities. But these competitors here, we have, 150 drivers, 45 teams, 30 nationalities, all competing to take the honours on this 12-hour race, and this is what they're looking to get. Here is the trophies available for the winner that crosses that line under the checkered flag. This is the class winner trophy here for the 24-hour series and 12 hours of Spa. Then we've got the overall trophy here, and of course we also have a Spirit of the Race award which we give out each race weekend, and it's basically the team or personnel or someone here at the event that really has exceeded all expectations over the weekend and dealt with all the challenges and everything else it brings. I think I might nominate myself to start with, just because of the weather conditions and having 3 jackets, 2 t-shirts, a hat, gloves, boots, the whole shebang to make sure I keep nice and warm. So let's get into the grid here before the race gets underway. There's going to be 2 formation laps. It's slightly changed because of the conditions here, so there'll be 2 formation laps in a few minutes time, but the pole position goes to the number 80 car collection. Now yesterday during qualifying, I'll go this way, Seb, sorry, during qualifying it was the number 12 that sort of took the honours, but then after some penalties it all changed, so it's the sister car that had been alongside, that's down, dropped behind in P3, but it is the class pole for those as well. But not to confuse you, number 80, and I think I was looking for Antares, and I'm not sure he's here at the moment. Has Antares gone off the grid? Is he? He's in the garage. Is he keeping cool and warm? We can't speak to him, but they're on pole. But guys, let me ask you, how are you feeling about being on pole position here for this race? I know it all changed, after that qualifying session yesterday, but what does this mean to the team?
It means a lot. Would be nice to have both cars in front row. Obviously, we got the drop of 2 penalty for that car, but anyway, we can change or we can keep the pole position, and it's very nice. Very important here in Spa, nice track with a lot of history, so it's good to be on pole here in Spa.
It will produce a few challenges, I'm sure, this event. Are you prepared for them?
Hopefully, let's see. I think the most important thing is to have an eye on the weather forecast to see if there's more rain or snow coming, and then let's see. I think to survive all the rain and all the difficult conditions out there, this is the most important.
I really think you should the drivers out here on the grid. You need to have a chat with them. You need to come and join us. Get in with the action. Thank you very much. Now, in second place is the number 44 ARC Bratislava team. They line up alongside, and Matteo is going to start the race, I understand. So we'll have a quick chat with him. Matteo, how are you feeling today?
Well, very good. We started in the front row, so it's always a good feeling. But yeah, let's see what the ring brings us. Will be a good race for sure.
How are you going to approach it?
Well, you know, starting in the front row is a very big advantage because you don't have the spray of the cars in front of you. So yeah, basically just take it step by step because it's a big track and each sector can be a bit different. But yeah, let's go full push and go get that P1.
What's going to be the biggest challenge here this weekend? Is it going to be the weather conditions and then how that plays out with the strategy for the tyres? Because it is so cold and it's been so unprecedented, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing will be the strategy because with the changing conditions, you never know. So it will be important to pick the right tires at the right time.
Are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, of course.
Matteo, thank you very much. We hope you have a good race. So in third place on the grid, the other car collection car, the number 12 that we told you about just earlier that had actually set the quickest time, but then because of penalties dropped back. So they are just behind the other team. Let me see if I can just have a very quick word. You happy to have a quick chat? How are you feeling ahead of the race?
Yeah, very good. Good weather, good spa weather, and we'll see.
What's the sort of plan strategy-wise for yourself and the other drivers?
The plan is to stay on the track in the moment, and now we'll see how the evolution of the weather will be.
Yeah, it's pretty tricky, isn't it? It's quite unpredictable, so I guess your plans will change. But how are you going to approach the start?
Yeah, we'll see. I think we have our second car on the front, and we'll be collaborate and to don't make mistakes.
How tricky are you expecting the conditions to be and the sort of track, you know, as it evolves in?
I think now they are the worst condition, and then will be improved a little bit. I think maybe slicks, but on the second part of the race.
Thank you so much for chatting to us. Let's just hop over here to the fourth placed car. It's the Haas racing team. Now they've rejoined here in Europe. We didn't see them at the last round, but we're just going to have a word. I think it's Tim that's behind the wheel, Tim Muller. Tim, you happy to have a quick chat with us?
Sorry?
You happy to have a quick chat with us?
I'm very happy. I mean, it's going to be a challenging race today.
It is. These conditions are pretty tricky. From your experience, what's the best approach?
I don't understand, sorry?
The conditions are going to be quite tricky. From your experience as a driver, what's the best approach?
The best approach is stay out of trouble and keep somehow the car on the track. And we are lucky that we are so much in the front because the spray will be terrible. The visibility will be very low.
And will it be important to manage the tyres as we sort of see the evolving conditions?
No, I don't think so. I mean, with these temperatures, we expect that you can easily do double stints with the tires, so tire won't be a problem. Visibility is the key.
How would you describe this circuit?
Tricky, very tricky, because you have to see if there is here and there water on the track. In the training it was tough because down to Eau Rouge you had here and there water, so the car really got unstable, and this is what you have to manage well.
So what will the approach be from you?
Sorry?
What will your approach be for the start?
For the start, as usual, stay out of trouble and keep as much in front is more important than ever because of visibility.
Tim, thank you so much. Great to see you and the team back. Hope you have a good race. So let's go and have a look at Herbeth Motorsport. They are just behind here, but I think they're also in the car ready. No, there's no driver in there and no tyres on that car just yet, so they're cutting it quite fine. The Kessel Racing is in 6th position, and they are getting ready to go. The driver is in the car. Can I open the door? We have a chat? Is that okay? I asked nicely, they said we could chat. How are you?
Amazing. I mean, well, the weather is as you expect from Spa, but I mean, pretty tense, an augmented sense of responsibility. So, looking forward to stay focused and bring the car as in the best place for my team.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this is one of those circuits that really pushes you as a driver. It's incredibly challenging. What's your approach going to be?
Well, I need to be cautious. The track is amazing, and of course, it's really like tempting to enjoy it at the best. But it's a 12-hour race, so we need to stay focused on getting things done in the right way. So no creativity, just focus on getting done.
Nico, where do you think the biggest challenges are going to be for you with regards to the competitors?
Well, I would say that of course it's the weather is going to be a variable for me. I need to manage at the best all the temperature and the car, and that's, I would say, the key element. Of course, then traffic is going to be also another one, but number one is the condition.
How much are the characteristics of this car suited to the Spa challenges?
Well, it really feels good. It's amazing the downforce that you can get. So that's why I think where you can make the most out of the aerodynamic especially on the mix.
Ferraris have had a lot of success here. Will you be looking to emulate that?
I'm not going to say anything, but I have some wishful thinking.
Okay, Nico, thank you so much. Have a good race. I'll close that door for him. I think that's shut properly. Let him. So, Johnny, I'm going to hand back to you because we're winding up a little bit here at the moment. I'll make my way further down to the grid and come back to you, but we can have, I think, a look round the track with you at the moment, and I'll go further down and see who else I can find before the buzzer goes and I'll have to leave the grid.
Part of me feels like I shouldn't need to show you around Spa, but there may be some newcomers who don't know a great deal about this wonderful venue in Belgium. 7,004 metres of world-renowned asphalt across 20 corners, and a lot of it has changed over the years. You used to turn left at Les Combes and head onto the public roads. La Source, though, original, and then that barrel roll downhill through the kink at 2, Eau Rouge at the base where the red water runs beneath, then through Radillon past that brand new grandstand on the left. Little kink, but you won't lift down onto the Kemmel Straight. The track's still climbing, and so is the speed to 259 kilometres per hour. Into turn 7, 8 and 9. There is a runoff road there should you need it, and then you've got to be careful not to run too far out wide at 9 because the tyre wall's very, very close. Down the hill into Bruxelles, that right-hand U-bend into the Jackie X corner, the left-hander at Speakers. It used to be turn 9, but we've obviously added a few now. That's 11. Pouhon, turn 12, sometimes cut into two separate corners. It's the double left. And again, runoff there in places, but there's then gravel traps been added in the last few years at Le Fagnes, 13 and 14, the right and the left-hander. Still slightly downhill into Campus Corner at turn 15. Now, Peter Snowden will still call this Stavelot, but we renamed it Curve Paul Frere a few years ago. Stavelot is the nearby village down from turn 16, and then you're fully flat in the dry at least to Blanchimont Corner, turn 18. The old bus stop used to be a left-right, right-left.
And yeah, well, and also the 12 hours of Spa previously.
So what is it about this series that keeps bringing you back?
Well, we love the atmosphere in this series. I mean, it's just great organization, great people all around. So that's how the friendly Swedes want it.
So do we. Looking ahead to the race, how are you feeling and what's your approach going to be for the start of this one? We know it's tricky conditions. We know it's a long race, 12 hours. What's your approach?
I mean, you'll basically just have to survive the first couple of laps. It's going to be a lot of spray, and the first couple of laps is going to be interesting, but after that it's going to settle down and we're just going to carry on from there.
How much will traffic management come into play right at the beginning?
Oh, so much more. I mean, we were actually faster than some 992 cars in qualifying, so I mean, we have to look both ways. We'll probably have slower cars in front of us that starts now, or slower drivers, and we have faster drivers behind us, so you have to be really careful. Just.
You looking forward to it?
as always. Yeah, for sure.
Great, thank you so much, Daniel. I'll let you get underway. So yeah, I thought that was a brand new team, and but obviously he's just explained been here before, but great to see them back and looking forward to it. Now the grid is starting to be cleared, so I'm going to throw back to you, Johnny, as everyone makes their last minute changes, has a chat to the drivers. Although I've got to tell you, when Seb went up to that car and we opened the door, he got a bit of a shock because the door was open sideways, not so he had to quickly run out of the way. So that's it from a very wet grid here in Spa. We're going to take cover in the pit lane now.
Sideways opening doors, how very revolutionary. I think I know what you mean. There are some cars with gull wing doors as well, scissor doors, all sorts of different combinations. Butterfly doors is the ones I was actually trying to scratch my head for. They're on the McLarens. Peter Snowden, we can bring you in now because I know you were absolutely desperate to make comment as we were heading round the track in the presentation. First of all, I was going to say good morning. It's just after that because we're due for an afternoon start at Spa-Francorchamps. It will be bright and early tomorrow morning for the second segment, which is longer than today's. You were mentioning to me before we went on air, this is possibly, certainly away from UK tracks, the place you've put most laps in your career.
It is, and probably the greatest variety of cars as well. Going back through it, it's early days. I'm going to be really old now. Group C cars.
Nice.
Here, when it was a very different circuit. You mentioned names there. You mentioned Paul Frere.
Paul Frere.
Yeah, Stavlo, yeah. And the downhill one, turn 10. That was
Bruxelles, Rivage.
Rivage,
yeah.
That was never knew that. They changed that. They did put there's a nice big runoff area there. There used to be gravel on that side. And when I first raced here, Pouon was a gravel track. If you ran wide, it was game over. If you didn't roll it, that was a problem. Because it's very far. I think that was part of the problem. That if you went straight, had a brake failure and went in, that was one thing. If you were part way through the corner and ran wide, so you've got the turn in, first apex, and you go out to the right hand side. If you went off there and went in at an oblique angle, it could just dig in and roll the car. So I think that's why they ran it to a tarmac area. You mentioned the bus stop, of course, a very different setup now. It's now a much faster approach, and then it's almost an acute turn right, which you can then go into the pits as well. So you've got to watch the cars doing that, diving into the pits and not following the car in front and getting too focused on that. But there's a lot of camber there as well. You go over that first curb and a lot of twist and back in onto the main straight, and then it's a slower start over the start-finish line, whereas the older pit stop was a fast left-right further back. Literally, it got called the bus stop because it looked like one. And then the exit of that was super fast past the pits, which was part of the problem, and it wasn't as good a spectacle, hence the grandstand there. So, I mean, that was not a change that had a major problem to it. But you talk about rain. It's I think we commented off air earlier, John, that I did a few 24 hours here, one of them 21 years ago in a Viper, and it was biblical rain for 20 of the 24 hours. And I've just noticed when Diana was interviewing the driver in the Lamborghini number 400 on the roof, Swedish flags and the name Roos, and it's Daniel Roos, and I wonder if it's the son of Henrik Roos, because if it is, that's who I drove the Viper for 21 years ago, and that would be quite logical if it would be time-wise.
Henrik also Swedish?
Correct.
Well, it's fitting so far, isn't it?
Yeah, it was Roos Optima. Optima batteries were the title sponsor of the team. It was Roos Optima with Magnus Vollander.
Yeah,
in the car.
Problem is, Roos is quite a common name in Sweden.
So Swedish for Smith, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm just trying to. I've got pictures of both.
I'm going to get. Oh dear.
I've got pictures of both of them, so I'm trying to work out whether there's any family resemblance. I'm not seeing any at the moment, I have to say.
Please don't be disturbed as to why Johnny's got pictures of both Roosies on his phone.
No,
it's just internet ability.
It is.
It's all it is.
It's a driver
just for clarity.
It's a driver database service, I can assure you. But it's brilliant to have that 400 car here. As Binksy was saying, she thought it was a brand new effort. I am recalling, though, now that they've been here in the past. A McLaren Artura GT4 car for Daniel Roos, who's the semi-pro, and Eric Behrens, who's the AM. But there are only two drivers, at least on the provisional entry list for that car. I thought there was an additional name on the roof. We will get to the bottom of that in due course. I've also, at the start of the weekend, was handed a sheet of paper that told me that there was going to be one formation lap, but I have it on very good authority that it will be two. I suppose probably because of the changing weather conditions. It's been wet for most of the time. There has been a bit of dry running, though, as well. Unfortunately, we lost two support races early this morning when Euro Cup 3 should have run, and then after that the first race for the Prototype Cup Germany should have been a 55-minute race plus a lap, but that unfortunately has had to be cancelled, as has preemptively tomorrow morning's Prototype Cup Germany race as well. So unfortunately for everybody who's travelled to take part in those events, they had one qualifying session yesterday that Peter Mackay and I covered, and nothing else has happened since. So they'll be very much looking forward to the rest of their season, which takes them to the Lausitz Ring next at the end of May, and they've got trips to Zandvoort, to Hockenheim, Nürburgring and the Saxon Ring as well. Predominantly a German-based championship, but they had this round and Zandvoort as their away days, so they can look forward to the beach in the Netherlands later on in the year. The windscreen wipers are on intermittent and in some cases on the sort of lower setting at this stage. As mentioned, there's been changes to the grid, and this is all stemming from a drivers' briefing meeting, as far as I can gather, that some drivers, a number of drivers, either chose not to attend or got their timetable a tad mixed up, and it meant that certain drivers weren't able to get there or did not show. And once all of that was interrogated, crucially, the pole position car from yesterday, the Car Collection Motorsport machine, has been docked 2 places on the grid. But 11 cars have been handed grid penalties, owing to at least one driver per team failing to attend the mandatory drivers' briefing. And among those 11 entries, the number 12 Porsche of Alex Fontana, Ivan Giacomo, Yannick Mettler, and the driver simply known as Hash, who didn't take part in qualifying yesterday, is going to be driving today, but that car instead will have to start from 3rd position. So everybody else shuffles up a place. That puts the number 80 car onto pole, which is the AM Car Collection car of Antares O, Jonathan Hui and Kevin Tsay. And also a great result, if you like, for Gregory Servet, Javier Nauf and Tim Muller in the Haas RT Audi, which will now be on the front row. So many times it's argued to me really how important is qualifying for a 12-hour race. But I would say, Snowy, in weather conditions such as this, it's very useful to know where you're going. And the thing is, from the front row, you can. Everywhere further back, it's going to be spray all day.
That is going to be exactly the issue, and of course in traffic. And it's one of those unique circuits where you have a short but still quite punchy start and into a very, very tight hairpin. It is incredibly tight. You literally hug the pit wall there, a bit of concrete, a photographer's delight, because they can virtually lean over the wall in complete safety. Cars are at roof levels almost just in front of you, but they're great for photographers there, and you'll see them all gathered there, and say perfectly safe place to take them. On the left-hand side, though, of course, you've got a bit of runoff. That used to be more grass and a barrier, and of course they've moved it back now. And there's also, so if you're coming down the left-hand side of the track at the start, you almost want to be on the left-hand side, because if it all bottles up into a pinch point in the middle of the track at that apex, you can get clear of that and go all around the outside and save any damage at the start of a race. You don't want damage at any point, but certainly not on the very first corner. It's not very popular with the team radio, I've discovered over the years. I've stress tested that one. It's not popular, I know. But you can get, basically, you can get around the outside and then you get a run down to Eau Rouge. But it's spray, and one of the things you mentioned when you did the sort of track description, people always forget. They think Eau Rouge is 3 bits of corners. You mentioned Radion, which is often overlooked. It is quite a kink up there when you're approaching it, and you don't realise until you're actually on the track how uphill it is to Le Combe. It is quite a climb. It is not. If you go to the opposite end of Le Combe and there's a service road on the left-hand side, so you turn around and come back where the old track goes on, as you said, Johnny, where that bit of escape road is. Turn round and look back down there, and it's noticeably downhill to Eau Rouge. You don't realise the topography and gradients in this circuit, and that's part of Pouhon is a very fast downhill double apex, very slightly cambered, but it's downhill as well. And you sort of, you know, when you're running too fast in a field and you top off, you're running quicker than your legs can do. It feels like that sometimes, and your braking point, you're ruckling up the tarmac at the front to trying to get into that braking point, because it's vital to the next few stages of the lap there, that corner. You'll see all sorts. Again, on the right-hand side there's a big runoff area that we can now use. But first lap, lots of spray. I just want to be at the front of this. Yeah,
I know.
Even one or two car behind is going to be problematic. Once we're into that field of that first corner, getting that braking point right for that very first run into La Source is going to be absolutely super critical as to whether you're in the race or not anymore.
Here's the adjusted grid then, putting the number 80 car from one side of the front row to the pole position, Antares O to start the 80 car collection motorsport GT3 AM Porsche, and alongside it, it's another AM car from ARC Bratislava with their Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo. The car collection motorsport car who thought they'd taken pole yesterday put back to third position alongside the Haas RT Audi for Tim Muller to start. Then it's Nicolo Rossi, who we heard from on the grid, with Binksy. Kessel Racing's Ferrari 296 GT3 from the inside of the third row. Herbert Motorsports Porsche in the all black with the gold detailing, very Lotus Formula 1 John Player Special-esque, the 91 car starting from 6th. Then the Red Ant Racing 992 class leader, so they took class pole, Ayrton Radon to start that, and it's a GT3 AM car over their left shoulder, the Hoffer Racing Mercedes. And the fifth row in this adjusted grid, because it's not just the 12 car that has been put back, as I say, 11 of them given penalties last night. Tim Vogler in the Land Motorsport Audi, it's an all Audi fifth row, in fact, and Jutta Racing, Lucas Sundal will start from 10th position, the Lithuanian squad, car number 71. Then another team from Lithuania, RD Sainz Cholet Racing Team with an Huracan GT3. Intriguingly, not an Evo. It probably is, though. The 69 car starting 11th. Then the Red Camel Jordans.NL car, number 909, 12th. Vortex V8, all French, 7th row. Has alongside it the team CMR Ginetta G56. It's Freddie Tomlinson to start that car. And then Hans Weiss Motorsport from the Netherlands, 972 with a Porsche Cup car. And the E2P Racing GT3 Porsche from Spanish squad, who had a big crash at Mugello a few weeks ago. Not sure whether that's the same car or they've had to source another one. Red Ant Racing, Mikael Havrens, the 904 starts from 17th with Bas Kooten Racing alongside 925. That's Bob Herber. Holmgaard Motorsport from Denmark, number 902, starting 19th for a Porsche Cup car. And the MP Racing Mercedes, 20th. HRT Performance and NKPP Racing by Bas Kooten have a 992 AM each, and they start on the 11th row. And then CP Racing Mercedes, I think that will get better through the course of the race. 23rd position for qualifying, at least. Charles Espenlaub to start that alongside the Hankook Competition Porsche of Korea. And Stephen Show will be starting that from 24th place. In 25th, we'll be shortly hearing from Rick Broikers. We'll just do the rest of the grid. Neuhofer Rennsport, the 985, will be started by Felix Neuhofer. Then Lauren Mischbash for Orchid Racing Team. The Alfab Racing McLaren, 27th. The SRS Team Sorg Rennsport Porsche, 28th. Ahead of Porsche Baltics version, the Simpson Motorsport, BMW M4 GT4, RPM Racing and GDL Racing in 992 AMs. And 17th row, it's Lion Speed and Bugera, Vortex V8 and Speed Lover on the 18th row, Hamofa Motorsport and 9 und Elf Racing with a BMW and a Porsche, Seb Lajou Racing by Duvo Racing and the CWS Engineering Ginetta, 20th. And there should be 4 more cars. Here they are, MRS GT Racing, EBM, Alabama Motorsport, SRS Team Zorg Rennsport, HY Racing and the Santalot Junior Team Audi on the back row. And hopefully Diana Binks has kept hold of Rick Broikers for news.
Yeah, he wants. Go and watch it, I'll come back.
Oh, she sent him away. And that just as I handed to her as well. I've noticed that the race clock has just started to tick down. So actually, the original plan, I believe, was for for 1 formation lap. The race director has clearly said we'll do 2 because of the very trying weather conditions. And at the start of the 2nd formation lap, the race technically began. We're not allowed to overtake, of course, until they get to the start-finish line. But we've had nearly 4 minutes of the race already.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of academic. It's often the race director's decisions that they allow a 2nd formation lap, green flag lap, because of such a change of conditions from, say, qualifying, so you get your eye in, as it were. It gives you an idea where the spray is, and a little bit of standing water is what you're really looking for. Front cars kind of irrelevant, as we said. Front couple of rows, not too bad. But those in the back, you'll get a feel for where there's extra spray, i.e. you'll see a car in front suddenly creates a greater mist, means there's quite a bit more water on that part of the track, and try and avoid that. You haven't got as much traction.
Now, there is a choice here as to where you start the race, but we're going to be starting it as the Grand Prix does, on that straight between turn 20 and turn 1. So La Source is the big challenge as they fan out to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 abreast. It is Antares O who just about can outpace the Lamborghini, although the Lamborghini's braking a lot later. There's gravel now on the outside of La Source that wasn't there 2 or 3 years ago, and thankfully the driver of Lamborghini ARC Bratislava, Matteo Larena, who we heard from on the grid, was wary of that, got out of the throttle and concedes the lead back again to the pole-sitting car Antares Au. This is the big test at the base of this run at Eau Rouge, and then the run back up Radion, the steep path. It looks like everybody's just about hanging on, and the 34 car sensibly heading out of the spray. Car 34 has been started by Tim Vogler for Lant Motorsport, and just the chevron formation on the Kemmel Straight for the first time, as I say, just to be able to see where you're going as the Audis are side by side, Snowy.
Yeah, just watching the Lamborghini there, I mentioned about that runoff area at La Source. They've added further gravel, so what they used to be completely a tarmac area, so you could actually run completely wide, virtually gain an advantage. So what the officials have done now in circuit owners is there's a safety bit, so if you overshoot, you can run into that and not compromise yourself, but you can't gain an advantage because it runs out, it expires, and all of a sudden it's gravel, which we saw the Lambo driver did exactly that, of just, oh, tuck in, I've got to do that. So he nearly got round the outside. Not quite. Door handle to door handle for second and third, as the Lamborghini almost losing out to Ivan Jacoma, and that happens as they head into Pouhon. So it's now a Porsche and a Car Collection Motorsport 1-2. The Lamborghini of Bratislava into third, and the Audis were shoulder barging each other as well into the Jackie X corner, but Tim Muller just getting ahead of the second of those Audis, which is a hard-charging Tim Vogler, already up to 5th place. And he didn't start there. He crossed the line at the start of the race in 9th. So obviously La Source went very much in his favour. As now the Car Collection cars, one is a Pro-Am, that's the chasing number 12, one is an Am, the 80 car, and the last thing they want to be doing is touching each other on the first lap of a 12-hour race. These are team cars, remember, but just a polite reminder from Ivan Jacoma, I'm quicker than you right now, Antares, and I want to get by, and into the race lead he goes, but there was just the merest tap there which massively unsettled Antares O, and clearly he's still recovering from that because he's just lost second place as well to the Lamborghini of ARC Bratislava, Matteo Larena. Yeah, I just heard that on the ticker that the race start is currently under investigation. Not sure what for, so we'll keep you updated on what that might be. It doesn't look too bad until they get moving, does it? And they've got all that spray is just phenomenal further down the order. Lamborghini dropping away a little bit. In fact, our race leader coming across the line with what, a couple of seconds maybe already? Yeah. So it's Jacoma that leads. 1.3 seconds over Matteo Larena. Very tight line approach to La Source for Antares O, the Hong Kong driver of Car Collection Motorsport. And also right up there is the Kessel Racing Ferrari of Nicolo Rossi. So look out for the 296 in its bright red and white colours. Just did the spray behind the white and blue Audi with the Kirchhoff sponsorship. Johannes Kirchhoff, Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff will be driving later on, but Tim Vogler has started that. You want a driver who is very comfortable behind a car that is moving beneath them on this Spa circuit, so someone who's a track specialist ideally, and Ivan Jacoma clearly very happy to run out front because of the rewards it can gain you. 3 cars absolutely together again. Tim Vogler in the wheel tracks of O and looking for a way by. And again, there was a little bit of a touch, I think, there between the Porsche in 5th and the Audi looking to get by in 6th. And this could be Tim Vogler on the approach to Bruxelles, Rivage, on the inside of the corner. 34 will get the place. Yeah, that was a bit touch and go, quite literally touch and go there, wasn't it? But it's the Audi's through, but running a little bit wide there in the what we used to call Rivage 2. I don't think it had a name actually, so it was just Rivage 2. Fair enough. The left-hander running down to Pouhon, and again, that's another corner it's slightly deceptive because I've always described Bruxelles, as you call it now, what is now properly named, as and the Audi very, very sideways going through Pouon, that's a Code Brown moment. That's early in the race. Proper drift mode in the R8 there, coming through Pouon in the second part. And that Audi, I was just noticing there, quite a few parts of the corner, quite the circuits here, it's running quite wide. It's keeping way clear of any apexes. Not in a bad way. They're painted, so you don't have a lot of grip on unloaded wheel. That's fine, but when you've got a loaded wheel on wet paint, it tends to snap a car around. Certainly a mid-engine type car. So keeping well away from everybody else there. But fabulous drift for the Audi through Pouon there. The second part turned in the initial bit okay. This is the 34 number Audi. Yeah, and it's just gone and it got the right rear onto that wet painted curbing on the marking that said the red and yellow on the outside, and it was lucky not to snap. Actually, it was a proper drift that. So I'd turn the ESP back on.
Well, Audi are famous, of course, for their four-wheel drive, their Quattro cars. I can assure you that 34 car does not have any drive through the front wheels, but it might have appeared so for a moment there. Just the merest touch of the tyre, the rear right tyre, touching, as you say, that painted surface, and with this amount of rain around, it's like ice. So Tim Vogler surely was half expecting that, and we didn't have an onboard at the time from Tim Vogler, but he would have been on the lock stops, steering right to get out of that drift through the double left-hander at Pouon. But he lives to fight another day, didn't even lose a place, and stays in fourth. In fact, the timing screen tells us he actually overtook somebody on that lap, which he did earlier on, Antara Zo. So the Audi's now ahead of the second car collection motorsport, Porsche. So it's Ivan Shokoma opening the gap up. What have we got now? 4.5 seconds over Matteo Lorena, with Tim Muller looking to cut that gap back to the first of the Audi R8 LMS GT3s. That's the Haas RT car from Antigua and Barbuda. And the Tim Muller driven car comfortably ahead of Tim Vogler, also in an Audi. Kessel Racing Ferrari down through the gears once again. Antara Zo not quite as quick as Nicolo Rossi, and clearly not as quick as Ralph Bone, who's just managed to get ahead. So the Ferrari's going to have to be careful here. Thought about an inside line down the hill into Bruxelles corner, but that was closed in the face of Rossi. Clearly the Swiss is a little faster than the Hong Kong driver, and he's just going to have to bide his time to eventually get through. As we enjoy the fourth lap of this 12-hour race, split across 2 days, let's get our first update in race from Diana Binks.
I'm with Rick Breukers from the 909 red Camel car. Now, during the sort of installation laps, Rick had to bring the car back in to the pit lane and into the garage. Rick, you had some problems yesterday in qualifying. Was it a throttle issue?
Yeah, we have a throttle problem, but we don't know exactly what the reason is or what is causing the problem. We thought we fixed it yesterday, but today on the way to the grid we had the same problem again. So, yeah, we cannot do the race now. It's really disappointing.
That's incredibly disappointing. The guys, I think, were working last night, weren't they, till 11 o'clock? But from yourself and obviously the other drivers not to be taking part in this race, how do you put that into words?
Yeah, it's really difficult. I mean, I think it's the best circuit of the calendar, and I would have loved to drive in these wet conditions. Normally, I really enjoy these conditions, so it's really a shame that I couldn't do the start.
And is it a case now of actually finding out what that issue was? Because this was a new car.
Yeah, we're working together with Porsche to solve it as soon as possible and to be ready in Portimao in a few weeks.
You don't think you'll get back out again this weekend, maybe tomorrow?
Maybe just to see if the car is okay, if we have solved the problem, but I don't know yet.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
That's a real shame, because it would have been one of the favourites to do well in 992 AM, even though it is a brand new car. And sometimes when, I mean, I know they were effectively hiring a car in for Mugello because their regular car was stuck on the boat, the ship that was stuck outside the port at Rotterdam and couldn't get in time to get the cars to Mugello. They now have a brand new car, but sometimes the side effect of a brand new bit of kit is that it misbehaves in the first few events, shall we say.
Yeah, exactly. You just never know, do you? Just looking at the times there, Johnny, our race leader, Ivan Yakoma, in the car collection Porsche, 2:44.003. That was about 3 seconds quicker than Matteo Loreni in the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini in second place. He's come down to a 45 now, so there's not too much of a difference in lap times. But it's nearly 6 second gap already. But just to give you a barometer of how soaking wet it is out there and how that's affecting the times of these cars. Modern GT cars around Spa in the pouring rain are lapping about as quickly as the historic cars do in the Spa 6 hour in September. 50, 60-year-old cars.
Yeah, wow.
They're doing it's about the same as those in the dry. So that's how much they're being compromised in terms of their ability and pace ordinarily. They're way off the pace.
Yeah, no, it's an interesting notification or interesting moment that you've picked out there to compare lap times. And yeah, there's so much time to gain if, of course, we get a gap in the weather. But as far as I know from the forecast, that's unlikely to happen today. Bright and early this morning, there was actually snow falling at the racetrack. So to show you how cold it's been, because it's not just the dampness, but it's also the ambient temperature, which is not helping with tyres. That's part of the reason why the prototype races this morning and indeed the qualifying session was not able to happen, because tyre temperature, you just would never have been able to reach the operating window. So a moment or two ago, we had yet more action on the racetrack. And so much, of course, to keep our eyes peeled for at various points. Thankfully, the track nicely covered by 021's cameras. So this was the start of the race, and the Lamborghini just running a touch wide and kissing the curb. And that did rather unsettle the yellow Lamborghini, the ARC Bratislava entry, together with the car right behind it, the Porsche. And then down the hill, the amount of spray in the midfield, quite striking. And understandably, some other cars taking very unconventional approaches towards Eau Rouge and Raidillon in an effort just to see the racetrack out in front. Tim Vogler doing likewise. Ahead of him at the time was Tim Muller in the Haas RT Audi, and then back towards the for the first time into Le Com corner, the race leader at the time would eventually reach. That was Antares O, but if I tell you now that the 80 car has slipped all the way back to 10th, and it's only been about 3 laps or no, slightly more than that. We're on lap 6 now. So it hasn't taken long at all for Car Collection Motorsport to lose a number of key places that they were able to gain yesterday in that 3 separate qualifying format across different drivers. Remember, Antares-O found the consistency for the single lap pace, but he's obviously struggling today, not least with that tricky visibility on the run down the Kemmel Straight. Lamborghini on the inside, Vortex running a touch wide out in the marbles there. They're already starting to build up. I get the impression that perhaps a car has just gone through the very edge of the gravel track on the approach to Le Com corner and brought some stones onto it. 71 is the Lucas Sundahl driven Audi of Jutta Racing, and that is right with Nicolo Rossi now. Ferrari versus Audi, Italian car just ahead of the 4 rings. There's a lot of sun now glinting off the windshields of both of these cars. Will it be enough sun to start to burn some of this moisture away from the track surface? We are some way away from that, because the sun will need to beat down for a good half an hour or so. And the problem is here at Spa, particularly in the middle of April, it tends not to do that. We've had nearly 20 minutes of the 5 hours build for today. If you're just joining us now and looking at the race clock, thinking it's the 12 hours to Spa, have I missed almost the first 8 hours? Well, no, because 7 of them are being run tomorrow, remember. And actually, that's a key component to this race, perhaps even more so than Mugello in March. One of the highest priorities in today's segment of the race is attempting to stay on the lead lap. You've got 5 hours in order to do that, and a longer racetrack than we had in Italy, significantly longer. So it's going to be more possible, you would think, certainly within the classes and the subcategories, to try and stay on the lead lap of your class. 972's clearly been off the road, and it's throwing all sorts of grime and muck out the rear of it. It's been grass tracking this 972 car. Didn't catch that moment as it happens. Might be able to revisit that in a moment, but 972 has lost a lot of ground. It's Ralph Pompelaz of Hans Weiss Motorsport, and that car began the lap in 12th. It's certainly lost places though since then, and we'll get an update on precisely where it is in the order in just a tick. But how easily it is to throw the car off the road, and the grass is going to offer you no grip whatsoever.
No, it's that crossover point, isn't it, Johnny, where we're 20 minutes in and it's by no means a dry track, but it's a drying track.
Yes.
And that's often the worst point, because from a driver's point of view, and certainly the teams, because they want the cars in one piece at the end of the day, they're not too concerned about drivers most of the time. But you want it wet or dry, one or the other, and it's when it's that bit in between where it's not sure, and that's where they'll be looking for, searching for dry lines. We can see that the spray has reduced considerably already in just 20 minutes. And very, very different set of circumstances now. So how long before we might get a few cars thinking about, can we go into a slick soon enough? Are we 5-10 laps off that? We're doing just under, times are coming down now, 2:41 is the fastest lap set by Rolf Byrne in the Herbert Motorsport car, Porsche, in 4th position. Done a 2:41.7. So they're dropping. I'm trying to think what an optimum time around here is, actually, Johnny, for one of these in the dry.
What, in the dry?
Yeah.
That's a great question.
So GT3 cars, probably about 2:25, 2:20s, I'd have thought, thereabouts.
What I'll be able to do is drill down into the times from last year, assuming that was held in the dry, of course.
Exactly.
It was a similar time of year.
The race conditions monsoon.
Yes. Krone Racing Porsche was involved in a massive accident at Mugello during the first round of the championship, when Tracy Krone was at the wheel, and it looked like something at the rear failed, either a tyre or a piece of suspension, and absolutely chucked him into the concrete wall on the just about the fastest bit of Mugello, that main start and finish straight. And he was taken straight to hospital for checks, but eventually was deemed that by the doctors that it was safe for him to fly home. And it's terrific that he can be back on site as well in such short time. So we're wishing Tracy well for a good event to make up for that. 9:07, looking for that in the order. It's Nick Johnson driving that for RPM Racing, and currently in 29th position, but a great deal better than that within class, of course. They run in the 992 AMS, and they are running in 9th place right now. So they'll certainly take that fight with open arms and see how they go through the course of the race. Again, I'll say, in the 992 AMS, in the 992s as a whole, the priority today is to stay on the lead lap. Make sure that the current class leader, which, by the way, is the Neuhofer Rennsport 985 Porsche, doesn't get all the way around the track in order to overtake you again and pitch you off that lead lap. Because when they're gridded up tomorrow, after parc ferming conditions overnight, you effectively buy back all of that time as long as you're on the lead lap.
Yeah, which is it's kind of frustrating in a way if
you're the leader.
It's if you're the leader, exactly. You build up an advantage and it's negated. I suppose you probably couldn't risk that the gaps are far too spread out, because you couldn't. If somebody's got a 10-second advantage, it seems only fair that they start part 2 after parc ferming with that 10-second advantage. But of course, you're going to spread that across a field of 30, 40, whatever cars. You're going to get overlaps, and it just wouldn't be safe logistically in any way, shape, or form. But so you almost want to be. You almost want to pace it. Is that something you'd consider in strategy? Because we've got 5 hours today, 7 hours tomorrow. Don't break the bank trying to get laps in now and getting ahead and so and so. Nice safe bit in these conditions, all the more so. Safe and steady. Doesn't matter if you're 30 seconds behind or 40 seconds behind or whatever, because tomorrow it's all negated.
Exactly.
You start fresh, and you've got a longer stint tomorrow as well. So maybe that's where I look at it. One of our collective, thank you very much, Ian McCarthy, has just jumped in and just replied to me, just very kindly, saying afternoon, Snowy and Johnny. Very formal. Daniel Roos' brother Frederick was multiple Carrera Cup Sweden champion in the early days in 05-06 ish, but they're no relation to Henrik as far as I can make out. So be it on your head, Ian. So thanks for the ancestry update there. And we say Roos and Smith, and obviously a commonality name in Sweden.
I'm looking at fastest laps, I think, in the race last year. And now what I don't know is who actually set this time, but it probably was Robert Renauer in the 91 Herbert Porsche. But I've got a 2 minute 20.6. So did you say 2 minute 20, 2 minute 25?
I said 20 to 25 probably.
Yeah,
probably
2:20 we managed at least last year, and I would imagine that was pretty much in the dry. Did somebody just have a big moment? I was looking
No,
down.
it's just very close. The Audi and Porsche that are just coming across the line now, which is, of course, Tim Vogler in the Land Motorsport car.
No, it's the other one. It's
My
the
apologies.
Hassar T car.
My apologies, you're quite right. And Ralph Byrne. They were having a fair old ding-dong through, I hope it's still called Blanchimont?
Yes.
Yes, still, thank you. I don't know whether another update I'd missed, but it is still called Blanchimont, which is a corner not to be underestimated. It is super, super quick. And
Some drivers call it, oh, not this again.
yeah.
Hold tight.
Yeah, exactly. And
Yeah.
it's you've got to line up correctly for it. It's not really an overtaking place. You've got to be super, super confident in your skills and abilities and the cars to overtake there. It can be done, but... And again, it's one of these races, when we do 24-hour races, now when I did this 20 years ago, it was only 2 categories, GT1 and NGT. And on that note, by the way, that tells you how much things have evolved. Our race pace 20 years ago, and I'm talking Vipers and Lister Storms, so big GT1 cars, top category at the time, our race pace was 2:25 and our qualifyings were 18s, 19s.
Wow.
So
Yeah.
GT3 cars now are doing that 20 years on that GT1 cars were in the day. But we didn't have traction control and fancy electronics, and we had gear levers and things. Remember those?
I do, and I'm all for them coming back as well, but it feels like we're kind of only going one way in that respect, making things easier for race drivers. And unfortunately, we waved goodbye last year in the World Endurance Championship to the GTE category, which didn't run with ABS. Did have a bit of traction control, I think, but not as much as these GT3 cars.
You say easier, Johnny. I think it does. It presents a new set of parameters, and the cream always rises to the top in any category, motorsport or other sports. Obviously, motorsport's highly reliant on technology, but it presents a new set of parameters for people to adapt to. They will always do that. What it does do, which I think is great for the sport, is it makes it easier for the amateur driver to drive a car. I think John and I covered this last weekend at Nürburgring, particularly about Aston Martin, this new evolution, and I was talking to David Pittard about that, and he was saying that what they've got is that the performance window of the outgoing Aston Vantage was quite narrow. So a pro could get their bit out of it, but an amateur wouldn't as easily, because they didn't have as much seat time, and they've got jobs to go and do during the week, and they have less seat time. It's not remotely a criticism. They don't get as much seat time in the car. What the new Vantage does, and I'm sure this is what all manufacturers want to do, is they've opened the window of performance to make it easier for an amateur driver to get to that pace quicker. And at the end of the day, GT racing is entirely reliant on amateurs so much. They're the backbone of it. And it is that old adage of win on Sunday, sell on Monday. So the more the pros can just advertise at the front of it, like a bit of marketing, sell the cars, then we're going to get more and more amateurs. And that means bigger grids, which just means more racing, and that's all we really want.
Agreed. And yeah, if you think about a graph of the times from the pros at the highest point of that graph and the non-pros, the gentleman drivers, at the lowest point, what it's doing is just lifting that lowest point up slightly so that they can be closer to a pro time. There's always going to be just a minuscule amount between what the FIA call gold and platinum drivers, and that's regardless of whether they've got the clever bits of kit like ABS and traction control on there. But I hear what you're saying in that the non-pros, they want to be able to get a little closer in terms of lap time and in terms of just general pace to the pro drivers that they're sharing the cars with, and these aids enable that to happen, and also for conversations with engineers to happen that little bit more fluidly as well, because they can maybe work out what the car's doing just before it snaps, just before it misbehaves. Still no change between the Ferrari and the Audi battle. If this is still the Jutta car, number 71, and it is, so the Ferrari of Nicolo Rossi in the 296. It's the only Ferrari in the field for this year's Spa 24 hours, but brilliant to have one of the new 296s into their second year of competition within World GT3 races, remember. And the Audi with a little look at the inside into Pouon. That car's being driven by Lucas Sundahl, but he thought better off that wasn't quite close enough in truth. They are still separated by only a car length.
And just to give some relevance to the lap times, Johnny, fastest lap of the race so far is Matteo Larini in the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini, and that's 2:40.37. The current GT3 lap record for Spa was set at the 2022 24-hour, so 2 years ago, and it is a 2:17.480. So that's how far off they are. It's
And sorry, to remind me what race that was, the 24 hours of Spa last year?
2 years ago. 2 years ago, yeah. So 2:17.4 is the lap record for a GT3 car around here in the dry.
Okay.
However, nobody's told these guys at the moment, and they're still pushing on as the track conditions change. I think we're going to see quite a few pit callers in this race. I think Diana's going to be busy fairly shortly. She's probably in she deserves a cup of hot chocolate right now for that pit walk alone. Did admire that she got the bobble hat on though. Well done, Diana.
Yes. Well,
it was one of her trademarks.
It was one of the first things in the suitcase, I think, when knowing she was coming to Spa this weekend.
Oh, she brought it to Dubai as well in January.
Okay, I can't quite make sense of that decision, I have to say. I mean, it's chilly overnight.
Didn't say
sometimes.
she wore it, but she brought it with her.
All right. Well, somebody just like going out on a beautifully summer's day, no risk of rain whatsoever, and still packed the brolly. There are those that are just a little pessimistic, perhaps, of the poor weather. Mind you, she is from the borders of Scotland, so weather can change within seconds there, and it's always best to be prepared. Up the Camel Straight again go the third and fourth place cars. Tim Muller ahead of Ralph Bone. Ralph looks a little faster at this phase of the race, enjoying maybe these halfway house conditions where we've had a wet track, I should say, which is drying in places. I can't see a dry line developing though coming out of Le Com corner, and this dice is equally close between the Ferrari and the Audi of Rossi and Sundal. So third and fourth totally together, and separated by sometimes half a car length, the fight for sixth and seventh. Nicolo Michelin wants to try and get involved in this as well in the Lamborghini from RD Signs, but the problem is he's about 10 seconds further down the road as the Ferrari kicks its tail out, leaving Bruxelles corner, and they're heading for Jackie Ickx, the left-hander, in a moment or two, just out of our view. The Colin White CWS Engineering Ginetta very, very wide there, hugging the white line. Is this Sundal's opportunity, though, now to the inside of the Ferrari? He was much closer than a couple of laps ago, and again the Ferrari struggling for turn-in, and I think finally the place will be relinquished from the Kessel Racing Ferrari. Audi from Jutta Racing up now to sixth position.
Yeah, just constantly putting the car in front under Ferrari under pressure there, wasn't he? And just, I'm not saying he made a mistake, but it's that double apex of Pouon. You turn in the first bit, and it's so easy to just overspeed a little bit and a few K, and all of a sudden you just run wide in the middle, and you have got that space over to the right where you can go over the curb. But I think the Ferrari almost looks as if if its tyres are done at the moment. It seems to be dropping way off the pace, unless it's something more sinister in terms of a mechanical issue. But the Ferrari taking some strange lines, almost as if it were on dry tyres now, where slick, some say, and taking offline to keep the tyres cool, that's what it looks like. I'm sure they haven't started the race on slicks. Nobody would have done, but that's almost what the body language of the car is doing at the moment.
And a couple of seconds ago, a big squirm there from the 979 Porsche Cup car, which was fighting with a GT4 BMW, I noticed. 979...
Let's put the 908 right in touch with him behind it, because that was into Le Com, wasn't it?
Yes.
So he just squirreled under braking, lost the front end, didn't run wide, but just lost a load of time at the turning point, and that put the 908 totally in touch. And he was just trying to stay left of, as you say, the GT4 BMW, which he quite rightly trying to keep out of his way.
So that was Wim Mulders, the Belgian for the Belgian outfit speed lover. Will know this track very well, therefore, but 979 losing time. And I'm trying to work out which of the BMWs it was. It might be Ravi Ramneed in the Simpson Motorsport M4, number 438. I remember making comment yesterday of that car looking fast, but looking fairly nondescript out on the racetrack in its all-white livery. And we've talked a number of times at places like the Nürburgring Nordschleife about boring white Porsches. Well, that's a boring white BMW, but sort of under the radar, that car could do very well in GT4 this weekend. They've got the McLaren Artura GT4 car, though, to catch, the 400 machine, which is not one of those GTX cars in a different category, is it? He says, checking his list. No, it is a genuine GT4 car, the Alfab Racing Artura. As 927 is now at La Source. That's another Porsche Cup car for Heiko Eichenberg, someone we've spoken a lot about at the Nürburgring Nordschleife races for NLS. And the SRS Team Zorg Rennsport entry for Heiko is in 25th position and just starting another lap. They are currently 6th in the 992 AM part of the race. Lamborghini in second for Matteo Lorena, heading into Blanchimont, and the cloud looks to be gathering once again. It's not as bright as it was for heading into the third sector of the race there and up towards the chicane. So that was the sun, I think, for the day, probably, and it's now disappeared. And get used to the rather murky conditions. Having said that, the curbing at Campus and Curve Paul Frere, yellow and red stripes, looks a little brighter. So maybe the gaps in the cloud are moving around the racetrack, this very large footprint of the Spa-Francorchamps circuit. Nicolo Michelon, who I mentioned a couple of moments ago, wanting to try and get involved in that fight for 6th and 7th. Well, he's too far back for that and has just been overtaken by Charles Espenlaub in the CP Racing Mercedes. We never did get to the bottom of why that CP Racing car had qualified in something like 18th or 19th place behind Porsche Cup cars, but now it's rising to the surface.
I noticed that a moment ago, Johnny, that it was on when he went through the grid. It was way down the order for that car, and didn't want to highlight it because we never know what the problem's been. But it's certainly fighting its way back through now. Charles Espenlaub at the wheel of that car, one of the happiest and most cohesive teams on the grid in that CP Mercedes. Great supporters of the cars based over here in Europe, and the Americans, they fly over and back and forth, but they've great supporters of this series, and always great to interview. I'm sure Dan will be having a chat with them at some point later today, and good to see the car back up where it should be, not necessarily right at the front, but up at more the pointy end of the grid.
Hearing about a leader change, and yes, the Lamborghini is now shown as the new race leader. So Matteo Lorena getting a good run on Ivan Jacoma at the, well, probably through Eau Rouge and Radion, and as we catch the back end of it down the Kemmel Straight, the Lambo in the wheel tracks of the Porsche, utilising that toe, and the 44 car is another car to be out front. The first time that Lamborghini, well, unless you count the first corner of the first lap, where it braked slightly later than the number 80 Porsche, and was very slightly ahead as they were turning through La Source corner. But now this is a legitimate lead for the Bratislava team. Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo. There's a few Lambos up and down the order, including the RD Sainz example, but Porsche locked out the front row, at least they thought they did last night before the changes and the penalties. Now Porsche, though, slightly on the back foot. They've still got the Car Collection Motorsport example of Ivan Jacoma in second, but what's the gap back to the Audi, the Haas RT Audi? It's about 5.5 seconds, and Tim Muller starting to find a bit of a rhythm now as well. So the complexion of the race is changing this early on, Peter Snowden.
Yeah, as we predicted it would do, and I think it will continue now. Of course, the weather, I haven't looked at a weather forecast as to whether this is going to continue as is and continue to dry. I think we've got better conditions for tomorrow are planned or forecast, but this is where it starts to get very interesting for the strategists, and you know, Paul Truswell's down there. Unfortunately, that car, the Red Camel car, not out, but strategists they'll be starting to speculate now what they can do to the end of this race. Where can they place the cars? As we said, we've got Parc Fermé. It's a 12-hour race divided into 5 today, 7 tomorrow. So you don't need to have. It's two separate races. It is a 12-hour race, but it's combined. But it is two separate races. So you've got to look at it that way. So strategists will be saying now, what do we need to do now to damage limitation in this weather, in these conditions? You don't need to be taking too many risks today because we stop at 5 hours.
Yeah.
It's a totally different thing, but you've got to allow for where you are on the grid, because effectively now we've got the Vortex parked on the right-hand side of the track.
Curve Paul Frere, I reckon.
I think it is, yes. I think you're absolutely correct there.
And that's not a great place for it to be parked either, because even if it did fire back into life as the Haas RT Audi with a big wiggle there, and did it even make the corner at Bruxelles? Yes, just about, but as it turned in, the tyres went, are you having a laugh in this level of grip? And just almost pitched the driver, Tim Muller, towards the scenery. He controlled it well, but Yeah, and still does continue in third position ahead of the Herbert Motorsport Ralph Bone driven Porsche, because he wasn't quite close enough to pounce. We've not heard from Diana Binks for a little while. I trust she's still okay and finding some hot drinks in this very chilly afternoon at the Spa-Francorchamps circuit. 4 hours and 20 minutes to go, Binksy. What have you got?
I've got a white coffee in my hand, actually. You caught me out there.
Excellent.
In the pit lane, obviously chatting, just, walking up and down the pit lane here, having a chat with a number of the teams, and obviously they're all, applying caution for the start of this one. The conditions, as you've talked about numerous times, just keep changing. We've got sunshine right now. 2 minutes ago there was raindrops, they've stopped, the sun's back out. So it's a case of, you just don't know what we're going to get at the moment. It is still pretty cold, though, I've got to say. But no cars in the pit lane as yet, apart from the Red Camel Jordan that you know about. And it doesn't look like they'll be back out in the race at all, which is a real shame. You do those 2 installation laps and then you have to come in. So huge disappointment for all of them. And they worked incredibly hard on that car last night to get it ready for today. So I'm just waiting for the first round of stops to get underway, and I think there's a code 69, so I'm expecting some cars in the grid, so we'll have some audio of that as and when.
Thank you, Diana. Code 6 will be for the Vortex, parked on the right-hand side of the track where it peeled off down the grass. It obviously tried to get further round the corner, but I think it's potentially got a little bit bogged down in the mud. Just very quick update on the weather I mentioned earlier. I had a quick look at the forecast update. It's 7 degrees for the rest of the day with a 17 to 18% chance of rain till 6 p.m, so that shouldn't affect any more today. Then it goes up to 30% and 55 overnight. So even if it's not raining tomorrow, race looks like it's going to be about 13% chance of rain when the race starts tomorrow, but we've had a downpour overnight, and as you said, Johnny, it's going to soak the grass as well, and if cars do run wide, the problem then is that you get into all that, cars pick up speed on grass. It's not helpful, it's not ideal, so you've got to be super careful. The track may be greasy, but you get offline and you can have a bigger problem trying to get the thing back, or it's not like running wide in the dry where you can run down the grass a bit and come back again and go, ooh, lift off the throttle and come out of it. So the Vortex is now just being collected. Now, it's got filthy, muddy tyres. It's now been driven from the apex of the corner right out across the track. So there's muddy marks all the way across the track there. So when we go from code 60 back to green, got to be aware of that, just to make it a little bit as if it wasn't slippy enough out there. Let's have some mud on the track as well. So, yeah, like a construction site, approaching it.
Yeah, and well, there's very little Olivier Gomez can do about that. A, because he's being towed, and B, he wants to be back in the race. So they certainly the route from the grass to the track surface is the only way that they can do that. And he potentially is going to be towed all the way back to pit road. That is allowed in this championship, even if you've had outside assistance. It wouldn't be, for instance, at the 24 Hours of Le Mans or in any of the ACO rules set, because as soon as you're towed anywhere, unless you're being put back onto hard standing in order to continue under your own steam, you're kind of out of the race. But the intervention vehicle, that has been given sufficient time to tow that car to a point of safety, because we're already back to green. Now, as Binksy was saying, we haven't had any cars in the pit lane so far. That's when the code 60 came out, and I thought, I bet there will be a few takers, and there certainly have been, because Tim Vogler came in the Lance Motorsport Audi. Lucas Sundahl for Jutta Racing also pitted in the number 71 Audi, and Martin Rump in his EBM Porsche, which has absolutely rocketed to the front as well. I remember reading the EBM Porsche's name being on something like row 20 odd, and now it's come into the pits in 8th. So the Estonian driver Martin Rump, who's a big talent, he's a semi-pro, had got it up into the top 10 before that car eventually pits. You might as well pit to at least get some fuel on board, even if you can't get your full allocation under a code 60. It's also worth mentioning, which I don't think I have done all weekend, there were terrible problems in Mugello getting the right kit to Italy, getting the clever 2.0 pumps, as John Hindhoff put it, which do the clever calculations and send the telemetry back to the race organisers in terms of how much fuel you can take on and at which point in the race. Those pumps were still on the ship. coming back from Dubai and couldn't get to Mugello in time. That is different here at Spa. We are now back to the expected fuel pumps, and thankfully we don't have to worry about mandatory stops on both Saturday and Sunday, which we had to incorporate into the regulations, the supplementary regulations at Mugello. So back to expected pump flow, fuel flow mixture and all that, as we concentrate on now the new race leader Matteo Lorena the continued race leader Matteo Lorena for ARC Bratislava, and get another update from Diana Binks in the pit lane.
Hi Johnny, I've got Martin Rump from the number 84 EBM GT3 Pro-Am. Martin, you look like the first driver to come in and change, but let me just ask you about the start, take you back to the start. How would you describe it?
Oh, it was like in a movie. I was basically right at the back of the grid. We started 42nd. We had a different car than yesterday. So the boys have been doing such a great job. The boys and girls in EBM Motorsport, they made all of this possible overnight. And just to be here racing, it's already such like a cherry on top already, on top of the cake. And then, I just made my best to come through the field. It's super slippery, but it started to dry up, and the lap times were getting better. The tire pressures went through the roof, and then I don't know if it's okay to say this, but I was actually happy that it started to rain again. And then it started to cool down the tires, and I think I made my way through from like 42nd to maybe P8 or P7, so right to the back of the GT3. So yeah, happy with the stint, and let's see how we go.
Yeah, that was a superb job, but you mentioned there that the car was completely different from yesterday into today. Could you explain to us what the differences were?
Right, the whole car is different. So every piece in it, basically, I mean, yeah, we have the radio from the other car, some bits and pieces maybe as well, but basically there was a bad crash at the end of free practice 1. And the only way was to change the chassis, or basically change to a different car. Lion Speed was dear to us to allow us to rent their car, and here we are. The mechanics, they basically ended up changing everything from an Nürburgring spec to the spec that we have here. It's been a couple of long nights for them, so I much appreciate it.
I guess that kept you all on your toes there with all those changes. But let me ask you, you came in quite early. Was that part of the strategy plan to swap drivers that quickly?
Well, I mean, yeah, as you said, before the race, I think, or also just minutes before driving out, we were still fixing some bits and pieces, making sure the belts are all right, and making sure that we can actually race. Everything else was secondary. Now we see that the car is up and running. There was a small error with the front winglet on the left, and that became loose. But luckily it didn't fall off, so the mechanics again did a great job during the first pit stop to fix it. Now we're driving. Shay is in the car. I was always meant to do the first full stint, but because of the code 60 we decided an early change. And yeah, let's see how it goes. I think Shay and then probably Adrian in towards the end of this part of the race, I don't know.
Okay. Well, thanks for that information. Look, you go and get yourself a drink now and catch up with the team.
Yeah, thank you very much, and keep tuned.
Keep tuned. I like that from Martin Rump. By the way, fans of the Radio Show Limited Network may hear the name Shay and automatically think, Shay Adam, next in the car, is she not busy at Long Beach? Well, yes, it's not that Shay. It's Shay Davis, the Australian, who's the AM Plus, and Adrian that Martin just mentioned, Adrian Da Silva, who's the AM. So they've got Da Silva, Davis, Rump, AM Plus, Semi-Pro in that order for EBM running in the GT3 Pro-Am field. I think that was the sensible thing to do, to put the semi-pro or the silver driver in those very difficult conditions, particularly once the car had been receiving such significant repairs. They didn't even appear in qualifying 1 yesterday. They did do Q2 and Q3 from memory, but because there weren't 3 different times in the qualifying sessions, that's the reason why the car had to start at the back of the field. And as Martin mentioned, a tremendous first stint, 45 minutes. We went from 40-something on the grid to then be 8th by the time they pitted.
Yeah, and a quick update from race control here, which I'll explain the context of in a minute. Two cars, one of which is the 84 car, you just mentioned the EBM with Shay Davis at the wheel, and the 903 Red Ant with Ayrton Red Ant at the wheel of that car. Both have been asked at the next pit stop, in capitals from race director, check the cable between Lumirank and Racelink. Now, that may not appear too serious now, and I'll explain why. Lumirank is the indicator in the top of the windscreen that says what car it is, what position, where it is in class, but it's a vital link to race control. Has to change, you have to update it, so it can be, if it's not working properly, it's kind of like the transponder. It's not, you can get penalised for this, so they basically, what they've been given is a warning of, your two cars are not operating properly, check it. It can just be a connection, we've had this before, on the car, but it's got to be repaired, and if they can't do it at the next pit stop, there is the possibility they'll be asked to come in and rectify it and do not continue until it's rectified. So just keep an eye on those two, 84 and 903s, the EBM, the car we were just talking about, and the Red Ant Porsche.
Yeah, definitely, that could get more serious. They'll probably be given until the next pit stop in order to sort it out, so they won't have to do an independent and separate pit stop, and there's a little bit of slack given to competitors in the Creventic series for that reason. You might not get that in other global categories. The 917 Porsche with a good tussle with the 907, so that's within class. Two Porsche Cup cars, Orchid Racing Team and Laurent Misbash dueling with Nick Jonsson in the 907 still. Jutta Racing running a tad deep into the Bruxelles right-hander. It's definitely darker overhead now, as the number 71 Audi has made a stop and is battling with, I'm trying to work out which one of the Porsches that is. Is that the EBM car, in fact, of Shay Davis? Could well be. The 71 Audi looking quite a bit faster in this phase, even though it's lost places. Now, remember, the 71 car was battling for 5th and 6th in the opening stages. Lucas Sundahl stayed at the wheel after the pit stop, but has dropped back to 27th. So all of those pit stoppers, even though they stopped in a code 60, they will not see the rewards of that until a little later on, probably well into the second or indeed third hours. Matteo Lorena leading the race in the bright yellow ARC Bratislava Lamborghini Huracan from the all-black Porsche of Herbert Motorsport, a similar livery to the Jutta Racing Audi. Tim Muller in the Haas RT Audi did not pit during that code 60, so he's hanging on to third, and even Giacomo still there in fourth for Car Collection Motorsport. But those stoppers have now emerged, well, in the case of the Jutta Racing Audi, into some traffic. And we were talking about overtaking at Blanchimont. You probably don't want to overtake a fellow GT3 car, but sometimes you're forced to overtake runners in the slower categories, Snowy.
Yeah, and that was the Krone Racing Porsche, the stage to the right there, and just allowed. Is it the Audi?
Yeah, the Jutta car, 71.
Jutta car, just straight through, and I think good driving on both parts there. The door was opened, it was there, and the Krone car just stayed out the way, and it's, you know, nothing to worry about there. Interesting to note, a good barometer of who tends to read races well and do strategy quite well, and you cannot rely on it. You need someone like Paul Truswell, ideally. I'm not sure he'll always tell us exactly what's going on, because it's team sensitive, which I understand. But
I mean, he's potentially for hire now this weekend, because unfortunately their car looks like it's not going to do much running. So yeah, Truswell twiddling his thumbs on a Saturday afternoon can be a dangerous thing.
God, yeah, anything might happen.
Former Q here.
Exactly. Yeah, you've got to pay the appropriate fee, of course. Yeah, CP Racing are always pretty well on the money thereabouts, and you say that car, I think it rose to as high as 8th actually for as soon as we had that code 60, they were one of the first to pit and straight into fuel. Charles Esplanade starting that Mercedes, doing a great first stint, do the fuel bit, and now, as we said, this is a 5-hour race of which we've got 4 hours 7 to go, so we're 50 minutes in effectively. A longer stint now. I wouldn't be surprised if we've got Charles Putnam in the car shortly. Who is it? Let's have a look at that. Who is in the number 85? It is Esplanade. So he stayed in it.
Did he?
Yes,
Right.
he stayed in it. Now, that car is, I'm going to say, languishing. It was 8th. It's now 33rd. But it's done a pit stop, so it's in hand. So give it a few more laps, and I think in the next half hour we're going to see quite a bit of shaking up of the orders. People they're going to have to fuel. Of course, they're using a lot less fuel in these conditions, so
even under green is your point.
Under green, there won't be as much, full throttle. While you're very, very brave and got very certain parts of anatomy to be going flat out around Spa in full throttle in these conditions, but some will. But it is drying as well. You mentioned Blanchimont there, Johnny. It's significantly drier through that element of the track. Of course, it's quite high up there, coming to the bus stop on the pit level. It's when it drops down a little bit again. The other parts are a little bit damper still. So, but it is starting to dry out, and there's a little bit of spray we can see coming off the cars, but not nearly as much as there was at the beginning. So I think we're getting closer and closer to that crossover point of what we run on tyres. And just looking at the fastest laps of the cars now, but still 240. They haven't actually improved a great deal yet.
That definitely is the EBM racing car, that or EBM Motorsport, sorry, Alabama Motorsport without the racing bit, from New Zealand, the team, but Shea Davies, the Australian, and the Porsche number 84 looking to try and make some ground back up again, getting ahead now, that Orchid Porsche Cup car. But as you look away into the distance, it's certainly looking bleaker from our high position camera over towards Le Com corner from the paddock. So, as I say, we've had that window of sunshine. Things might have been a bit more promising over the next 30 minutes or so, but it does look like if the rain's not already begun around most of the circuit, it will be shortly.
And of course, from the bottom of Eau Rouge out and down the Kemmel Straight and up to Le Com and all that area, it's heavily wooded. So the trees hold the moisture, it doesn't clear as much as some other parts of the circuit. So it's not quite like the Nordschleife where you can literally have different corner to corner and different sectors, but it's still a long lap around here at Spa, and you will have lots of differences.
This is the battle for the lead, folks. The Lamborghini didn't quite get the traction it required coming out of La Source, but now Ralph Bone being incredibly brave in the spray from Matteo Lorena. And Ralph Bone clearly far more comfortable at the wheel of the Porsche than perhaps the Italian is driving that Slovakian prepared Lamborghini Huracan. They were overlapping on the run out of La Source and down towards Eau Rouge. In the end, Ralph Bone didn't ideally want to go door handle to door handle with the Lamborghini into the base of Raidillon, so decided to get out of the throttle, and I think that was a sensible thing to do. Binksy saying the weather definitely changing in the pit lane. The rain is absolutely pounding down. But this is the point where the race starts to properly spice up. Now, has the Lamborghini maybe had a moment somewhere to create that gap of only half a second at the start of the lap? Lorena forced into this, whether he likes it or not, with the windscreen wiper not quite on the full setting. It's certainly consistently swishing from left to right, though, in that centrally mounted wiper. Now at Pouon, with the McLaren Artura just ahead, and the McLaren getting the blue flags. Marshall's reading this race perfectly and well aware that the race leaders are right behind the 400 car now as they head through the double left-hander at Pouon. The other thing that's happening is Tim Muller's not very far away from this leading duo either. So we may well have three for the lead at the end of this lap. Only 3 more minutes to go before the first 60 minutes is in the book. And this is high-pressure stuff, purely to keep the car on the black stuff, but also who wants to be the race leader going into the second hour. Binksy, you've just sent me a very quick video of how things appear from ground level, and the rain is once again pounding down so quickly. The conditions can change here, Di. We'll get to Binksy in just a moment, but...
Sorry, Johnny.
Oh, sorry, go on, Di.
Yeah, they absolutely can. I'm sort of hiding with the Orchid racing team in their garage at the moment because it is actually hailstones again. It started with rain, now it's hailstones, and I guess it'll pass again as it does in a few minutes. But all of the teams are now coming out into the pit lane to have a look, just looking up at the sky, trying to work it out. But we can't. We're just having to deal with it minute by minute.
Well, not if it's hailing. You don't want to be looking up at the sky because you mimight get one right plumb in the face.
Exactly, it would ruin my makeup. Exactly, ruin the makeup. It'd be a nightmare. I'd look like Coco the Clown.
You're just talking about me, though, aren't you? Ruining the makeup, let alone you. As the Lamborghini is completely sideways. There's also a stopped Orchid Racing Team car rolling backwards down Raidillon as the Lambo very nearly threw the race lead away, and the worst case scenario would have been that it would gone sideswiping its way into the Orchid Racing Team, which was stopped on the outside. But now, pardon the pun, Eau Rouge has turned into a river on the road surface, not just beneath the racetrack, the home of the red water. So the Porsche didn't squirm and slide quite as much as Matteo Lorena. Maybe Ralph Bone was able to ease off the throttle because the Italian having his moment was a big enough warning. But Tim Muller is right with the race leaders now as the Orchid car, thankfully, is moving again and we don't have to go code 60 for the second time. But Lauren Mishbash, you do not want to be sitting there for any longer than about half a minute, as the Cayman is also having an incredible moment at exactly the same point. Porsche Cayman number 424 from the GT4 category, and Patrick Kolb, terrific car control once again. We do now go into a code 60, perhaps purely on safety grounds, as the Kessel Racing 296 did lose it big time and turned left at Radion, off towards the barriers. I'm not sure whether it connected or not. We will find out.
It wasn't Radion, Johnny. It was the bottom of Eau Rouge going in, coming down the pit straight past the old pits, as it were, straight ones, into there. It's obviously hooked the curb on the left-hand side there. And as I said about that wet painted curb when it's wet, it's kind of just hooked it round and just, you do go down, you hug the pit wall, blend left, and then it's just pulled it round and gone off onto the left-hand side. And I'm hoping it hasn't, I can't see if it hasn't connected with anything there, but we haven't seen it reappear. The Orchid car had a complete reset. We're at code 60 now, obviously, because of that. That's going to be because of the Ferrari that's off on the left-hand side of the bottom of Eau Rouge. I'm convinced. Intervention vehicles, yes, going down to that scene now. I cannot believe that Ferrari's escaped without connection to the barriers. So internet vehicles, all sorts on track at the moment, and it's always got spiced up at exactly at 4-hour mark, 3 minutes, 3 hours 59, just literally just tipped into now 30 seconds ago. So just Diana sent us that update from the pit lane. So good was the update. She actually sent us a little video of the rain precipitating into the pit lane, and just as I was talking about it drying out, becoming that crossover point, no such luck. It's now just like somebody's turned the taps back on. The Lamborghini having a massive moment into Eau Rouge there, and it's struggling to keep control of that, and a great job, but running well just when the little replay there where the Orchid Porsche was stopped at the top there on the left hand side. I noticed on that car, by the way, it has its hazard on. It did an alt control delete, complete reset. You can always tell by the headlights. It cycles through, turns them off, back on again, and got it going again. But it is returning very, very slowly to the pits. That's the 917 Orchid Porsche.
So Nicolo Rossi is the Kessel Racing Ferrari that we have concerns for. The 296, I'm 95% sure, was the car that speared off to the, or was it a Lamborghini? The Lamborghini just ahead of it. Then Patrick Kolb with his moment at the bottom of Eau Rouge, and the car was thinking, I'll go left, now I'll go right, now I'll go left, and Kolb was just about keeping up with it. But that was the true definition of a tank slapper that then continued at the top of Radion.
Because you did that curb thing again. So you got the left and the right, and then the left of Eau Rouge. That with his Radion, that start of Radion, and again, it's just because that moment coming into the bottom of there, hasn't got the car quite square and pointing where it wants it to go. Back on the power, which is what you want, certainly use the gradient, get the car squat so it's pointing straight, but it's just blended a little bit left and touched that curb on the left-hand side, which once again has skewed the car offline, and he's had another moment at the top of Radion. So just when he's gathered it all up, he gets a second one. Talk about heart rate, that'd be great for his stats.
True. Yeah. The figures at the end that he'll download, assuming he's in the right sort of mind to do that, will be astronomical. But Patrick Kolb, who is a real Porsche fan and specialist as well, but was racing at Mugello, loves his motor racing, and has no doubt done countless laps around this place. So he kind of has this sixth sense as to what the car's going to do next. As mentioned, though, Nicolo Rossi still not come across the line, and the other slight doubt is about the Car Collection Motorsport Porsche number 12, because the expected time that he was about to cross the line, clever little system here where the numbers count down and preempt the car over the line, but obviously those times are going to be well out of alignment now because of the higher lap times. And it does appear at the end of, which is number 20, into the pit, so that's why it took him a little bit longer. The question mark is alongside Nicolo Rossi, so I have identified Racing Ferrari correctly. That's the one that steered left because of the aquaplaning from the 296. And questions remain as to whether that car will be able to continue. Giacomo into the pits. You're getting more and more cars now down pit road, Di. Hopefully found some shelter, maybe still with Orchid, but these pit stops happening in front of you.
No, I've moved away from Orchid now, Johnny, because obviously happened to be chatting about them, and then that situation happened on track, so they were looking and trying to speak to the driver. But I've come up to the other end of the pit lane. I did see the Haas team come in and do a stop there, so I'll go, and there seemed to be a slight delay to that stop, so I'm just going to find out what actually happened and come back to you. But there's a few cars coming through and a few cars have left, so I haven't caught them unfortunately, but I know the code 60 is still in operation.
Yeah, and it's a prime time once more to get some fuel on board. Even if it's not your full allocation, you may as well take the opportunity. The refuelling area, by the way, is in the historic pit lane, so beyond La Source, the downhill old school pit lane, which is different from the Grand Prix pits where all the teams are doing their driver changes and the tyre changes should they require that. There's not a great deal of room because it looks like the fast lane in places has actually been coned off. Oh, that's probably to allow cars that don't want to fuel their way by too. So it'll be 20 kilometres per hour the speed limit in the fueling area, 40 down pit road, and on the racetrack we have this speed limit of 60 kilometres per hour, which is kind of like a virtual safety car, just that we won't have a safety car at the end of it. But everybody tootling round at 60 k's, and that should mean that any gaps we had going into the caution will be just about the same coming out of it to green flags.
So the number 5 Ferrari, we've got the answer. It did connect with the barriers, and it's taken most of the back end of that car off, so that's most definitely out for the rest of the weekend. I didn't think it could have escaped that, so very sad to see that car. That's Nicole Rossi in the Kessel Racing 296 that is now out of the race, so that's put the question mark that's on the timing screen to answer for us.
Let's go back to Binksy. What have we got?
I've got Tim Muller, who's just jumped out of the number 1 Haas RT Racing, and we spoke to Tim on the grid at the start of the race as well, if you remember. Tim, we had a quick chat with you at the start of the race. Go back to the start, how was it?
It was good. Everybody was very civilized, so nothing happened, and yeah, I could maintain my position, I think, and somewhere I could take over and became third, and I could hold it all the time and could control it very well, so it was good to go.
How changeable are the conditions? We see it here in the pit lane, but of course there's it's a long circuit and it's so different.
It's from one sector to the next. It's changing from day to night. It's crazy. It started drying, and we could go faster and faster. And all of a sudden, I came down to Blanchimont. It started raining, heavy rain here, and water before Eau Rouge. That really the car started working very hard. So it changes very fast, very quick. You have to pay a lot of attention.
And work very hard behind the wheel, I'm assuming.
Initially, it was cold. I can tell you. It was. I started freezing a little bit, but later on, when the track started drying down, you have to work more hard, and then yeah, it's good.
What can we expect, do you think, Tim, for the next few hours now with the conditions as they are for the race? What can we expect in the race now that these conditions are so changeable?
A lot of surprises. A lot of surprises still. It will be very exciting for everybody.
Okay. Thanks, Tim.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
A lot of surprises is definitely one way of putting it, as a Vortex has lost it there under the code 60, so all of a sudden it's pointing the wrong way and potentially blocking off the pit lane exit road. I haven't yet identified whether cars can get out of the pits there immediately after La Source. I would imagine all of that is actually blocked off, forcing you to use the whole of the pit lane and channeling cars down towards what we're calling the fueling area this weekend. So the Vortex at a reduced speed, bear in mind, heading into a bit of a river that's developing there, and just a bit too much power, I guess, on the exit, maybe catching the curb though as well, and the 701 goes for a full rotation, Snowy.
Well, very lucky that he did it where it was. I'm not sure there's water there, but it's so you've got a 2 pit exits at Spa. So you've got the main F1 pits, and when you turn right to go down to, you described the historic pits, there's an opening there. It's where the F1 cars normally come out and rejoin the track. This group, and as with other races, continue around past that. It's coned, as you say, down the hill and out at Eau Rouge. The vortex there, getting on the gas and rotating around, and ordinarily any other part of the circuit there close by, it had clouted the pit wall, but as is that exit for the F1 cars, which is coned off this time, he's managed to actually park it very neatly between a couple of cones. No harm done apart from a bit of pride, and away you go. You mentioned the historic pitch, Johnny. One of the things that you forget about this is it's incredibly steep downhill, which presents its own problems when stopping and refueling, driver changing a car of downhill. And when the first time I arrived at Spa, when it was donkeys years ago, all those sepia photographs, and we arrived late at night and pulled up at the bottom on a campsite, literally then on the outside of Eau Rouge on the left-hand side, and there was a finer illuminated sign, which I thought was just in the sky. Yeah, and I remember sitting there and I said, "What's that?" And somebody went, "That's the top of Eau Rouge." And you're just like, "Sorry?" And you're standing here, and until you actually physically stand in front of it and look at it and go, "So that's the bottom where we've just seen the Castle Ferrari go off, and by there's that gradient," and it's try doing a circuit walk. I mean, on a bike ride around there, if you cycle around here, which I've done in the past, it is hard work going up Eau Rouge, even when I was fitter, and days gone by when I had dark hair and a waist. Those days are long gone. But it's you cannot believe until you see it actually there just how steep it is. So in the wet, in a GT3 car, in spray, with standing water, no wonder they're having moments, whether it's Caymans or Ferraris or whatever it is, they're doing a stupendous job.
But back to green, if you ever do get a chance in the times where there's not any racing or track action going on here at Spa, if you ever find yourself there, maybe the evening of a race meeting, and get the chance to walk from Eau Rouge up Raidillon and towards the Kemmel Straight, you feel it in your legs, because it's actually quite tricky to walk up, so steep it is. Another rotation, this time for the number 11 Mercedes, very similar to the Vortex. That might have been at the point we were going back to green, actually, and it's Maximilian Partl for Hoffer Racing that's had that squirm on the exit of La Source, but does get going again as we've entered the second hour of this year's 12 hours of Spa-Francorchamps across 2 days, 5 hours today. Stay on the lead lap, the main priority before the cars are gridded back up again. Somebody going pretty slowly there on the exit of Raidillon, I notice, as the Hoffer car goes by. And then we'll do a further 7 hours tomorrow. Obviously the Kessel Racing Ferrari number 5 in a very bad state of repair, but I hear that Nicolo Rossi is okay after a worrying-looking incident. Obviously, we didn't see the car make connection with presumably the barrier. Maybe that was tyres, maybe that was actually Armco barrier. But Jasmine Muller, grateful to her, who's looking after the press and the media with Kessel Racing this weekend, reporting that Nicolo is fine, and that's the reason why the car was recovered so swiftly as well on the flatbed. So Herbert Motorsport will continue to lead on 24 laps, 23 completed. This is the 24th circuit, but there's potentially more drama now at turn 12, which is, well, I thought Pouhon, the entry to Pouhon, because we're calling Jackie X corner turn 11 on the track map this weekend. Looked to be clear, though, with cars going through Pouhon a moment or two ago. GT4 side by side, BMW the 438 on the inside, and it's the Cayman that will still be being driven by Patrick Kolb, brilliantly well in his moment at Eau Rouge about 15 minutes or so ago. They're still side by side within GT4 as we go into code 60. Now, who's going to stay ahead here? Because they were virtually level pegging into Blanchimont.
Well, the Porsche stuck it in, didn't it, around the outside, and managed to hold on to, as you say, he escaped those magnificent moments at Eau Rouge and Raidillon at the top of it. One of our colleagues, Phil Anson, you can't hide anywhere these days, can you, Johnny? I've just used the phrase about when I had dark hair and a waist, and he said, he's just replied to me, "Stop stealing my lines." So, Phil, nice to hear that you're listening, and all credit to Phil Anson. It's actually it's one of yours originally. The royalty check's on the way, my friend.
Well, you were global commentary booth colleagues at the Dubai 24 Hours, were you not?
We were the second round of this series.
You had a busy one that weekend because you were pit lane and then up to the commentary booth and back to the pit lane again. But keeping Phil company in the Middle East at the start of the year,
and rain at that race as well. And I'd just taken over from Diana in the pits at 9 in the morning, and quite literally just swapped our radio mic. And I just looking, I think, when you can't quite process something, you're thinking, is that spots of rain? I know we've been up all night, but are those spots of rain? Surely not. And within a matter of seconds, it was torrential, as is happening again at Dubai at the moment. This last couple of weeks, it's been made the news everywhere, hasn't it? You've got no drainage, and that was like, that's everybody's strategy out of the window. In that's a full 24-hour race, as in constant no break. And at 9 o'clock in the morning, all of a sudden, it's just torrential. And of course, they haven't built the drainage out there in Dubai as have other places here in Spa, and not used to it as much, so they don't need it. So the track, not only is it wet, it doesn't drain away, so it becomes a major problem. Let's wonder why our track dryers there. A fabulous tractor going out with a massive, basically, leaf blower of industrial scale bolted to the front of this tractor.
Or is it a hairdryer?
Well, I thought that was a bit unfair. I thought leaf blower was better, but
fair enough.
But it blows to one side, so basically it's sitting there on the track, and they're going through places like Blanchard, big left-hander, it's blowing to the right, and they're literally driving through, and it's pushing all the water off the track into the gravel traps. And talk about basic way of doing it, but it gets it moved. We're still at code 60. We are 3 hours and 45 minutes to go of this 12-hour race, Johnny. Of course, it's only 5 hours today and 7 tomorrow.
Phil Anson, though, will be, or has been, experiencing some very Spa-like weather, as you say, highly unexpected at the world's second busiest airport, Dubai, these days. And, several flights cancelled to all places in the world because of the amount of the depth of water that has been created there with so much downpours. And, as you say, the drainage, certainly at the racetrack, not normally expected to need to be that efficient. We discovered that big time in 2020 when only 7 hours and change of the 24 hours of that race could be run when the heavens opened. Now, which of the cars needs to be recovered here? That looks a little bit like the roofline of a Mercedes from distance. I could be very wrong. All I can see is the rear wing, which looks GT3-like, and the car that is stopped.
I'd agree. It's definitely a GT3. It's a Mercedes or a Porsche. I think you're right, Johnny. I was quite surprised. I had a quick look across the camera shot then. I thought there's a bit of a tug-of-war going on, literally at the side of the track. And it's the fact the intervention vehicle's only got so close to that stranded car, we don't know what it is yet, then they're having to pull the rope out of the front of the winch of that car. And that's why the marshals and the driver in crash helmet, I genuinely thought it was a real tug-of-war going on at the side of the track.
Yeah.
There was not enough racing going on. And they're actually pulling it out.
Could be an Audi, actually. Having said it's definitely a Mercedes or a Porsche. I mean, why not just mention every GT3 car that's in the race?
Other brands are available too.
I'm just wondering whether the code 60's been listed. T12, I said, didn't I? 925 stopped in the grass at turn 12. Well, that rather suggests it's a Porsche, but not a GT3 car. 925 sounds like a Porsche Cup car. Bob Herbert is being shown as stopped somewhere on the racetrack for Baz Kooten Racing, and they're in a 992 Cup car. So you were right with the Porsche. I was very wrong with the Mercedes, if indeed that is Bob Herbert's car. 35th in the overall as Jutta Racing pits now at the end of their latest lap. Ivan Chacoma's just been in and back out again, and Ralph Bone from the race lead, Herbert Motorsport. No, that's not a Porsche Cup car. It's coming into sight, though, now. Still not sure. There's a barrier in the way for those just listening to us on radio. My car ID's not normally this bad, but I can only see the roof and the rear wing.
It's almost Mercedes, BMW GT4, but the wing's too big.
The 438 BMW is still running because Ravi Ramyeed's just been in the pits, and that Simpson Motorsport car's returned to the racetrack. That was a rotation for another Porsche Cup car, though, right at the end of the lap.
971 car. Again.
971 for a quick loop and has missed the opportunity to pit.
My apologies, 917.
No, I didn't think that was the Orchid Racing Team car. It might have been Lauren Misbash. It was a similar colour, but I thought it was maybe the 911.
I think it is 911, yeah. Stephen Cho in the Hankook competition.
I saw the number and then immediately forgot it.
Yes. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, Johnny. So, yeah, we finally get 911.
So that is the entry from South Korea for Hankook competition, and Stephen Cho, the Canadian, with a very slight error, but it's so easy to do with this amount of water on the racetrack, that little amount of grip around as well, and even when you're not needing to do a heck of a lot, going round at probably 1/3 of race pace at Code 60. It's still easy to spin the wheels on the exit of the uphill chicane. And that's precisely where it happened, coming out of turn 20. So this is already Code 60 number 3. You would have expected a high probability of Code 60s and a number of them before we got underway because of the forecast, as the fuel is still going in with the black and gold Audi as the black and gold Porsche. The race-leading Porsche from Herbert Motorsport now arrives on the scene, and Ralph Bone doing what Herbert tend to like to do through the history of this championship. If there is a Code 60 out on track, and if they're close enough to the pit lane to take advantage of it, and they'll get in for as much as fuel as they are allowed. And that might bode well come the checkered flag later on today. The other thing is about the overnight stop. Remember, going into part ferme conditions as the cars go for their sleep overnight, and then we prepare ourselves for 7 more hours tomorrow. Do you want to get the fuel fill done before the break is the question. I have to say, Herbert pulled off an absolute blinder at Mugello in that they were right with the race leader with maybe 15 minutes to go, decided to give that up, though, in favour of fuel, because as long as they stayed on the lead lap, they would actually get all that time back again when the cars are gridded up for the following day. It was brilliant, brilliant tactics.
Exactly so, and that's where the strategists come into play, isn't it? And maybe Diana, if she's got time, we can find Paul Truswell. He might give us a bit of insight into that, because one of our radio show veterans, team members, Paul Truswell, acting as a strategist this weekend, but of course the car, as you say, he's available for hire, gun for hire if you like, strategist for hire.
I don't think anybody wants the car right now because it won't move, unfortunately. But yes, their strategist could be to allow himself to head away. The hope from Rick Breukers is that they might do some running tomorrow, so they might need Trussers for Sunday. But otherwise, yeah, he may well be able to be hired out, let's say, by Red Camel Jordans.nl, depending on what Ivo says, of course. He has final say, Ivo Breukers. The 69 Lamborghini Huracan is in the pit lane. That's Nicolo Michelon making a stop from second position. Now, it might be that Nicolo chose not even to stop with the team there because he's literally in for fuel and fuel only. And that RD Sainz car about to head down the steep slope on the other side of La Source. Oh, we're back to green, I've just noticed, within the last few moments. So anybody that has gone in and committed to a pit stop, the problem here, of course, is they're now going to lose out on green flag running on the racetrack. You need, if you're going to say, yes, let's stop for fuel, you need that Code 60 to stay out for the majority of the fuel fill. Otherwise, it's real time that you're losing. And depending on how much fuel Michelin needs, maybe they're just going to press the abort button on that and say, forget about fuel, just get back in the race because we want to stay on this lead lap. On the other hand, if the fuel tank is empty, he doesn't have a choice, and he's just going to have to sit there patiently whilst cars whip by on the left-hand side. This is the delicate tightrope that everybody is walking at this stage. The Herbert car did get out, though, just in time for the green flag. They even did a driver change there, because it's now Jason Hart at the wheel of the Herbert car. That means Ralph Bone's just got out. A stonking stint from the German, I thought. He'll be very pleased with that, to be leading the race before and after the pit stop. And I'm sure Binksy's not too far away from Herbert to grab a word with Ralph and offer our compliments. But it is now the semi-pro Jason Hart at the wheel. And to answer the question about the RD Sainz Lamborghini, Nicolo Michelon has indeed stopped at the fueling area. So they are burning real time now, as everybody else in GT3 is back to full pace.
So the only thing to do there is that if in fact the Code 60 is ended, as you say, so real time, it's now to actually brim the car, especially in these conditions. They're all going to come back into your favour because you've got a lot more fuel on board. You can now just have a solid, steady run now with the next driver to do a driver change as well. Or, as you say, Nicolo Michelin might stay in the car, but play to the advantages. Just play to what's happening. That's all you can do at the moment.
And sometimes those decisions go for you, sometimes they go against you. There's no point dwelling on it, I suppose. You know, you've made the choice to pit, and you then have to live with it. But there's still scope to make that work in your favour. with 3 hours and 36 minutes to go.
Well, there's a phrase that our colleague Joe Bradley uses quite a bit about endurance racing, and he often describes it as a race is a high-speed game of chess, and it's a very, very good description, because it constantly changes. Somebody moves, somebody changes. There's a code 60, there's a curveball, there's a different layer, and all of a sudden everything you've got laid out on a spreadsheet all seems absolutely logical if it all runs. And of course, a race is a living thing. It's a creature. It's got its own identity. It'll do its own thing, and it can be somebody can just spin, and not even a code 60. Somebody just rotates in front of you, like the Mercedes say they're all the vortex, the source, and the car behind and you're the leader has to slow down. That can affect you, put somebody else, and all of a sudden the whole thing just changes. And that's what's so fascinating about this kind of racing for me personally. I think it's just extraordinary. Never mind these conditions, just looking at the spray there going down the Camel Straight of no wonder the Lamborghini staying to the left-hand side, trying to keep out of the spray. So they said, well, where's the corner? It's down there somewhere. And they're doing 270, 280 clicks down the Camel. Yeah. Maybe a little bit less in the wet. It's still significant. It's what's the phrase? 100 and plenty. Yeah, it's quite a lot.
Adequate.
Speed. Exactly, and it's and again the Lamborghini have a little front end problem down through Bruxelles, is it? Bruxelles.
Which is the French way of saying Brussels.
Brussels, exactly.
Yeah.
Now I've got it in my head. I can see it now. Yes,
so
I need to visualise it.
It's a reference to the capital city of Belgium. I don't know whether it's the corner closest to Brussels. I need to work out which direction the track is pointing in relation to that, but it might be. Oh, the Lambo's again sideways. By the way, the car that it's just overtaken, that was lapping the 84 rather than being for track position. So that was Shea Davis taking things as quickly as he is comfortable with. Shea, remember, is an AM+, so might not be quite as quick as Matteo Lorena. I'm going to remind myself now, in the 44 car, Lorena is the semi-pro, yeah. So Lorena probably able to offer a bit more consistency than compared to Shea Davis, and that's not being derogatory in any sense. Everyone's got a level that they are comfortable living at. And we've already had a dose, remember, of semi-pro action from Martin Rump at the wheel of the EBM car. So now some AM Plus and eventually some AM driving time will need to be burnt, because the EBM car is entered into Pro-Am for that reason. So Martin Rump will be able to do a fair segment. Might be as many as 6 hours, actually, as a semi-pro. No doubt the Estonian will do more running behind the wheel of that car tomorrow. 7 hours, remember, to get through on Sunday here at Spa-Francorchamps. This is lap 27, though. Jason Hart leads in the 91 Porsche of Herbert, ahead of the ARC Bratislava car. And then the next nearest rival for Matteo is Ivan Jacoma of Switzerland in the German-run Car Collection Motorsport Porsche. So we've got a Porsche leading a Lambo, leading two more Porsches, and then the best of the Audis now fifth. After Haas RT for a long time were up as high as third position. Javier Nauf, though, driving the Haas RT car, so they must have made at least one stop as well, because he didn't start that car in the number one. It was Tim Muller who spoke to Binksy not that long ago. So Muller out, Nauf in during the first pit stop, and that again is some AM time being burnt on the clock. Looking at the trees, they look a little more green again and less affected by the mist and murk. So once again, conditions changing. The Lambo of Hoffa Racing braking a little later than the BMW from the GT4 class, the Simpson Motorsport BMW. I'd love to have known how close the Mercedes was there. It looked very nip and tuck, actually, as a GT3 car slows, or has superior brakes compared to the GT4. So obviously the BMW needing to hit the anchors a little earlier than the GT3, and the driver of that Hoffa Mercedes had to be wary of that. It's Maxi Partel for this particular stint in car number 11. Nearly another half an hour ticked off. So 90 minutes virtually in the book, and the 3.5 hours still to go today, Snowy.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at, just thinking about this a bit, because there's different rules for Creventic, who the organiser of this series are powered by Hankook, the 24-hour series. If a car, I'm just going to double check this, but if a car enters the pit lane under code 60, there's a different fuel, you remember these pumps, that allow a certain amount of fuel in. You can only take a certain amount of fuel under code 60. If I was saying you need to fuel it to the end and take the amount of, I don't think you can. Because I think if you come in under a code 60, you're allowed a permitted amount of fuel. Whilst you're refueling, if it goes back to green, it doesn't change. You're still only allowed that permitted amount.
But to my knowledge, that rule has changed slightly.
Well, that's why I'm questioning. Does that still apply?
So only in the sense of where you are when the code 60 comes out. It used to be entering the pit lane. Now I think it's entering the fueling area.
Right.
Which is different, but you'll need to get into the actual rules to know that. Either way, I think the Lamborghini was committed because they'd crossed the line into the fueling area, and it is then labelled as a code 60 pit stop.
But the point being that under a code 60, you're only allowed a percentage of your fuel allowance, and that's all stated in the bulletins. If you've started to take that on board, i.e. you're in the fueling area already, and it's, let's say, 50%, and it goes back to code 60, you're kind of scuppered because you're still stuck at the code 60 50% restriction, so it works against you. So it's a difficult one. So as you say, you can come down the pit lane, do something else. There will be tables and charts and much wailing and gnashing of teeth as these strategies work all this out, and I'm sure they go up and down the pit lane and compare notes. Not.
Well, you don't want to give anything away, do you?
It's like being back at school, so putting your hand over your homework so the person next to you can't see your answers on the desk.
I've got the sporting regulations here. I'm now trying to whip all the way down to item 27, which is fuel and refueling.
You even know which item it is?
Well, only because it says it in the contents. I haven't banked that to memory, I promise you. So, right, well, yeah, talk amongst yourselves. We'll do a bit of commentary as well as the Porsche Cayman goes a touch deep into Le Comp corner. That's still Patrick Kolb leading GT4. And he has got stories to tell from this stint already. Bear in mind the driver time you can do in one slug is only 2 hours. So Kolb completely, well, I was going to say out of control. He just about knew what he was doing there. But the car, he was chucking it into Le Comp corner. And there wasn't the amount of grip that he'd expected at the end of the long Kemmel straight.
I think it's fair to say that he's operating without a safety net, isn't he, at the moment?
Too right, but if anybody is capable of doing that, then it's certainly Patrick Kolb. So on he goes, and still leading the class, the GT4 part of it, as their rivals within GT4 include the BMW from Simpson Motorsport. Ravi Ramye has recently made a pit stop, and the McLaren Artura GT4 for Daniel Roos of Alfab Racing, car number 400. Another car they've decided to turn out in black with the gold because it's just a classic colour combination with a rich history, of course, as well. Tim Scheerbart, no stranger to the Nürburgring Nordschleife, but he'll know this place well too. And this is a Porsche Gen 2 Cup car, but it's the MR version, Manthey Racing. And that's the part of the reason why it runs in the GTX category, because it's no longer a standard Porsche Cup car, so cannot compete in the 900s for the race number. Instead, it runs as car 719 in the GTX category, which is a kind of come one, come all division for those cars outside of the normal regulations. Still looking for the absolute line about fuel.
Very kindly, Phil Anson, that's over all these things as ever. He's just messaged me and just said that, of course, it's when the card is activated on the pump and it goes. You've got purple and green lights on the pump itself to replicate green track conditions, purple code 60. And I'm just asking the question, but our point is, yeah, we get that, but if it's purple and the track goes back to green status, can the pump change to green status during the same time? Is it simultaneous? Which apparently it is. So Phil just answered and said, yes, it is. So effectively what we're saying is, if you pit under a code 60, come down the pit lane, go into the fueling stop, once you're activating the pit, the fuel pump says purple, it's code 60 regulation, a percentage of the fuel as per your car, as per the bulletin. If the track goes back to green, then the pump simultaneously goes back to green, and you can have the rest of that allowance. Very, very clever system if it is.
Okay.
Thank you, Phil. It's like he's here with us, isn't it, really?
Well, he is.
Yeah. He's not. He's in a very wet and soggy Dubai.
Yeah. But that's the beauty of a global broadcast centre, is that you can't hear his voice, but you probably can in your head as we read his various text messages that Peter Snowden to my right-hand side, or maybe just omnipresent in the global world of broadcasting, but he is actually here as well. I can touch him.
like a little Aussie Buddha.
There you go, possibly. Phil Hansen, slightly more distant away, but in Dubai and enjoying the third or fourth race of the season. It's the second European race, second European 12-hour race indeed, after Mugello, which was split across 2 days as well. Marginally more time that we ran at that event on the Saturday compared to the Sunday. It's the majority of it taking place tomorrow, and that's why on a long lap the crucial thing is to stay on the lead lap within your category today. Notice there's a lot of gravel on the road on the exit of Le Combe corner, thankfully not on the racing line, but Felix Neuhofer needing to be wary of that in the 985 car. Neuhofer Rennsport, the team from Austria, and Felix part of that family as well as being in the team, of course. The Porsche that leads the way in the Porsche Cup division, and that is also, is it an AM car? Yes, it is. So we've got an AM car out front of the 992s, outpacing 4 of the 992, or 5 of the 992 standard cars. We should have started with 5. The 909 Red Camel Jordans.nl car, though, sadly was not able to take the race start. It remains to be seen whether it can get any running this weekend after a throttle problem, which they weren't able to get to the bottom of in time. It did actually go out for some formation laps, and at that point they realised the car wasn't sufficiently repaired. They hadn't quite got to the bottom of the issue, and it wasn't able to take the race start. And Rick Roykers very politely detailing that to Diana Binks just after we began today's segment of the race. Now, what happened a few moments ago at the chicane at the end of the lap? That's the 84 car and the 85. So 84 and 85 getting together on the exit of turn 20, the final chicane on the lap. 85 is the CP Racing Mercedes. 84 is the Porsche from EBM. And Shay Davis, together with Charles Espenlaub, I believe, are on the same lap. Espenlaub has lost a place as a result of that to Gijs Bessem in the NKPP Racing Porsche. Tricky to tell precisely what was going on there, because we were peering over the barrier, Snowy, but the Mercedes is now carrying damage.
It is to the front right. I think it was a very simple. What we could see of that was the lead car rotated, and the CP Racing Mercedes had nowhere to go and tried to haul up, but just couldn't, and just clipped it. So not a lot you can do that, but it's got quite serious anti-dive planes, aerodynamic carbon bits on the front of those Mercedes, which help enormously for turning and through the high-speed corners, and they've been damaged now. That will affect it, not quite as much as flat-out pace, because we're not doing that because of the wet, but again, that's not something that can be changed overnight. So it's has it actually lost? It's slightly different. I'm not sure it's actually lost, though. I think it's okay.
No, but it's bent or buckled them on, I wouldn't say the left-hand side. No, it's sticking out the right side, isn't it?
Side, yeah. So you can't really bend carbon that much. It tends to stress and then fracture quite a lot. So it's not like an aluminium plate as it would have been in the old days. So it's probably just damaged the mountings. But yes, it is sticking. It's the lower part, isn't it? The splitter that's now sticking out significantly to the right-hand side. So I don't think it's the anti-dive plane, Johnny, which is mounted a bit further up towards the headlamp. I think it's the splitter on the right-hand side, which would be logical if you've clattered into another car, because they're not meant to be. It's meant to be a non-contact sport. Well,
that's the idea, but sometimes if somebody's had a moment ahead of you and is then trying to do a three-point turn to rejoin the race, sometimes when you're arriving at pace, which the Mercedes was, you've got to make a split-second decision, and sometimes that can go against you, which it appears to have just done. Now, the Mercedes was carrying damage for quite a fair segment of the Mugello, 12 hours as well, so they'll be used to that.
They're pretty robust cars, aren't they?
They are. And
it's also absolutely the single slowest part of the circuit.
Yes.
So it's a little kiss, should we say.
I was going to also say that CP Racing are a robust team, because they might feel that they're getting the thick end of the wedge here in the championship. not through necessarily the fault of anybody else with consistency, but they're just getting a lot of bad luck to kick off their 2024 season. I have now found, after a frantic search, Article 17.2.2.2 of the regulations.
How many twos?
3 of them, all separated by a point. And this details refuelling under Code 60. Refuelling during Code 60 procedure is allowed, however the following applies. Bullet point 1. In case the refuelling operation starts during a Code 60, the Code 60 refuelling amount is 25% of the maximum refuelling amount, unless specified otherwise in the balance of performance. So you only get a quarter of what you should get under a green flag. In case the refuelling operation starts during a green flag, the maximum refuelling amount is per the official balance of performance for the event, so that applies. So it's about when the refuelling starts. I don't think it switches during the refill,
right.
Although I haven't read all of the stuff to you yet, so we'll get there. I'm not missing anything on track, am I? Obviously everyone's still pounding around at speed. Both of these cases are depending on the time when the refuelling operation commences, independent of the moment when a car enters the pit lane. So that's the thing, the entry to pit lane no longer matters. The start of a refuelling operation is determined as the moment when a pump has been activated by presenting the fuel tank.
The card is what I said. Yeah, that's how it starts. So it suggests that it doesn't change during the refueling. So when the track goes back to green live, the pump doesn't replicate that.
There is a bit more though, so let's get to that as well. If the track state changes when the refuelling operation is still ongoing, the following applies. So green to Code 60, that's not really relevant at the moment.
No,
We're bothered about Code 60 to green, so let's read that. The maximum refuelling amount for the refuelling operation during Code 60 and during green flag combined is according to the official balance of performance publication of the event. It doesn't really tell you about when things change. End of Code 60 procedure. When the race director gives the order to end the Code 60, all marshal posts will simultaneously display green flags. Oh yeah, that's just about Code 60, it's not about refueling. So I think the key moment is when that tag is presented, and once you've presented the tag, whatever the track state is, that's what your pit stop's going to be. And the danger for that RD Science Lamborghini was they'd already started the fuel fill when we went back to green, and it's then just 25%.
So exactly the point of that being it affects the race, which is important to what we're actually talking about, is that if a car, in this case the RD Lamborghini, presents, and as you say, it's about when the card, the fuel card, is presented, it can come down the pit lane, you can call it, and then you've got that time lapse of jeopardy where your strategy said, yes, pit and fuel, this is a Code 60. What you're hoping for there is a really long Code 60.
Yeah.
And of course, this case is the Lamborghini, comes down, presents at the fuel pump, presents the card, and as they start fueling 25%, unless Bob says differently, then you're stuck with that. And if it suddenly goes back to green, you've taken the advantage of grabbing the fuel stop, but only getting a quarter of the fuel.
Yeah, whilst everybody else then is starting to pick up the pace. So the
laptop melts down at that point where the spreadsheet goes bonkers, and it all changes again. So it's jeopardy, isn't it? It's that high-speed game of chess.
True. And just because it's not gone on your way on one occasion, that doesn't mean it can't flip around later on in the piece. But you want that scenario to happen nice and early in the race so that you've got the majority of it to try and recover. But yeah, RD Science will find that they have dropped down because of that. It might take a bit of time to sort of manifest itself. I'm now peering to see how that car's doing. It's the Lamborghini, there it is, of Paulius Pascavicius, car number 69. They're running in 22nd, so they have fallen behind a whole chunk of Porsche Cup cars. 71 and 84.
Well, I was just going to say, those
they are on the same lap, I reckon.
And 85, having a nice little three-way battle there. That's Arunus Klaus in the Utah Racing Audi, Shay Davis in the EBM Porsche, and Charles Espinel in the CP Racing Porsche. Mercedes just switched Branfield in there quickly. Sorry about that, boys. And they're having a lovely little dingle. They're catching up with the Vortex at the moment.
Arunus Gessi Auskas, I reckon. Although I've had plenty of practice at that one. The Lithuanian names are a joy when you get them right. So Gessi Askas, Shea Davis, and who else was involved with that? The 85,
Espinal, 85 car, yeah.
Okay, yes,
Espinal.
and Espinal's got between them now.
Yeah, he's got the place.
So Espinal in the Merc, ahead of Australian driver Shea Davis, who took over from Martin Rump, you might remember. And they are behind Gessi Auskas now in the all-black 71 Jutta Racing Audi. Herbert Lead from ARC Bratislava as now the E2P Racing Porsche of Antonio Sainero has just left Binksy for the fueling area, as we can head for Dye now for an update.
I've just come down to talk to Shane Lewis from CP Racing just while you were having that discussion there at the moment. Shane, how would you describe your race so far?
Well, obviously weather conditions has just changed everything. Charles started the race. He's doing an amazing job as always. We took the gamble on the first Code 60 and came in for it. It's kind of not paying off for us right now because then there was another Code 60 and some more stuff going on. We were just hoping it would stay green for a while, but the weather conditions here just keep changing all the time.
And what feedback are you getting from Charles, who's out there behind the wheel? What's he saying about how the race is unfolding?
Well, interestingly enough, we're struggling with some communication issues right now. So we've been swapping radios. I have one on in case I need to speak to him. I don't know if it's water or what it is, but our communication level is just on the very basics of what we got going on now. So I'm on deck. That's why you got to see me looking over my shoulder, possibly for a yellow. If something happens, I'm on in right now. Hopefully the communications will get a little better.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough when it's like that. I mean, for us as well, you know, on the broadcast side of things, when the weather conditions are so tricky, we struggle a little bit, but we've got to keep going. But what's your thoughts here in Spa? You've driven it many, many times. How would you describe it from a driver's perspective?
Well, we all love this place. It's one of the biggest challenges anywhere in the world. Not just the race course, but the weather. That everything that takes place, like over your shoulder right now, the sun is shining. I look over there, you see the big spray kind of off the cars, and in 10, 20 minutes it could be anything else. So that's part of the challenge, but this place is awesome. We love it so much coming here.
When are you getting in the car?
I'm next, so any moment now.
All right, thanks, Shane.
Thank you.
Shane Davis having a chat to Diana Binks. The problem with the big headphones that obviously he got on to hear the team. What did I say?
Shane Davis. Shane Lewis.
Shane Lewis, you're right. We have a Shea Davis.
Yeah, who's Australian.
And do you know who Shane Davis is? He is a several world time champion banger driver at places like Arena Essex and Ipswich. That's why I'm getting confused. And he also used to be a tyre fitter in British GT for Avon, I think. So I do know a Shane Davis, but he's not in this race. We have a Shea Davis and a Shane Lewis. And Shane Lewis is famous for what, Snowy, that we couldn't see if you're watching in sound and vision. We couldn't see him because he had massive headphones on.
We just see a little bit of the famous sideburns, which we did the challenge of at Estoril last year, didn't we? Where we got Charles Espinal to get the vernier calipers out and actually measure them for him. And it's a thing. So I think Dana needs to go back and just ask him about the sideburns, and he'll just know exactly which of the RSL commentary team has set him up for that one. Get Charles Espinal involved if you can. It's hilarious.
Yeah, so big following. I mean, if they haven't already got their own social media handle, then Shane Lewis's sideburns will certainly have that by the end of the year. I was hearing whispers of maybe they're saying goodbye to one of their team crew, like engineer, this weekend at CP Racing. Maybe that's a story to follow up as well. We also haven't quite got to the bottom of why that Mercedes was so slow yesterday. It didn't qualify well, was certainly outside of the key runners of the GT3 category. Does seem to be in the groove though today, so whether they found a bit of pace, whether they just were missing something yesterday in qualifying, or there was a genuine car problem, but it just seems a tad slow across all three of their drivers, as Porsches are neck and neck leaving La Source. And I'll enjoy this as Peter Snowden says this sentence.
Well, just for a very quick update from our esteemed colleague Mr. Anson again. This refueling bit of starting under code 16, whether you can change whatever, you can of course represent the card. So during that refuel, you've started at 25%, disconnect the card, represent it, it's now green.
I see.
Now obviously there's a slight time lapse in doing that, but there's nothing to stop it. So basically what we're getting is you can change that, but it doesn't do it electronically simultaneously for you. So you can start refueling under this 25% code 60. If it goes to green, you take it away, represent the card, and it is as per the track conditions. So you can do it, you've got to do it mechanically though, if you like, manually.
Sometimes your green flag allocation is not as much as the fuel tank will hold. So is there scope to fill the tank for like a full allocation and then go, I'm having a bit more here, represent, and then just fill the rest of it up? Surely there's that loophole has been closed by the officials in that, you know, if you're trying a green flag pit stop, that it doesn't allow a double presenting in the space of, let's say, a minute or so. If you've ever been to London and used an Oyster card, that's probably a bit of timing that's incorporated there as well, in terms of being able to get in and out of a station and not be charged for it. Down towards Bruxelles corner. I know I'm being, it's a strange analogy, but it worked in my head.
You've read it somewhere that people do that, apparently.
Well, no, I'm not saying that you get a free fare that way, but you can make a mistake and say, oh, I don't need to catch that train because my friend's bailed on me and is going out with somebody else. Anyway, 3 hours and 10 minutes to go, and there are 34 laps in the book so far. Jason Hart for Herbert Motorsport leading the way from Matteo Lorena, and Ivan Giacomo for Car Collection Motorsport is in third position. Javier Nauf, who took over from the Haas RT Audi R8, running in fourth place, and leading the Cup division for within Porsche, and that we've established that that's an AM driver lineup. Felix Neuhofer in the 985 car out front over the Robert Kupsikas driven Porsche Baltic car, although that's the battle that we would just keep catching a glimpse of, and Tim Scheerbart's got ahead, not for class position, but the GTX Porsche 911 Racing dark green car is now ahead of the almost camo green Porsche Baltic machine. So bear in mind that they look like they should be in the same class, but they're in fact not. It's a GTX car battling with a Porsche Cup car. And 972 is tucked in behind the Vortex as they are side by side heading into Pouhon. I thought public transport and Oyster card comments might spark our producer Tim Gray into life. I haven't read his message yet.
I'm not sure sparked, I think triggered is perhaps the more appropriate.
That might have subconsciously been why I actually went in that direction.
Of course it is. Yes.
Anyway.
You can't beat teamwork.
Well, I do genuinely want to know whether just literally representing that card at, not representing, but representing that card at the pumps, whether that resets stuff, because you could easily.
No, because I think the point is you have to take, because it's a hand nozzle to pump like an ordinary regular filling station. You've got to take the nozzle out of the car, represent it to the fuel pump, and then represent the card. So basically put the pump back, reset it, yeah. Then you represent your card, which all takes a bit of time. Take the nozzle out again and restart filling the car. So it's like going to you got your lawnmower cans, you got petrol, you put diesel in your car. You can do it at the same pump. You've got to put one back, then put your diesel and go. And you go, I want to pay pump number 3, if ever you do that.
But the way to get a full fuel fill, which you're not allowed to do in some of the allocations, you know, let's say, for argument's sake, the tank holds 100 litres, and the green flag allocation might only be 90. So is there a scenario where in one pit stop you could, I mean, it's cheating, but could you actually buy that 10 extra litres? Surely there's a time limit thing to say, denied, you only presented that card 3 minutes ago. You're still in the same pit stop, so that's not allowed.
It's only cheating if you're caught.
Precisely, that's what I'm thinking. You know, you get a set of regulations, and as Adrian Newey has always said, it's about what it doesn't say, not what it actually says.
Precisely. You always get a new set of regulations for a new championship or a new series or whatever. The first thing you do is you read through it and say, what does it say?
You can't do
that.
Does it
say we can't do that? So what can we do? Yes.
Exactly.
Quite right.
So anyway, maybe RD Signs know that there is a way around getting a green flag pit stop when you're then coming out of a code 60, and perhaps they were able to get the full allocation. Only they will know at this stage, as now this is the Patrick Cole Porsche Cayman that's coming.
I think it is, yeah. Finally doing a driver change.
Is that it might be Henning Eschweiler though in the 127 car. I can't see the number from this point of view, but that's also a Cayman GTS that's in the race. And all the way around, Seb's getting into a position now where it is the 127 car.
Good spot.
So this is Eschweiler, who's brought the SRS Team Zorg Rennsport car in on the Hankooks, obviously, unlike race meetings that are held at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, where there's a few more tyre manufacturers at their disposal. But this is an event powered by Hankook, so everybody is on basically the same type of rubber, and it's all the grooved version of the Hankook rubber so far, at least. Nice little sideways drift there from the Porsche Cup car leaving La Source corner, heading back down the hill. And 3 cars in the fueling area, the other side of the concrete wall in the historic pit lane. But Audi number 34 pressuring the 967 Porsche from the Cup class. That's Linus Diener, Swiss driver. And who's piloting the 34 at this stage? That again is further down the order we might expect. 34 is Max Edelhoff for Lant Motorsport, running 12th currently. So this again is a move for position, and the GT3 car is able, as you might expect, again to overtake the Cup car. Through the twisty stuff more so, because a Cup car not running as much aero will be supersonic down the Camel Straight, but not a match for the GT3s when you get to Les Combes corner and the complex there.
So being a man of leisure this weekend, Phil Anson has had time to delve even deeper into the regulations, and he's just sent me a message just saying Johnny is correct, which is why it's taken me a little while to get to that point, because I've actually had to say that on air, live. But
I can retire now.
Yes, exactly. You've made it. You've arrived. A pit stop for this purpose. So basically, you're going to take on the amount of fuel as indicated in the balance performance. Yeah. A pit stop for this purpose is defined as the period of time between the car crossing the pit lane entry, and the pit lane exit. It is the responsibility of the team members to control the amount of refueled and not more than allowed. In the case of a malfunction of fuel pumps, then his race director can obviously adjudicate individually. But that is, there you go.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the pump malfunctions, that's a completely different kettle of fish, really. But if a team, for instance, the Johnny Palmer team arrived, and I'd obviously told all of
they
the
wouldn't
people...
have granted an entry. You've just been ridiculous. You've gone to the world of fiction now.
Yeah, well, they're easily done with me. But straight away I'd think, well, I'm not going to be on the pace with any of these, so how can we cheat? And that's obviously to present the car twice, but they've already seen me coming. And that's not possible, because the car needs to have crossed the timing loop at the end of pit lane before you can get another green flagged load of fuel.
So was that the chrome Porsche I saw in the pits, or just a similar colour?
No, 907's on the track.
907's on the track still, but there was a cobbing tyre change there, and I just noticed they were coming up to just over 3 hours to go, Johnny, of this first stint of this 12-hour race, and I just noticed that they're still putting on wets, so there's nobody. It hasn't been. We had that drying bit, and as soon as I said it started to dry, it came heavy again. Unfortunately, that took out the Kessel Ferrari, that downpour at Eau Rouge. But nobody's... now a stop-go penalty there for the 967 Porsche. Now, mercifully, their pit box is number 6, so very, very early, so they've taken their pits. So the stop-go penalty has just come into the pits on the right-hand side at the top there, and they managed to get down to their pit. I don't know what that penalty was for. And so this is the 967 entry, which is the HRT Performance GT3 992. They've just done a driver change as well, so I'm just going to quick look at that. I didn't see what to go in that. The 967, I'm just trying to find it on my list. It's had Linus Diener has just exited that car, running in 14th position, but as I say, with the addition of a pit stop penalty, it's actually running in 6th in 992 class at the moment. And that's its third. So back to Diana in the pit lane, who's got Linus Diener with her.
Yeah, you were just chatting about that, the 967, and Linus has just jumped out of the car. The team are now just sort of having a look, checking the tyres. But Linus, how was that stint?
Wow, it was awesome. It was really tough. It was really long. I mean, we got sun, we got rain, we got some snow. It was nearly everything, but it was yeah, it was a pretty tough one, but really fun. Wow, I'm excited for the next one, must say.
It's turning out to be quite a challenging race for everyone, this one.
Yeah, absolutely, but it's the same conditions for everyone. So I mean, we have to give it all, and let's see for the end then.
How satisfied were you with the balance of the car that you had in race trim?
Yeah, I mean, it was perfect. I mean, if we consider that we had a crash yesterday also with the replacing car, and we have both cars mates to one. I mean, we had no clue if it works. It was perfect, and I mean, the team did a great job, and thank you for everybody.
I mean, we've still got a long way to go in this race, but the sun is now shining here in Spa. You've gone back out, it's still a wet track.
Yeah, it's some parts are drying up now, but it's still wet, so we went out with wets again. But let's see what we can do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Binksy. Linus Diener chatting to Diana Binks as, is it me, or is it looking a little clearer now at the top of the circuit?
The sun... Don't tempt fate.
Well, I feel like we're past that now because we had snow this morning, for goodness sake. There's definitely a bit more sunshine glinting off the road surface, but we're nothing like getting back to dry conditions and the need to reach for a different type of Hankook tyre. Fuel going in on a vortex. If you're wondering what that big barrel is on the other side of the car, that's the air vent, effectively, isn't it, to allow the fuel to go in on one side and the air to escape on the other.
Yeah, exactly so, because otherwise it gets the fuel in quick, even though it's a pump, standard pump nozzle. Obviously, every competitive advantage you can get, so you can get fuel in quicker. If it's just basic physics, you've got to get it. Got to push air out of the way, so you've got a vent bottle to get rid of it. You don't want it into the atmosphere because that's not ideal. Hence, you have a vent bottle. I can tell you a story about Group C Jaguar at Le Mans and having an issue with that, and it causing, well, it cracked the chassis. Yeah.
What, because of the air pressure?
Well, yeah, it was actually Win Percy driving the car with the Silcott TWR cars, and it was being refueled in the middle of the night, and he thought there was this almighty crack. He was staying in the car. He thought it had dropped off its jack or stand and whatever, and Walkinshaw sent the car out. And it turned out that because it was the vent man, it was a bit too tired. Early hours of the morning, just hadn't engaged quickly enough, and basically it overstretched the bag tank, which was around the back of the monocoque behind the seat, and it split physically, stretched so much it split the monocoque. It actually put a tear in the monocoque right behind the seat. But as he said, Walkinshaw sent it out again because there was a race to run.
Well, clearly, yes. And until it can go no further,
split
literally.
Chassis, get over it. You're supposed to be a driver. Drive around it.
Exactly. Drive each independent bit of the chassis separately. Why not? There's another Code 60 out on the racetrack, and again, you know, at which point are you in the fueling area? At which point are you engaging the tag? This could be crucial. As to why the Code 60 is out, something's happened at turn 12. But I was looking at you because you were talking about Win Percy at Le Mans and a cracked chassis, so apologies if I've missed it. But something clearly has happened at turn 12. It may well be listed elsewhere on the live timing information we have. But this is Code 60 number 4. And we've had the best part of 40-odd minutes since the last one. Currently 9 minutes to 3 in the afternoon. It's a 992, the number 992, which has spun and stopped in the gravel at turn 12. 992 is a great number for a Porsche. It will be a Porsche. As we look at the standings now, I just want to identify which. It's Harry Hilders in the NKPP Racing by Baz Kooten car that is off the road and causing this 4th Code 60 so far. But with another hour done, that's 2 completed, 3 more still to go today, and the Car Collection Motorsport Porsche is shown as the race leader there, but that's because Jason Hart's just made a pit stop, I reckon, whereas Ivan Shakoma hasn't quite reached the end of the lap. So we'll find out in a moment or two whether that car is called the race leader at the end of the current lap. Will the number 12 shown certainly on our graphics ahead of the number 1 Haas RT Audi of Javier Nauf, and a rejoining Herbert Motorsport Porsche in third position. In fact, Ivan Giacomo's going to pit at the end of this lap. But yes, as he crosses the line, is the new race leader, albeit briefly. 985 Neuhofer Rennsport leading 992 AM, and the 992s as a whole, in fact. And Felix Neuhofer has done the majority of the driving to this point. Hankook competition, despite a spin under a code 60 for Stephen Shaw, is in fifth place overall and second in the 992s. That's car 911. Red Ant Racing with their 904 992 Cup car is in sixth place, ahead of the Lance Motorsport Audi for Max Edelhoff and Charles Espenlaub, a GT3 AM lineup for them. CP Racing in eighth. Ninth place is, as we continue to see cars in the fueling area, that's the Herbert car, as I said, that has now rejoined. Jutta Racing for Araunus Gesiauskas in the 71 Audi is in ninth, ahead of fellow Lithuanian squad RD Sainz Cholet Racing Team for Paulius Paskevicius, number 69. Car Collection Motorsports GT3 AM car that started from pole position, now running in 11th place. Hans Weiss Motorsport is 12th, the 972 Porsche. 9 und 11 Racing will be the GTX race leader. Tim Scherbart having a good stint in the 719, 13th overall. And Robertus Kupsikas for Porsche Baltic 993 running 14th. Then it's Ayrton Redont for Red Ant Racing 904. EBM Alabama Motorsport Shay Davis number 84 is in 16th place. 17th position for Mark Smith in the GDL Racing 969. Then it's Team CMR, the Ginetta G56 for Lawrence Tomlinson, Freddie Tomlinson and current driver Mike Simpson 795. Then it's the 90 car E2P Racing in the GT3 Pro-Am category for superstar driver Alvaro Parent, normally associated with McLaren's, but he's driving a Porsche this weekend. Alex Prinz in the Hoffer Racing Mercedes is in 20th for car 11. SRS Team Zorg Rennsport in 21st, 927. Then the former race leading ARC Bratislava Lamborghini, Anton Chiaba at the wheel of that right now, 44, 22nd, and in 23rd it's the HRT Performance Porsche number 967. 24th place MRS GT Racing number 988 for Amadeo Quiros. Then it's Seb Lajou by Duvo Racing number 908 for Ben Roy, French squad with an all-French driver lineup. Orchid Racing Team of Switzerland the 26th for Daniel Gillios. And then Tracy Crone back at the wheel of the RPM Racing 907. Fantastic to see that, considering incidents and the huge crash that Tracy Crone had at Mugello. NKPP Racing by Baz Kooten. Harry Hilders, number 992, is 28th. Holmgaard Motorsport for Martin Vedel Mortensen, 902 is 29th. The local crew, Speed Lover, have Rick Renman now at the wheel of their 979 Porsche in 30th position. Santilok Junior Team, number 18, is 31st. And the Lion Speed GP Cayman in GT4 is 32nd for American Daniel Miller. Bob Herber in the 925 is running in 33rd, ahead of Karina Gosner. It's a Gosner, once again, family outing for MP Racing and their 58 Mercedes. They're 34th. Vasily Vladikin has taken charge of the Simpson Motorsport BMW from Ravi Ramyid, and the 438 car is 35th, ahead of Daniel Roos for the Alphab McLaren, 36th. Vortex and Gilles Courtois in 37th for car 701. Then it's Aliar Koloch for Bugera ZM Racing in the 416 car. We're going back to green, by the way. Colin White in the CWS Engineering Ginetta is 39th. And Hermofa Motorsport for Rob Verhoeven is 40th. And the final few runners, SRS Team Zorg Rennsport has recently had a pit stop. That's their Porsche Cayman that we are eventually identified, number 127. HY Racing, driver simply known as Brody, in the Porsche Cayman 169 is 42nd, ahead of the second Vortex, number 702. The Kessel Racing Ferrari is now out of the race after that big crash for Nicolo Rossi, and the 909 Red Camel Porsche didn't even take the start of the race. continues on as the GTX leader. So with 2 hours and 50 minutes still to go, plenty of action, I'm sure, in store for both Peter Snowden and Johnny Palmer in the Global Broadcast Centre. We've got Diana Bink still in pit lane. We're coming to you on RS3, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels in what is a busy weekend for RSL. The second round of the World Endurance Championship live from Imola tomorrow, and the Grand Prix of Long Beach, which we look forward to later on tonight. All covered live and free, in fact, across all 3 of our different channels. And if you're choosing one over the other 2, remember you'll be able to catch up on the archive in the week as to all the other action that you might have missed along the way. Is anybody brave enough to have sort of 3 different speakers churning out all of the different coverage? It would just be a mishmash of names and drivers across 3 different championships, but maybe you can consume that amount of detail all at once. The driver, simply known as Hash, probably not his real name, is now at the wheel of the Car Collection Motorsport Porsche, and car 12, courtesy of that latest round of pit stops, is now back in the lead. So we've got a Porsche from Car Collection ahead of a Porsche from Herbert Motorsport, and that is partly due to the fact that the Audi from Haas RT has just made a stop, and Javier Nauf stayed at the wheel of that car. So there wasn't a driver change in the second pit stop for the Haas RT Audi.
Now, Diana has just sent me a message from the pits that the number 18 Santalot Junior team, Audi R8, with no less than Pierre Caffer aboard, has taken on slicks.
Wow, okay, that's a big decision.
Exactly. That was hence the suitable pause.
Yeah.
You jumped in. You jumped in.
You paused, and then I was reading something else, and then I thought, nobody's talking, and I remembered then what you'd said. That's a big decision. Somebody's got to take, if you pardon the pun, the plunge to say, yep, the track is dry enough in enough places now to take slicks. Now, of course, we've told everybody else that that car's on slicks. The rest of the pit lane are going, right, pay attention to that car, because that becomes the measure, the yardstick, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that's got a stellar driver lineup in that car. Pierre Caffer in it now. It's got Michael Doppelmayr and Elliot Earhart, but it was Ernst Inderbitzen that had exited the car, handed it over to Pierre Caffer, and I say the first car reportedly to go on to slicks. So that's a very brave choice. But if anybody's going to be able to master that and control it in an Audi, it's going to be Pierre.
Too right.
He's got a bit of experience at the wheel of an Audi, hasn't he?
Yes, and other things too.
Not his first barbecue, is it?
Certainly not, and certainly not here at Spa either. He is German, but lots of races, many of them the 24 hours of Spa, I would imagine, through the years. So, yeah.
Of course, the Nürburgring's only 60k away from here, isn't it? So, pretty close to the border. So, might be an interesting call there. So, Santalot Junior team first to do it. I wonder. Now, just looking at, there's a first hint, Johnny, there I've just seen from an aerial shot of the track. First hints of that ribbon of dry line starting to appear. So Pierre Caffer will make advantage. We'll see where that car is now. It is, as I mentioned, it is quite a way down at the moment, having that pit 34th at the moment. And running 14th in GT3 class.
I mean, I don't think they'll be too bothered about where they are in category, because as a GT3 car, 34th is just way down. I don't know what the issue's been there necessarily.
Yeah, but it's a Pro-Am, isn't it, set up as well?
Yeah.
It's also had six pit stops, that car, in total. So there's obviously been some remedies going on during the race for that one. Some rectification work required. So Porsches, brace of Porsches first and second, brace of Audis third and fourth, and then back to the Lamborghini fade away a little bit at the moment. That was quite a charge there for them. Still got one in 6th place. That's the RD Signs entry. I can't believe that Santalot are the only team to go on to slicks.
Probably not. I mean, that was the car identified by Binksy because she would have been closest to it, but it doesn't mean that nobody else was not changing to slick Hankook tyres. The Mercedes from Hoffa Racing is definitely still on wets because that was well over to the right-hand side down the Kemmel Straight, so hunting out those damp bits of the racetrack. And I would imagine the blocks on the grooved Hankook tyres will be starting to overheat a little bit, and you get the edges of those blocks just starting to, well, just disappear, actually, and big chunks of rubber will start to come off those tyres if they push it any longer than they want to be doing. I mean, ideally you want to stay out and sync up your tyre wear with the fuel stops. By will go the number 11 car, and this time taking to the natural racing line actually into Puon. So that was the number 11 car lapping the 907 RPM Racing Porsche, being driven still by Tracy Crone. And he again wanting, well, the left side of the circuit on the approach to Lefagna corner. I'm just trying to work out whether he's also hunting out for the damper parts of the circuit, taking more to the natural racing line though in 907. On goes Tracy Crone out of Campus Corner, and no, I think probably that car, well, depending on how recently it's pitted, Tracy's not apprehensive at all about heading to the lighter parts of the racetrack, so clearly he's comfortable to do that. He's about to be overtaken and lapped by the EBM Porsche, number 84. That's Adrian De Silva at the wheel, driver from Malaysia. And Alex Prinz not that far away either. What's the gap between the two leading Porsches, just for reference? 25 seconds or so on this, the 43rd lap. But Hash for Car Collection, Jason Hart for Herbert Motorsport, just less than half a minute between them.
New fastest lap of the race has just been set by the Hoffa Racing Mercedes with Alexander Prinz at the wheel with a 2:35 dead. So that's come down considerably. They're dropping a lot. I noticed that we're going to sort of 37s, 36s, now 35s. I'm intrigued to see, I'm going to keep an eye on Pierre Caffer, no pressure for him, to see what he does in terms of a lap time with it on those slicks in the Audi. But a new one, 2:35, fastest lap of the race. What did we say? The still a way off though. We're still 18 seconds off the lap record.
Yeah.
But it's bear in mind that we were doing high 40s, just under 250s to start with. So we've come down, almost 15 seconds already.
Yeah. No, there's been a noticeable difference, and I can understand why teams are now embracing the slick tyres to say, well, we've got to change at some point if we don't get any more rain. And there are some teams that have been slightly braver perhaps than others, including Santilot Racing. So we are keeping a keen eye on Pierre Caffer and whether he can gain some of that ground back up again. The problem is if that car is a few laps down or even a lap down compared to the GT3 leader, it might take him a bit of time to make that ground up again.
Yeah, it was more just a measure of what the circuit conditions are like. It's not going to make a lot of difference to where he is on the timesheet. But I'm just intrigued, somebody of his ability and experience in that car that he knows so well, somewhere he knows really well. It's just a bit of a sort of metric as to what he can do. If he suddenly starts popping in 32s, 31s,
yeah,
we know what it tells us more about the track condition than where that car's going to be relative in the field.
Well, as I say, I'm sure lots of teams will now be grateful to us for informing them that that Santilot have chosen that. The other thing is, because they're so far down, you might as well roll the dice because you've got nothing else to lose.
What have you got to lose at that point? Yeah, and you've got a quick car and a safe and experienced pair of hands at the wheel. Get on with it, and you never know. It's a two-part race as well.
Mm-hmm.
So we keep saying at 5 hours time, which is 2 hours 41 away, it's all going to reset again, and then do they go and relax and rest? No, all the strategists have a chat and there's lots of head scratching and working through the night. Just because you can't touch the cars, you don't just go, oh, well, we'll see you in the morning, boys. There's a lot to be done, and it's working out what you can do the next day, where we are. Because as we said earlier, any advantages you've had or deficits you've lost, it's neutralised.
Yeah.
So it's set. You've got a second 7-hour race tomorrow. It is a 12-hour race, but it's split. So you've got a second 7-hour race tomorrow.
Yeah, and well, races in the past have been run in a sort of aggregate format, so that you have a 2-hour race and then another 2-hour race the following day, and you can add the times up. That is not done that way in this championship. It is a straight race to a checkered flag at 5 hours, and then the order is assessed overnight. And the good thing about the subcategories, this wasn't done in the very early days of split races within the 24H series, but thankfully it was rectified after a short period. If you're in the, let's say, the 992 class, and you're in second position, and the overall leader, the GT3 leader, manages to get between you and the 992 class leader, it used to mean that you were then a lap apart from the class leader the following day, but they have found a way around that now and made sure that the gaps are closed, so that if you know within 10 meters of your class leader when the checkered flag is shown, then that is replicated by your class grid the following day too. So the pole sitter in 992 was the race leader yesterday, and the second place car, if you're still within that distance, not necessarily actual distance, but time distance, if you're within that, then you don't lose out in the pause overnight. And a clever little sheet, which is titled as the restart laps sheet, is issued, and we can detail precisely who is on what lap when we restart tomorrow. And it's an earlier start, bear in mind too, so that's to allow us to get the full 7 hours in that will be required to complete the race. The ripples are appearing again in some of the puddles, I noticed, so it's not certainly a heavy rain, but there's still some rain in the air, and that will be affecting those teams that have decided to commit to slick tyres. The problem is it's quite costly again to come in for another tyre stop. I won't say needlessly, but within a short distance of the previous one. You might as well take on fuel as well if you're having to switch back. But those teams that are now on slick tyres, it's worthwhile just breathing for a moment, isn't it? Not making a knee-jerk reaction to say, oh, we've gone in the wrong direction. Just see what the weather's going to do, and then your hand may well be forced. But I would certainly wait till maybe 2.5 hours to go. That's another 8 minutes or so, unless the heavens really do open. Are you still communicating with Phil Anson in Dubai? Surely we've got to the bottom of how that fuel fill works by now.
Shall I read his last message?
Go on then. Is it suitable for air?
Oh, I wouldn't read it otherwise. Getting my coat now, off to the Irish village for a pint.
Oh, that sounds all right.
So, yeah. Yeah. So you don't make any friends here, Anson?
No. But what's the time there? Because it's probably a suitable time for a pint, isn't it?
Probably breakfast.
Yeah, maybe. Half six, says Tim, I think. It's 5:10. 5:10. They are GMT +4.
That's an early breakfast then, isn't it?
Well, the pub probably opens at 5:30, so he's probably heading out there just to be knocking on the doors as they unlock.
An Australian in Dubai. There you go. In rainy season.
You'll have to pick and choose where you're going to drink, though, because it's not allowed in most places. Anyway.
Well, that's just him personally. He's not allowed. He's just been barred.
Spa, on the other hand, there's about 5 bars on site. So there's no shortage of Belgian beer and, indeed, Fritz and Mayo, which will be fit to bursting in this venue. Are you a fan of Fritz and Mayo, Snowy?
I was in the old days when they had the proper wooden Fritz huts and all that, rather than the farmed it out to the tow-in trailer franchise it went a few years ago, and it just wasn't the same. I mean, I'm sure they don't taste any different, but that's not the point. It's the ambiance, isn't it, of being there at Spa, sitting out there, those lovely wooden places, and getting it all delivered, sitting at the table with your mates and doing what we do in motorsport. It's all a little circus that travels, and you all get a bit of gossip and a chat and etc. And it's just not quite the same now when they just tow a trailer in and chuck them out over a counter at you.
You want to be confident that you're getting the real deal, the real experience, don't you? I hear what you're saying.
Of course, being a honed racing driver at the time, we weren't eating treats on race weekend.
Not at all. Not during a stint, at least. There's the 419 BMW at Le Combe corner, and that is in the GT4 category. Hankook Motorsport for Rob Verhoeven. And it's another G82 BMW, similar to the Simpson Motorsport car. So that'll be another straight 6, being a BMW. That sounds still very good. 5th place in the GT4 category. Oh, now what's happened at this Lecombe corner? Because that's the 12, the race leader, looking like only caught sight of that part way through, but did seem to be a bit compromised behind the MP Racing Mercedes, almost as if they were going for the same bit of racetrack. And there's a code 60 unrelated to that, unless they were driving around some sort of incident at the end of the Kemmel Straight. So MP Racing car, it was a spin for the race leader. So Hash, from the race lead, has made a mistake, and it was him getting going again, which I just caught the back end of. He very nearly caught the back end of the 58 Mercedes.
I'm not sure if they didn't, to be honest, but it was certainly very, very close, Johnny. Ah, that's it. So it's Ginetta. The Ginetta that's got... It's lost its tyre. No, that's the wheel, front right wheel has come off the Ginetta. Is that the Mike Simpson driven car? I think it is.
May well be. Yes.
Yeah.
13th overall, or 13th in class, one of the two. Which is the better of the two?
No, it's the other CW. Well, it's saying it's coming up number 38, which is the CWS car, which I thought was that's the black one.
It just flashed up SIM, so definitely Simpson.
Yeah.
I don't know the reason why that team.
I think it's a rear wheel that's lost, actually.
Okay, yeah, well, yes.
It's its right rear it's lost.
That team on our graphics, and I'm not sure whether it's the case on... Yeah, it's flagged as a French outfit. I'm not sure why that is the case this weekend, but Team CMR with the two Tomlinsons, Lawrence and Freddie, in their G56 Cup car, but Mike Simpson, who's been a development driver and indeed race driver for Ginetta for best part of a couple of decades now. And that car stopped at the beginning of the Kemmel Straight with the Verviers d'Apanage DAF truck appearing on scene, the flatbed, to stretcher Mike Simpson's Ginetta away. So we're still unsure as to precisely which wheel it is. It's certainly on the right-hand side of the car. And you reckon now a rear right rather than a front right?
I believe so. We've got a long shot looking back at the track. You can say we can see the flatbed coming to collect it. It's the only way to get it on, and it appears I can see both front wheels, although they're not the best of angles. Mike Simpson, a very, very accomplished driver, and super, super quick in anything he drives. And of course, head of motorsport for Lawrence Tomlinson at Ginetta. This is a G56 Cup car. So we're going to... Dinah is in the pits with us with an update for us.
The cars are now coming in. The 927 has just come in, and they're switching over to slicks. No driver change on that car. They're just putting the new tyres on that. And the CP Racing 85 has also just made its way in here. Charles Effelalb is just watching and talking to the other Charles, who I think, no, it's Shane behind the wheel in the 85, and that's gone out and slick as well. Quite a nice slick stop there from the team. I can see Charles is still chatting, but I think they were having some communications issues, so I won't interrupt him too much. And further up the pit lane, if I just make my way up here, as you say, everyone taking this opportunity to come in, but it looks like the message on slicks is out. And that's the Home Guard 902 Porsche. They've also changed over to slicks. So driver changes up and down the pit lane at the other end. I can see I just can't make my way up there as quickly. But all going so well so far down here. Pretty slick stops despite this. Now, the weather we talked about earlier, we talked about this quite a lot because it's changeable. Seems to have got a little bit colder, but no rain yet, and a little bit of sun poking through. But obviously these conditions are pretty challenging for everyone with tyre choices and everything they're doing. But good to see quite a few changing over to the slicks.
Thank you, Diana, down there in the pits, live on the scene of giving us the updates of all those teams that are changing onto the slick tyres now. We're still under a code 60 for the moment. This is for the stranded Ginetta of Mike Simpson that's being just loaded onto the flatbed. We can't actually see that at the moment, but it's going to be dragged on. We think it's the right rear wheel that's missing. That there was certainly a wheel being rolled away by marshals in relation to that car, so it's lost one of them. It's not ideal. So don't know whether it's a hub failure or quite what it is there, but they've got the wheel, they've got the car. Can they connect the two together again back in the pitch is another story, but I'm sure when that comes in, Diana will be able to pop down there and find that out for us. So I think this is our 5th code 60. We've had so far, obviously it's counting, we've got 30 minutes under code 60 in total during this race, so it's not too bad actually. Nearly 2,000 laps completed by all the competitors combined, unbelievably, at that point. Our race leaders currently, now obviously everybody jumping in and out of the pit. So I've just seen the 795 Ginetta. It is the right rear wheel that's missing completely. No, now it looks like it's fairly slow speed because there's no, just seeing it on the back of the flatbed there, there's no collateral damage of the bodywork around it where that wheel's come out. So it looks like it's a low speed separation of wheel from car, i.e. it hasn't just failed and flayed around and damaged the wheel arch extensively. Great to see in this sort of little bit of sunshine as we've got coming out. Good number of spectators enjoying this, but still coats and hoods up because it's still pretty chilly, as Dan has just said. And quick replay on the Ginetta there, but it's just Marshall bringing that tyre back in, and that's at the end of the pit lane. I'm thinking, if I'm correct. So at the beginning of Eau Rouge, I think it is, that wheel's come off. So basically the Ginetta's got a long way to come back. So it looks like the wheel that has been, we've just seen a quick VT of the highlights there of the marshals collecting that right rear wheel off Mike Simpson's Ginetta, and it was popping it over the pit wall, the end of the old pit lane, the historic's right at the bottom, so i.e. the beginning of Eau Rouge, where the pit lane used to exit, by the way, at one time.
You've told me about that several times.
Yeah. And trust me, at night in the rain in a Group C car, heading down there and having Porsche 956s, 962s, etc., exit at the bottom of Eau Rouge where the Kessel car went off, basically on your right-hand side there.
Yes.
That was the pit lane exit. The
but
current
on the racing line, though?
Completely on the racing line. They come out and join there. So you'd be coming down Flat Chat and have a look and be like, oh. Yeah, it was an intake of breath, and they moved it to where it is now. I think it was 2003 this existing pit lane exit started. Far safer.
Rallycross track as well that's been built in the last few years with I like a bit of rallycross. I like these places that are sort of multi-use. I mean, it's still all motorsport, yes, but different disciplines of motoring powered sport. And yeah, that huge grandstand was built as well. That sort of tracks, when you look at maps of Spa when it was first built in the 1920s?
1920s, yeah.
It used to get to Eau Rouge and then take a hard left and actually follow the riverbed for a bit. Before then there was a hairpin right to come back along the other bank of the river, and then you would turn left at the bottom of Radion to then continue on the now traditional circuit. But yes, Eau Rouge was actually just a point where it was hard braking and then left and then along where that rallycross track now exists.
I'm sure the collective will message in one way or the other on whatever platform it may be, but I'm sure at that point when it was a left-right, I think there was a border crossing at that point.
Yes.
I'm sure it was a border crossing there of old. And if ever you do get to visit this extraordinary circuit, which is, I mean, it's still an amazing circuit. It's half of the original circuit. As you said on our track map at the very beginning, at the head of the top of the show, Johnny, when you go down the Camel Straight, get to Le Combe, now turn right and left. You don't anymore. You do now. You didn't used to. You used to carry on through there. There's now massive gates and that. But you just then go off down through Master and all the way down, all the way through there and back up again. And one of the you come back up to Stavelot and rejoin, as it was then in those days. One of the most exhilarating moments I had off track, and I don't mean that in a bad way at Spa, was when doing the Spa 6-hour historic race in an E-type, which we could run in that event on side pipes, so loud, unsilenced.
Yeah,
absolutely. And the thing sounded like a Merlin engine, E-type. It was incredible. But because of the altitude of Spa, we had to run different jetting in the car, so we had to go and check it. We had to go and run it in the paddock, obviously set it all up, but then you've got to go and actually run the car at some reasonable speed. So what's the most logical thing to do? Give it to one of the drivers, send you out and cover the numbers up, because you're not on the public roads with the race numbers on, of course. Went out through the paddocks and out the bit where the rallycross bit, as you've just said, out down through Master and all the way back up to Stavelot. And of course, it's now just a few houses. Nobody connects that. And you're basically driving up through that, and you've got a feeling of you're just that extraordinary, what it must have been like in the Grand Prix days there. We've got Diana Binks, is, I believe, with Lawrence Tomlinson.
You were chatting about the Ginetta, and I'm with Lawrence now. Lawrence, we just had a quick chat there, and obviously it was obvious that the wheel has come off the car, but it wasn't after a pit stop, so you were sort of scratching your head a little bit as to what's happened.
Yeah, we're just looking at the wheel, and all we can see is the wheel, so it just looks like a wheel nut's come loose. We'll know as soon as we get the car back. But the boys had done such a great 2 stints. We're out of sync with the pit stop, so we were in good shape, and it's a long race, so hopefully we'll get it back and there's not any damage to the car, so we can get straight back out. So the car's got the pace. We've been running, Mike and Freddie have been running almost GT3 pace, and often when it's been very heavy rain, Mike's been the fastest guy on track, which is typical, so just makes me really jealous.
Yeah, as you say, quite a long way to go in the race yet, and obviously you'll get the car back. But on the screen, it looked like there's no major damage.
Yeah. We'll know in 5 minutes. So get it straight back out. Whatever. Even if we need to put a new upright on it, it'll still go back out, and it's still another. It's quite funny. After you get quite philosophical, having done so many long-distance races. But even at this point, it's still like six 1-hour British GT races, and it'd be quite fun.
It does feel like we're back in the UK with this weather.
It's worse than the UK.
Thanks very much, Lawrence. Lawrence Tomlinson there. So they're just waiting on that car to come back in. The ARC number 44 Bratislava, that's just gone out, and I didn't see what tyre choice it is, but I'm pretty sure they're on slicks as well. The 178 CWS Colin White car is just in for a pit stop, and Colin is just watching. Hello, Colin. Watching with beaded eyes this pit stop going ahead with the guys. But how are things going for you so far?
Very well. Touch wood. Yeah, everything's going good. What I was just looking at there, they're changing the settings on the guns when they undo them, and I'm thinking one's right hand and one's left hand, they could change the tools over to make it quicker. But they're all doing a good job.
How much do you enjoy these events, Colin?
Yeah, tremendously, yes. It's good, isn't it?
We've seen you many times here at Spa. How would you describe the race so far here this year?
A lot more professional. Everybody's driving a lot better. The tricky conditions out there, and the flags and everything's really, really good. It all warns you of what's ahead of you. We can't see a lot, or we can see some flags. So everything's really good, much better.
What does it take to get it right here?
Patience. Don't do everything in a hurry.
No, you can't be doing that. But it's a great circuit, isn't it?
Yeah, super beautiful, isn't it? Like, it's one of the best ones in the world to come to, isn't it? And it's got its own quirky weather system here, isn't it? Which makes it all a bit of fun, like makes it interesting.
When are you getting back in the car?
Another hour. Yeah. Okay.
Thanks, Colin.
Bye-bye.
on the racetrack. Jonathan Hui has just reached Le Com corner and slowing down to code 60. Try and get you precisely the reason for that in just a moment, but the decision has been made to once again just temper the pace. It's, as far as I understand it, just debris on the racetrack. So at on the nose, 3:30 in the afternoon, debris at turn 16, or a fair chunk of debris in fact. That looks like a splitter or maybe a section of rear bumper which needs collecting by a brave marshal. There's a bit more as well just out of sight too.
I think you're spot on the first call of that, Johnny. That looks like remarkably like a splitter with a bit of end plate on it. I just wonder, my first thoughts there are the 85 entry CP Racing Mercedes. They had that contact earlier on at the bus stop with another car. I think it was a Porsche that spun in front of it, and we commented there was a bit of damage to that there. So people are seeing it. Obviously at code 60 pace, they're coming through and being able to see it. Porsche's just avoiding that on the track. And the intervention vehicle, marshal vehicle, is there now, just collecting that. Yeah, it's a rubber split off the front of. Oh, something off. Splits are going to be at the front, isn't it? And there's still bits of debris on the track. So Marshall bravely gathering all those sorts of bits and pieces out of the way, running furiously, doing a little bit of a mini marathon there.
And as we've said, the grass is turning into mud in certain places because it's had to soak up so much rainwater over the last few days. Truck nearly drove off there without the marshal, but he was able to get on board with the door still open, in motion to get going. Let's hope that bit of bodywork doesn't fall off the back of the truck. It's just about hanging on. That would be calamity, wouldn't it?
There would be an irony in that. Have a code 60 to pick up debris off the track, put it in the back of the truck, and it falls out of the truck. However, we saw the outcome of that. Of course, what was the cause? Why did that splitter come off in the first place? So I'm wondering if a car's run wide and got onto the grass and bounced, that will just tug the little bits of rubber off the front very easily and fire it across the track. So I just wonder what caused that to be there in the first place. But it's caused another code 60. And whilst we're doing that, I've had a latest update from Phil Anson. And I've just got to read you the whole thing here because it's absolutely said. So okay,
is he now live from a Dubai pub?
Correct. So I've got to give this in credit to him. So Phil, thank you for this. Absolutely brilliant. It's obviously concerned him how we are with this, with the fuel and what it's right and what's wrong. So he's put, okay, the fuel stuff. Once you enter the pits and cross the pit entry timing line, that allows you to present your fuel card. Brackets only once. To take on fuel at whatever condition or state the track is in, green or purple. Purple being code 60, of course. If the track status changes, and this is the key bit, Johnny, whilst you are refueling, you are committed to take on only the fuel allowed by the track state when you triggered the pump. You must exit the pits to close the pit timing loop before you can refuel again. And his last comment? Waiting for my pint to settle.
Now, the drone is circling the number 12 car that is one of the key players stopped at the chicane. I don't think I've ever seen race coverage of that before, being able to spot that the race leader, or at least one of the big cars in the race. It's no longer the race leader because it's made a stop, but Hash has had another moment.
Well, he just lost it there. Yeah,
but
right.
just as our 24H series drone arrives on the scene, and the drone is able to do virtually a full lap over the car, stranded at the... I'm laughing because I don't think I've ever seen coverage this intense for Hash. He can show all of his fans this at the end if they go on to win the race. But this is where he was sitting for 30 or 40 seconds and was able to reverse slightly and rejoin the race. So where is the 12 car now? 15th? Crossed the line in 15th place as we can get this update from Binksy.
Yeah, just while you're chatting, I don't know, I had to take my earpiece out for a second, but the 992, the NK PP Racing by Baskuten Racing car with Besson and Hilders, that's in the garage at the moment. I don't know if you've noticed that it's off the timing screens. Not sure if you've just discussed that. No? No. Anyway,
you carry on. No, we may have touched upon it, but you
yeah.
know
I just
far
wasn't
more than us.
sure. Yeah, but the car is in the garage, and they've basically had to replace the radiator. They think it's gravel or stones have got in there, and as they took it out, I could see it's got a hole in it basically. So they're replacing that. Harry is still behind the wheel, so he's waiting for them to do the repairs. They're working quite frantically on the car, and it looks like they've more or less got it back together again, from what I can see. So that should be going back out. I don't know how long it's been in there. I sort of missed it as I came up this end of the pit lane, but I suspect it's been in there a good 10, 15 minutes or so. But, they just said to me, look, it's racing. We're going to do what we can, get back out in the race. We love Spa. We want to keep going.
Thanks, BC. Yeah, they will continue to fight another day, no doubt about it. But 15 minutes in pit road will certainly put paid to a good result today. I suppose it might be possible to come back from that, but we'll wait and see. So the Harry Hilder's 992 Porsche, which caused a code 60 earlier on in the piece. And I'm trying to remember how that car actually got back to the pit lane, whether it was towed or whether it did it under its own steam. But nevertheless, that car going no further at this stage. Tim Vogler, the Lant Motorsport Audi, is now on an outlap. Jason Hart's Herbert Motorsport Porsche, though, leads the way from the Javier Nauf Haas RT Audi. And Paulius Pascavicius getting the RD Sainz car into the top three. So all of that stuff we were banging on about, the number 69 car, and would it have to pay for part of a code 60 pit stop, 25% overlapping into a green flag segment? I think they've massively got away with that, probably by presenting the card again at the crucial time, because they now feature in the top three.
They certainly do. And just going back to that, before we went to the bit with Diane about the number 12 Porsche, the car collection, or having that little spin at the bus stop, we mentioned when you're doing the circuit map to start with, at the beginning, the top of the show, you go into the bus stop there and you turn right. There's a bit of camber, and it goes one way and then turns the other. So it's right hand, left hand camber. As he's got onto that, he's just got on the power and just done almost a 90 degree. The problem with that is you're effectively blocking the pit lane entrance there. So anybody wanted to get in, mercifully they didn't, but you would be blocking it. The issue he had from that was, because it's so cambered, if he'd gone forward and driven onto the grass, you could actually do quite a lot of damage to the car, or even ground it.
Yeah.
So you can't get onto the grass and rotate it and flick it round as you would ordinarily. So it became more of an issue, and racing cars don't particularly like having reverse gear. They've got to have them homologated, mandatory for the rules. It's got to be as per a road gearbox. But it's not something you expect to use in a car very easily, and they're notoriously difficult to engage reverse gear. So I guess that's what took the time. The innocent little spin wasn't a great deal, but the collateral damage from that was stopping reverse, and then of course you can't just reverse into the traffic. You've got to wait and see, and the whole thing just becomes manifest, and it just becomes a whole problem. And all of a sudden, what's the race lead now? What, 14th place now?
Yeah. So that's made a big difference, unfortunately. And keeping an eye as well for the Vortex, because it's putting its nose on the inside of a number of cars at Bruxelles and also Pouhon. I'm not sure who's at the wheel of this Vortex, but it's certainly wasting no time at all and risking a little bit of contact at Bruxelles corner on that occasion.
Gilles Courtois at the wheel.
Gilles Courtois.
Yeah.
Okay. And the battle for third between RD Sainz Cholet Racing Team and the Jutta Audi, trying to work its way into Le Com corner. The 71 Pascavicius still at the wheel of that the Audi. They're doing the chasing, and the Lamborghini in third position.
I mentioned earlier, Johnny, about keeping an eye on Pierre Caffer, just as a barometer of how fast the car went, not in position. He's just set the fastest lap of the race of a 2:26.1.
That's pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, it's getting there, isn't it?
Yeah, tremendous effort from the German, and
for 26th position, sadly.
Well,
in terms of overall for them, but it just proves that that's where the car is, and surrounding it, everybody ahead of him is doing given how far down he is. So the car immediately in front is Daniel Miller in the Lion Speed Porsche 718 Cayman. That's where the car is in relatively. So they're doing 44s, 28, that kind of thing. So he's way, way quicker than that. So that position from 26, in fact, he moved up to 25th as I speak now. So he's going to be picking off quite a few of the 992 cars. And I think, you know, what have we got? Just over 2 hours, 8 minutes to go, Johnny. I wouldn't be at all surprised. I'm going to put your money on this. That's how confident I am. I wouldn't be at all surprised if we see Pierre Caffer or that Santalok Junior Team Audi in the top 15 by the end of this race. That's another further 10 places, possibly more. I think top 10 is probably a little bit unrealistic, but I think top 15.
Well, they'll be targeted. They'll probably have a target for the end of today, and then to adjust that accordingly, depending on whether they do better or worse, heading into the 7 hours tomorrow. We have 2 hours remaining of the 5 allocated for today. And the Lamborghini with the 003 on the Lumirank system that has just gone down. No, it's going to stay in third because that was an attempted overtake from the Utah Racing Audi, and they almost made contact on the second bit of the chicane. But as they went then down the main straight, the Lamborghini, not exactly clear, but still displaying the 003 in the Lumirank screen.
Yeah, what it did was it got the run up to through Blanchemont up to the bus stop, dived down the inside, but then outbraked himself, and the Lambo came, the Audi came back through again. So the Lamborghini came back through, so they swapped positions back again in a matter of just a few meters on the track. So 795 entry is back in the garage now. This is the Team CMR. That's a Ginetta. It is now back. That wheel missing. I can't see that's going to be. Well, the team are working on. We heard from Dan, interviewed Lawrence Tomlinson, one of the drivers of that car, and son Freddie, and of course Mike Simpson, who was at the wheel at the time, and the wheel being the appropriate word because that's what the car lost. One of its four wheels, its right rear. Lawrence Tomlinson informing us that it was slightly odd. They couldn't see any damage. They got a complete and undamaged wheel back, which we'd seen from the marshals, recovering it from the track at bottom of Eau Rouge. So it's as it had just left the pits, and it appears like it was a wheel nut failure, but obviously there had to be some. You can't just go and slap a wheel on, tighten it up and hope for the best. There will be some investigations there to check any suspension damage, and obviously depends on how far the car got without its wheel. But I think, all things being equal, it won't be too long before we see the 795 CMR Ginetta back out on track. Perfectly dry conditions all the way round. We're just coming up to 5 minutes short of 2 hours to go. Remember, this is 5 hours race today. It's a 12-hour race in total, split into 5 hours today and 7 hours tomorrow. Parc Fermé rules apply, which means if you're new to sports car racing, what it means is they finish the race today, and you're not allowed to touch the cars. They're parked to one side. You're not allowed to do any work on them, add any fuel. So the cars must start the race tomorrow as they finish today. That's the point of the Parc Fermé. What it does mean is, as Johnny and I covered a little bit earlier, though, you can be in the lead by, say, 10, 20, 30 seconds over, let's say, second place or class, wherever it may be, or the next car in line, and that is negated. So you lose that advantage. So you can work really hard today, which is what I was saying about strategy, and almost in some ways treat it as two separate races with a combined result, I grant you. But the 5 hour bit today, it's almost take it with a bit of caution and get a solid result. It's like when you go out into practice, you've got to do 3 laps of the track to get a time. You can't just go out and fire it off and get into gravel. You're not qualified. You've got to go through that. So they always call it your banker laps. Get those banker laps in. It's almost like a banker race, this 5 hours. Get it on the timesheets, get it done, have a strategy meeting tonight, discuss what we're going to do, and then go for 7 hours tomorrow and make a full result, I think.
It's certainly a theory. Yeah. Very tight indeed on that run from the Jackie X corner into Pouon. Car Collection Motorsports in the 80 car, I reckon, trying to make a bit of that ground lost after Antara's started from pole position, and he was sort of helpless to being overtaken by a number of cars. I genuinely didn't think there was a problem with the number 80 Porsche, and it's back up to 12th place now. And car 80, after that driver change, has at the wheel I think it's Jonathan Hui now driving car 80. Yes, it is. The Swiss. Number 1, Haas RT Audi, looking to go up the inside of the 9 und 11 entry in GTX. Gonna have to play this very carefully though as well. The traffic is becoming in patches, and as that traffic clumping continues, you might be thinking, is there anywhere else in this race for a spell? And then you round the next corner and there's about 7 or 8 cars all together. One thing I did just note then is that the RPM racing car in its Chrome Racing Green is on an absolute tear. So who's in the 907 currently? It may well have lost a bit of ground in recent times, but 907, can't find it on the screen now, typically. That looks suspiciously like Nick Johnson, just purely from the body language of the car. No, it's Philip Hamprecht, I beg your pardon. So Hamprecht also is a big star from Germany, and he was wasting no time at all approaching the run into Blanchimont corner. Audi's absolutely together, but that's the second place car looking to put another lap on Ingo Vogler, or Tim Vogler I should say, in the 34, and Tim, realising he was about to be lapped, made space for the Jutta car to go up the inside into Le Com corner. And Lars Viljoen for Jutta running comfortably in second. He's got about 40-odd seconds, though, to try and find on Jason Hart. So, I mean, it's possible. In terms of their lap times, 2:26 last time around. Jason Hart, that might well have been an out lap, or is he genuinely doing times 2:38? I think he probably caught a lot of traffic on that lap, actually, the Herbert car. But if that continues on, 2:38 last time around for Hart, a 2:26 for Viljoen. He's going to eat through a 48-second lead if he can find something like 10 seconds a lap, but that's probably not genuine pace. We'll find out in a moment or two what Jason Hart has just done, as now the Porsche Cayman HY racing car has stopped on the racetrack. 169, and that is at the Jackie X left-hander at turn 9. 55 laps now completed for Jason Hart, the race leader, and another 2 minutes 38.0. What is Viljoen doing in the Jutta racing car? And by that I mean, what sort of lap time is he able to do? Because again, if he can be 12 seconds or so quicker, there's something to be concerned about at Herbert Motorsport.
169, Jacques Durand at the wheel of that HY Racing Cayman GTS got going again, has rejoined. Very distinctive in its powder baby blue livery, not much else on it apart from numbers and stuff, but that's it. So not quite sure what happened there. So certainly no need to for a code 60. We thought that might be part of the side of the track, so it's almost certainly hadn't spun or anything, it just pulled to the side of the track and stopped. So and we're just coming up to 2 hour mark as we have drama for the 902 Porsche, which is left rear tyre failure. It's the first puncture we've seen, and I think that car, I think it's just come through Blanchimont and is approaching the bus stop, so therefore very close to the pit entrance and able to get himself in. Yes, it is indeed, keeping out of the way as it comes up to the pit entrance. So that's going to be that's the Holmgaard Motorsport 992 entry, making its way just into the pits now, and we've got Diana on the scene.
You're just talking about the Holmgaard team, and they actually are on the pit apron waiting to receive the car with slick tyres at the ready, but we've got some drops of rain down here in the pit lane that have just come in as the 902 just makes its way in and stops on the pit apron now. So the guys go to work. No, they're waiting. Driver opened the door, they've now shut the door, they've obviously jacked the car up, and they're now changing the tyres. And you're absolutely right, the left, no, it's the right rear actually, completely disintegrated tyre. And as they get out, they're kicking the tyre out the way, so obviously really not very happy with that, but they're changing all of the tyres now to slicks here. But as I say, there's drops of rain again down here in the pit lane. I don't know what it's like out on the other side of the track, clearly.
Thank you, Diana. And just as we anticipated, it was a fully dry circuit and cars are therefore lapping quicker and quicker. Pierre Caffa, as you said, the fastest car on the circuit so far, 2:26 in that Santologic Audi. Diana's just commented that, or just observed and informed us that there's a few spots of rain in the pit lane once again. So just when you thought it was safe, it looks like conditions may change again. And notably, there two of the Porsches coming down into Eau Rouge, both got their wipers on and twitching. Notably, in fact, the lead one there, having a moment at the top at Radion, having to use all the curbing. And wipers again on the car on the Camel Straight. There's 5, 6, 7 cars on the Camel Straight, and nearly all of them have got wipers on. But there's 992 cars, straight line speed there, not able to. The 91 race leader Jason Hart and the Herbert Motorsport Porsche there, unable to outdrag a 992 on the Camel Straight.
Yeah. But again, you know, for whatever reason, Jason Hart's not able to set the sort of times that the chasing Lars Villiern is able to do in the Jutta car. So 45 seconds last time around becomes a 35-second lead now. And this is Jutta Racing's real opportunity to see whether they can, well, get the race lead, ideally. Driving time rather favours Lars as well, because he only took over 34 minutes ago, whereas Jason Hart needs to get out of that car in the next 25 minutes, and Herbert might choose to pit it before the lead change comes around, because, well, first sector, not actually a great difference between Jason and Lars. A second favouring the chasing Brit. But I think it's in the longer sector 2 where Jason Hart might be struggling. And now it could be tyre related. I don't know what sort of tyres they put on that Herbert Motorsport Porsche during the last stop. And bear in mind as well, it's a GT3 Am lineup compared to GT3 Pro Am. So we should take that into account as well, as the Haas RT Audi now makes a stop from what was 3rd position, drops it to 4th though for Xavier Nauf, the Belgian at the wheel of the Haas RT R8. Looks like there's more rain at Le Com corner though as well, with all of the cars pouring out of that section, all with their windscreen wipers on. Nip and tuck into Bruxelles corner. Is contact avoided? Yes, just about, as Diana Binks has made her way down to Holmgaard Motorsport. This was the Porsche in strife. It looked like a puncture die.
Yes, I'm with Marlon Menden now, who's just jumped out of the car. Marlon, it looks like a straightforward puncture to the tyre there. When did you feel it begin?
I nearly felt it at the beginning after the code 60. That there was like something not 100% on the car, but I talked to the team and it felt like it was something with the tyre. Also, I was losing seconds and seconds per lap, so I knew there was something not correct. Yeah, but that's the worst thing you could expect. So
I saw your frustration when you got out of the car because you just kicked the tyre.
Yeah, of course. You give everything outside, and in these conditions now it's like full raining again. We had like 20 or 10 sunny laps, and now we're back to this. But of course, it's frustrating to end the stint so early and losing so much time now.
So the plan now is to make back up that time as much as possible?
Of course, it's always the goal. We keep pushing, keep pushing.
Thank you. And as we chat to Marlon down here, the rain is just throwing it down again. So I'm back in a garage, I think, for a minute. I'll have to go and get my raincoat.
Go and find Orchid again. They seem to have great coffee this weekend. I think that's where you grabbed your... There you go.
They do, but the last time I was in there, then that happened, that incident happened, didn't it? So I sort of thought, is that typical commentators thing where I'm in the garage chatting and then something happens? So I feel like I need to avoid it for a little bit.
Yeah, maybe don't go back if they start to associate you with cars stopping on the racetrack.
I'm going to go and get my rain
jacket. The bobble
jacket.
hat normally brings good luck, I thought. Okay, yeah, so go and find some shelter if it starts to really pound down again. And they often say at Spa, it's either raining or if it's looking like sunshine right now, it's going to be raining in the next few minutes. We always get changeable conditions, particularly at this time of year in this part of the world. The Sonax sponsored 902 heading now through Puon Corner. That's the Holmgaard car that was suffering from that puncture not too long ago, and Martin Vedel-Mortens has taken that car over from Marlon Menden. And Marlon making a great point in that you try for well over 3 hours at this point to try and get the car into a rhythm and well up the timing screen, and that is undone through no fault of your own in one blink of the moment. And a tyre going down can be such an issue. It's about how you come bouncing back, I suppose, rather than letting it affect you.
Well, exactly so. You can't do that. Just a quick note, Johnny. Pierre Caffer is up to 20th already.
Well, you told me he wasn't going to go up the timing screen that much.
No, I said he was.
You said he's a good yardstick, and I'm not really expecting him to go up the screen a great deal because he's so far back. And I thought,
to which then he put the times in, and I predicted, if you'd listened, that he'd be in the top 15 by the end of this race.
Oh no, you did say that. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
But I didn't expect him to be in the top 15 by the end of today, and possibly by the end of this hour.
Oh no, I meant today. But today's race. Oh yeah.
It's one race, one love. But I know what you're saying, 5 hours today, 7 hours tomorrow. It's a continuation of the same race. But some teams may well approach it, that they've got to break the back of the 5 hours, win the 5 hours. There is no trophy, though, at that point. Merely the bragging rights in one of the Spa bars later on tonight to say, well, you know, we're leading this race. But it's only half the work done, not even half the work done by the time we get to this evening. The Herbert car that has done so well to this point still is out front, but Jason Hart looks to be either struggling or he's just going by his own speed. But Lars Viljoen, how much did he catch up last time? They had similar lap times actually, but there's still another 2 seconds or so come off the gap that separate Jason Hart from Lars Viljoen. Paulius Paskevicius, which was the challenge from Lithuania in the RD Sainz Cholet Lamborghini. That car is now in pit road, though. And are they starting to back time their route to today's checkered flag? Because if they're pitting with an hour and 52 minutes to go, they might be able to go in these conditions another, let's say, 65 minutes. And that will leave them with about 45 minutes still until the finish. And again, have they thought about where they want to be in terms of a fuel load when the checkered flag falls this evening? Do they want to have the majority of the fuel in the car tonight in readiness for the best part of a stint tomorrow, or are they happy to take the fuel just as soon as we get underway tomorrow for the first of 7 hours? Holmgaard's Porsche isn't quite to the speed of some of the other Cup cars around it and allows one to slip by there at Bruxelles. We very briefly, in fact, we still do have yellow flags being displayed at turn 17. That's late on.
That's Blanchimont, because we've got something in the... It's got to the end of the... Oh, and that's just restarting. Is that the CWS? Jeanette? No, it's not. The rear wing's too big. But there's something that's just managed to lose it at the end of Blanchimont on the approach to the bus stop and escaped the gravel. And now I mentioned about cars getting bogged down on wet grass earlier, Johnny, and it's got moving again. We've got a long shot here. We're going to go to code. We have gone to code 60 just as we speak, and I'm not sure what that is. It might be an Audi from the distance away. I can't tell. It's a very, very long camera shot from the grandstands opposite the pit entrance back up towards Blanchimont, and I can see the car. They're going to try and zoom in for us, which is absolutely great. But it's certainly a GT3 car that's...
It's car 11.
Is it?
And car 11
is Alexander Prince in the Hoffa Racing Mercedes.
Certainly the right colour for that.
Yeah, it is. That's the car. So not quite sure how he's got to the end. He's got to the end of the gravel onto the grass. There's a bit of a hard stand there. There's room on the right to run a little bit wide and cost yourself a bit of time and no advantage to be gained, and then miss the gravel. But now the wiper's still going, so it's got power. And obviously not be able to run. Now, can I see the door opening? I think I can, actually, from the left-hand side. It hasn't connected with anything, so that hasn't hit any of the scenery. So another Code 60. What I was just about to say was, before we got that Hoffa car parked on the side of the track there, is that that dry line, which is so beautifully and clearly displayed for us, has now completely vanished. Diana telling us from the pits that it was starting to rain, and that's only like 5-10 minutes ago. It's now completely disappeared, so the track's back to that worst possible condition again. It's that greasy bit. It's neither one or the other. It's definitely not slick, so you've got to go and change tyres. Now is the moment to do that. 1 hour 48 minutes of this race to go. Our 5-hour race today. Intervention vehicle is now just coming down to tow this Hoffa Racing Mercedes back to the pits with our Swiss driver Alexander Prinz at the wheel of that. And that was... was it 8th position? Still the 8th position now, still, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's dropped down to 9th now.
I was going to say, as cars come across the line, that will alter the position of the Hoffa Mercedes because it hasn't completed its latest lap. You reckon that's touched the gravel bed then? Because there is a little bit of gravel that's on the concrete surface as well. So it may well have just skirted through the gravel in a spin. You don't normally have a small spin at Blanchimont, so presumably it's rotated a number of times before coming to rest there. And whilst this latest Code 60 continues, let's get to Binksy with this update. We'll get to Binksy in due course. I know she's talking away, but not getting to air at the moment, I'm afraid. So rather than you enjoy, well, you're probably enjoying the race engines in the meantime. The Hoffa Mercedes has got going again and is now in pit lane. It was towed there by one of the big pickups, and that is permitted in this championship, I'll remind you.
Yeah, we've got less than a minute to go before the Code 60 is ending, just from race director. Interesting, John, it wasn't towed there. It was towed out onto the track, and then it drove off on its own steam. So there it is, coming in now on its own. They're shaking helpfully shaking all the gravel out of it. You can see it all flying out of it all the way down the pit lane for everybody else to pick up. Could have waited till your box and then let the mechanics clear that out. But... so it had, you were right, John, it had actually touched the gravel. They're going to do a driver change on that. Alexander Prinz is going to come out of that car. We're not sure who's going into. They're going on to wets, notably. Now, interestingly, the tyre selection they brought out for that Hoffa number 11 car, the Vortex itself, that's now spun as well. But the tyre selection for that Hoffa AMG Mercedes was wets on the left-hand side, slicks on the right-hand side.
Really?
Yes, as in it can't possibly be putting those on that. It'd be the wrong way around. You wouldn't do that anyway. That was what was in the pit lane looking down. So that's what the mechanics brought out to the car.
Yeah.
I'm not implying for a minute that's what's going to get fitted, but that's what came out.
It'd be interesting to know whether
very clear.
Is there anything in the regulations to say that you can't mix I was going to say compounds there? In the World Endurance Championship, for instance, the hypercars often put the hard slick tyre on the left and the medium slick tyre on the right. What you can't do is put wets on one side of the car and slicks on the other, because that just ends up being dangerous.
Well, I can say it's a safety issue. I mean, compound mixing is one thing, absolutely. But I can't see why you'd want to do that and why it would be allowed. But that's what the team, whether the team just picked up the wrong tyre or something. But that long shot down the pit lane where the car stopped, all the gravel was coming out of it. It was a wet on the left and a slick on the right, and that'll be interesting.
Did they bring both out to the working apron to make their mind up at the very last moment? That is the potential as well. To say, let's get them both to the front of the garage, and then almost we can allow the driver to decide. Surely, with the amount of sunshine bathing the start and finish line now, it's slicks all day, isn't it? At least for the next 5 minutes. And the thing is, yes, a stint lasts an hour, but you have to make the decision based on what the weather's doing right now, unless you have every faith in your weather forecast and you know it's going to make a nosedive or indeed an uplift of epic proportions. If you've got a massive black cloud over the back section of Spa and you know that that's going to dump all its contents onto the road surface in the next stint, then maybe you'll be brave and say, well, it's slicks right now, but we're going to need wets within 10 or 15 minutes. That is always the tricky thing, though, when you hold a sport outdoors. What on earth is the weather going to do next? BMW on the long run up the Kemmel Straight towards the right and left and right complex at Le Com corner is the 419 BMW of Robert Verhoeven for Hankook Motorsport. And that BMW M4 is 5th in the GT4s. GT4 led by the Porsche Cayman from Lion Speed GP. And in second position is the Simpson Motorsport BMW M4 for Vasily Vladikin. And an attempt to get Diana Binks on air for an update from the pit lane didn't go necessarily so well last time around, so let's try that again.
Let's try it again. Can you hear me this time? I think you can. Johnny, can you hear me?
Well, I mean, I can hear you all the time, Bigsy. That's the complication, unfortunately. I hear you whether you're going to air or not, so just keep talking.
Okay, I'll just talk. The 992 Baskusen racing car that was being repaired went out on track. That's what I told you about 5-6 minutes ago. But it has just come back in to the pit lane, and the team are obviously taking that back in to the garage, which is a bit of a shame. So there's obviously clearly still some issues there. So they're just backing that in. That's the NKPP 992. And they've been working really hard on that, and they were really keen to get it back out. But there's clearly some other issues there, so I'll let the team work on that, and then I'll find out what's going on. A couple of other cars that came into the pit lane earlier, I think it was the HY Racing, I think I told you, I don't know if you heard it, but the 169, that did go out on wet tyres. I know you've been talking about the transitions, you know, between the wet and dry, and that most people would be on dry, but HY Racing 169, the Porsche Cayman GTS, that was on wet tyres. Now, as we're here, the 795 Team CMR, the Lawrence Tomlinson Ginetta G56 Cup car has had the team again working frantically on that since that came in, so that's probably been in the garage around about 14 minutes as well. But they've just wheeled that car out onto the apron, and they're just going to jack that up. And no, back down. They've got new tyres cleared on that. There's 6 on that car. They're just waiting for a second before they fire up the engine. There it goes, and that car is now back out there on track, and it's got Freddie Tomlinson behind the wheel.
Diana, just picking up on your thread there of the cars that have gone on to slicks, and the Ginetta being one of them. But Johnny just mentioned a few moments ago before we threw to you in the pits there that the start-finish straight bathed in sunshine, but the other side of the track at Le Com and down the hill to the old Rouvage, Bruxelles, and Jackie Eakes corner and down to Pouhon, that's absolutely greasy as you'd wish for. So is it slicks? It's a mix all the way round, and the more we see that, the number 400 McLaren just coming into its box there. Looks like that's game over for now with an hour and 40 to go. But yeah, so completely mixed conditions on the track, and this just makes it even more complicated for just not the drivers but strategists, team principals. What do you do? Because it's beautiful sunlight, and we can see as the Lamborghini heads down to past the pits there, the old pits, down through a road, completely dry line, no need to run wide there, absolutely fine, perfect dry line, not through a Rouge, through Raidillon. It's still dry on Raidillon on the approach up to Le Com, but by the time you get to Le Com, quite apart from the fact that there's now the added complication of a whole ton of gravel on the track there, so somebody has run wide on the turn into Le Com, and it's not just marbles, there's a load of gravel dragged on there, and now all of a sudden through the left-hand part of Le Com, oh, number 44 Lamborghini squeezing a 992 Porsche there. Now the spray everywhere as they go down through the second part of this, down the hill to Bruxelles. And again, the Lamborghini front end twitching there, not getting the grip as he's turning in. The track condition totally different from the beginning of the Kemmel to the end of the Kemmel straight there. And there's that transition. And now it's a struggle through the Jackie Eakes left-hand turn, which is tighter than you think. There's not a lot of runoff area on the right-hand side there, so all about exit speed. You've got to be really careful coming there. As it comes to Pouhon now, Now there it looks really planted in the higher speed corners. They did the low speed corner. Interesting. Before we know it, they'll be back at Blanchard where it's all back into nice bright sunlight again. So it's one half the track is dry, one half isn't, and it's very greasy. So it's an added layer of complication as the Lamborghini just goes around the outside at
like it's on rails.
At Pouhon, the end of Pouhon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Lefania that wasn't it?
My apologies.
The Piff Paff.
Yeah.
So the left hand, the second element of Lefania,
which is quite slow. It's a slowish speed technical corner, as opposed to Pouhon, where it was very, very stable, that Lamborghini in the high speed corners. It'll of course now get to Blanchard and just go through over the twitch, won't it, just to prove me wrong. I noticed also that Lamborghini as well, there's a little bit of sill damage on the right hand side, so there's been some contact with something earlier on. That producer did zoom in on that, so not sure what caused that and if that's going to be any more of a problem later on.
Do you remember that debris that was on the road and we said split rear bumper? My other thought might be that it might be some sill trim. So has it come off the Audi?
No, it was curved. It was a splitter. Definitely, even if it was
because it was curved.
Well, it fitted the shape of the front of the car and had end plates on it, aerodynamic end plate on the right hand side. So the other one had gone. That's what the marshal wanted to get. The other bit of debris was actually the left hand end plate.
I didn't see the end plate, so my first guess was actually right. Note that down. Johnny Palmer gets 2 things right in a day.
Don't make a habit of it, Palmer.
I certainly won't, whether I like it or not. That Lamborghini's pushing like crazy, so this has got to be on slicks. And the Audi that it went around, as if the Lambo was on rails, I think was Lars Viljoen, who has been pushing like crazy, but now must be on heavily worn wet weather tyres, because he's in the 2-minute 50s now, whereas the Lamborghini number 44, what are the lap times of the ARC Bratislava car currently? Must be one of the fastest cars on the circuit. It's like they're in 2 different classes when they're really not. I mean, there's a GT3 car, 44's well down, isn't it? It's not in the top 10. There it is, 27th.
27th. It's done 2:37 was its last lap. Its best lap of the race was a 2. So its last lap was a 2:38. Its best lap was a 2:37. My apologies, got them the wrong way around.
But look at the leader, 2:41, and Viljoen, who's been catching Hart at a very high rate of knots. He's almost doing lap times of 3 minutes. So I think Lars Viljoen must be on the wet. Shane Lewis has got to be on wet weather tyres, and the risk from ARC Bratislava, at times it's seeming a bit dubious for Zdeno Mikuláško. But Mikuláško on the drier sections of the track, very comfortable indeed and really quite quick. The RD Science Lamborghini making good progress down the Kemmel Straight as well, heading towards Le Com corner.
But interesting to note that in that Lamborghini, when he comes through Radion, he's jinking over to the right-hand side, because that's not the line. You exit Radion and naturally sort of go left to centre to the left of the track. Then it's optional. With no traffic around, he's moving over to the right-hand side of the track to get the water and cool the tyre. So as you say, he's taking a lot out of them on the drier part of the circuit, which would suggest to me that you said he might be on wet still.
No, I thought the Bratislava car 44 must be on slicks, and everybody else is on wets, but wets that are burning up. We don't know for sure, but that Lambo's making really good pace, and I think sticking to the drier racing line. However, it's going to change again, so there's no doubt about the fact that, once you've made a decision, that'll probably be fine for the first 20 minutes, and then everything will change because it's Spa. Here's the 701 Vortex, which appears to be slow, coming out of Le Com corner and into Bruxelles. Definitely lacking in speed. Yeah, we would expect this GTX car to be approaching the Jackie X corner much faster than this. It's Lionel Amrouche, Frenchman, 39th overall, but second in the GTX division. The problem in GTX is that everyone is trying to track the 911 Porsche of currently Martin Schluter, and the other GTX runners are way, way down, including Lionel, who has now got a bigger problem in the 701. Let's head back to the pit lane to Die.
Yeah, we were chatting there. You were talking earlier about the number 400 GT4 Alpha Racing McLaren that had come into the garage. I've just caught up with Ryan, who's part of the McLaren customer racing team, to find out what was happening. The car has actually gone back out on track and rejoined the race, Ryan. But what was the problem?
We had a very, very slow fuel fill on our first green flag fill, so we lost 6 minutes to the line speed car, which around here is an eternity. So we sort of take the pain now, fix it, back into the race. So I think we should be okay to the end now.
Up to this point, how satisfied were you with the performance that you've seen?
Really good. I think obviously Daniel's a very good driver, so he did a very good job in the first couple of hours, got a good gap over the other 3 cars. And then Eric as well, was very strong in the dry. Obviously conditions are very, very mixed at the moment, so it's all about keeping it on at the moment and getting to the intervention break. Obviously the real stuff happens tomorrow, so yeah, we'll see.
Is it difficult to get a real read on the strategy?
It's interesting here because obviously you have a lot of variables with the Code 60 and the different fuel times, and then also the tyre choice at the moment is obviously up in the air because the sun's come out for 5 minutes. We could have snow in 10 minutes like the weather we've had here this week. So yeah, it's definitely a tricky race so far.
Thanks, Ryan.
No problem.
Thank you, Binksy. And with 90 minutes to go, they may well be concentrating now on what they can do tomorrow to recover that situation.
Was that a football analogy, 90 minutes to go?
I'm not
just coincidental.
I mean, I'm not watching.
Just coincidental.
I'm not watching the football or anything to do with the League One scores today, even though I sort of put my phone aside there. My phone's doing a lot this weekend. Might have left my laptop at home, possibly, which is posing one or two hurdles, but thankfully you've brought one today, so I'm peering over your shoulder quite a lot.
It's a team effort, Johnny. It doesn't matter.
Always. Martin Rump's back at the wheel of the 84 EBM Porsche, I notice. So that is starting. He's going to start to light the timing screen up. Martin with a very impressive 45-minute stint. Remember, I expected him to be in for 60, 65 minutes. There was then a reasonably early Code 60, and that, I won't say forced EBM's hand. They thought, well, we'll take fuel at this point, and we might as well burn some AM time whilst we're at it as well. So they got the semi-pro out, and then cycled through their AM Plus and their AM drivers. And now the 84 car is back in the hands of Martin Rump. It doesn't seem to be wanting to head away from the dry line there, so certainly they would have fitted slicks to that car. And again, I would have expected EBM to feature slightly more heavily in this race to this point. So this is the chance now to try and get it back in the running. 84 still outside the top 10, in fact, it's 23rd. So some work to do. They are entered as a GT3 Pro-Am car as well, so effectively fighting the Jutta Racing Audi and the RD Sainz Lamborghini for Nicolo Michelin.
It's that wooded bit, isn't it, through Blanchimont? That's where there isn't a dry line. It just peters out, no pun intended, and it's just suddenly gone. Oh, 917 facing the wrong way again, and just rejoined. Not the wiper switch as well.
Yeah, and there's quite a...
That's an Orchid car, isn't it? 917.
It is, yes, it is the Orchid car. It's quite a vivid...
Daniel Gillot's at the wheel.
Quite a vivid red mark on the wheel arch there, which is not part of the paint scheme or the wrap. So does that suggest it's had a little bit of a blow with one of the tyre walls as well? The tyre walls are the same colours as the curbing here to echo the Belgian flag, so red and yellow. And... yeah, there's definitely evidence of maybe a glancing blow with more so on the rear.
Blow, yes.
So, but it's had more than one incident today, that Porsche. Remember when it was stopped at the run out of Eau Rouge too, and posing the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini somewhat of a problem. Still, even on the dry line, Jonathan Hui has got a handful from this car collection motorsport Porsche, the number 80 car, having to correct his steering or the direction of the car almost constantly, is able then to allow the power to kick in coming out of Campus and Curve Paul Frere, and the 80 car puts a lap on the BMW from Simpson Motorsport.
And a great advantage for us to see there coming through that area where the dry line just disappears, as I said. And by the time you get to the really fast left-hand apex of Blanchimont, that's where there's just absolutely no, it's not just no dry line, it's just greasy. arrive at the bus stop, which starts to dry up remarkably. So we have great in-car footage here, just literally getting driver's eye view of how the track is. Coming out of the bus stop, twitching again, and it's that you said about the pit straight being bathed in sunshine. Well, it isn't now, Johnny.
No.
There's absolutely no dry line there appearing from this angle. It might be slightly higher up, but there isn't for this. Makes it difficult into breaking into La Source. You don't just slither on. There isn't that much of a runoff area there without planting yourself in the gravel. Then out of La Source, there's a dry line all the way down to the pit wall, hugging the right-hand side into Eau Rouge. Still a perfect dry on the left as you hug the curb on the left-hand side. The right-hand part still nice and dry, and then you get to Radion, and again it's still dry line there. At the top of Eau Rouge. Now we go to Radion, and then it's suddenly different again. And this is where we go uphill, as it were, into the wood, heavily wooded on the right-hand side of the track, where it retains all that moisture that's in the air, and it's a mismatch of track conditions there. Now we've got something in the barriers, a code 60 straight away, and we've got something in the barriers. Saw very quickly. Diana with a quick update for us from the pits.
Yeah, I'm with Kessel Racing, the number 5. Anuka is the team manager. Now, the Ferrari's been in the garage actually for quite some time, but I didn't see myself personally what happened. But what's happened to make you have to retire the car?
Yeah, actually we had no choice but retire the car because the rear is too damaged, so we cannot do any repair on the car. So after the incident at Eau Rouge, we were forced to retire the car, unfortunately. Yeah.
What was the incident?
Actually, at this moment the rain was quite heavy, and especially in this zone it's very dangerous. So he has a lot of water in this corner. So even if he slowed down even more than the previous lap, he lost the car due to aquaplaning, something he couldn't control, and unfortunately, at this point you cannot do anything. So
huge disappointment for you all. Obviously, we chatted to your driver out there on the grid, and he was very sort of, aware that caution was needed at the beginning. So sad to see you have to end the race so quickly.
Yeah, especially after a very good start and a very good stint indeed at the beginning. So we were expecting more, but let's say that this is race, this is Spa. So we cannot expect more. He did a very good job, and he was not lucky, and it's not his fault on this point.
Well, that's a real shame. Sorry to see that it's ended early for you, but thanks for updating us.
No problem. Thank you.
Diana Binks with the latest news from pit road, and now the 985 Porsche, as I think it is, being pulled away from the barrier at turn 10. Which is the first bit of poo-on, but on some track maps, including I think the one I talked you through earlier on today, Jackie Hicks corner, which is typically turn 9, was turn 11. So I don't quite get the turn numbers this weekend. They do appear to be altered very slightly, but I would associate corner number 10 to be the first bit of poo-on. And it's normally listed as 2 separate corners, the double left. Markus Neuhofer, though, in the 985, of course, is our 8th code 60 of just this segment of the race. And we've still got an hour and 26 minutes of it to go. It is Spa, and as soon as the weather forecast was revealed yesterday and fleshed out early this morning, I suppose there was always the likelihood for a lot of caution, a lot of code 60, and teams will have potentially worked that into their pre-race strategy to say, listen, we're going to be taking on fuel probably more than we expect to should it stay green, and that's actually going to help a lot of competitors to stay close to their class leader. Remember the reset that happens overnight to keep cars potentially on the lead lap, but you have to make sure that your class leader doesn't get by you to lap you before the 5th hour is completed tonight.
Just have a look at the bit of footage there, Johnny, of the Neuhofer Rennsport 992 Porsche being recovered there, or pulled back out of the gravel. I don't think it's connected with the barriers, and I've got a feeling it's potentially coming down the run from Jackie Hicks to Pouon. It's just gone. It's maybe just locked up a little bit under braking and gone, and he's tried to catch it, and one thing's become another. We've seen it earlier on with some of the Caymans, and what starts as a very simple thing, we often call it a tank slapper, but that little lock up, and that's what it's done. It's gone straight on. It has, being a 992 generation car, got a very thin little rubber plastic splitter, as it were, which has come off through the gravel. Unsurprising, they've recovered that, and it is now being towed out of the way. So I suspect there's no. What I'm saying is there's no barrier damage, so we shouldn't be too long before we get this code 60 cleared.
The other concern about a Porsche so often is that how close the radiators sit to the nose of the car, and if you have frontal impact, we used to say this a lot about old school Porsche Cup cars, so easy to pierce a radiator, and I think latest generations of Porsches, probably the last 2 or 3, brought those radiators a bit further back from the front bumper.
They're not quite so vulnerable, but you still don't want to be tapping them anyway. It is a non-contact sport anyway. You're
it's meant to
right.
be.
The previous generations of them, it was you'd only got to touch something, and you say you could run a little bit wide, almost get away and just catch the barrier or something, and that was it. Radiator was out. Not good for it. So everybody, well, not everybody, a lot of teams taking advantage of the code 60. CP Racing, as ever, basically there's a code 60 CP Racing around the pits. You can almost guarantee it, set your clock by it almost.
But Jutta Racing coming in as the race leaders, and Lars Viljoen has had to, I think, look after some pretty beaten up wet weather tyres on that car. He should now be given slicks, you would have to imagine, because
I did see that other cars were getting slicks, certainly.
Right.
Johnny.
Okay. The bubbles, by the way, in the windscreen are tear-offs that can be removed at various points, but they're obviously limited. So that's the reason why they'll physically clean the screen if it's not too bad. And then once it gets really oily and full of grime, probably quicker to literally tear off the full shape of the windscreen, a bit like they do on a helmet visor, and reveal what should be a clean surface beneath, but they're not going to do that on this pit stop.
Yeah, the bubble's just been little air pockets where the layers have gone and haven't quite. It's like putting your glass protector on your phone, isn't it? You can never get that last bit of bubble out, and you're sitting there constantly trying to move it, and always
taking it off, putting it back on again.
There's that one speck of dust there, isn't there?
Yeah, well, imagine trying to do that on a windshield.
Exactly.
Several times over. 903 can go back to full speed now. That's one of the Red Ant Racing Porsches, because we are now back to green flag running after code 60 number 8, and the 903 is the straight 992 entry, which did so well in qualifying yesterday for Yannick and Ayrton Redont and Julius Adomavicius, the Lithuanian, joining them this weekend. They are all semi-pros in that car, so should be doing rather well. The 903 car is, perhaps unsurprisingly, leading the 992s as a whole, and Yannick Redont has just taken that car for an outlap. An hour and 22 minutes to go, and here's Diana Binks from the pits.
Yeah, the 71 just pitted the Jutta car, and Lars has just jumped out. How satisfied are you with your performance so far?
Yeah, pretty satisfied when I jumped out the car and saw we're P1. So yeah, pretty good. It's great calls by the team with fuel. I think that's what's kind of got us ahead there, and obviously good timing with the slicks. It was really trying to manage the last kind of the last 45 minutes in the wet there. It's pretty tough. Obviously, you know, the grip just goes once it rains. So we had a good time on the slicks when it was dried. I think we made our way through the field. Didn't want to take too many risks, but it was a good feeling out there. It was a little bit scared at the end, but kind of glad I brought the car home in one piece.
I guess that's where the experience comes from, isn't it? Knowing how to manage the tyres and just slow it down slightly just to keep making sure that you're on track.
Exactly. Look, conditions change here very quickly. A dry line actually appears very quickly, so you know every lap's different. And I caught myself out a little bit at the chicane when the rain came. You know, it was dry then completely wet in one lap. So you've really got to be on your toes, think about everything. And obviously with traffic, it's a lot of cars around here. Someone's slick, someone wet, so you just don't know who's doing what. So yeah, it's tricky. You've got to really be on your wits.
Obviously, you had an incident in practice. Was it free practice where there was some fair amount of damage to the car, and you were all a bit concerned about it. But obviously, you've got a balance that you're happy with.
Yeah, look, we unfortunately wrote off a car in practice. And yeah, it was tricky conditions. It's been tricky conditions all weekend. Luckily, the team had their Nürburgring car in the truck. They're at the Nürburgring last weekend, so we managed to take that out, change it within I don't know, a couple of hours just to get us through qualifying. We didn't have a proper setup. We had a Nürburgring setup, it's just surviving. And then we managed to. The team did wonders, last night, setting the car up for Spa in the wet. And honestly, it's night and day. We've got good pace. So just fingers crossed we keep it to the end.
You've clearly got a great team of guys here. I can see how motivated they are to they're on it as soon as the car comes in. So a long way to go in the race, but thanks for chatting.
Thank you. Cheers. Thank you. Thank you.
Lars chatting to Diana Binks. I almost got to ask him how you correctly pronounce his surname. I've been saying Viljoen. It could be Viljoen. I don't know from what country and what heritage that surname is from, but that's a question for Lars later on. A spin for the number 18 Audi, which is one of the GT3 runners, and that will get going. It's the Santalot car that Pierre Caffer has been driving so well to this point. Is Pierre now out of that?
No, he's still in it. I said it would get to the top 15. It got to 14th. Obviously, Herbin went, I better spin this and drop down again, you see. They do listen to us, Johnny.
Yeah, well, no, I think he's got us on in the radio in the car. Was there a bit of contact there between the Porsche and the Mercedes? It's the GT4 Bugera Mercedes. And then coming out of the corner, there was definitely a touch there out of Bruxelles. So the merest of scrapes, perhaps, as they left Le Com, and then a bit of a shoulder barge down the hill out of the old virage and towards the Jackie X left-hander.
Now, I'm not suggesting drivers would ever do this, or that these two did do that, but that did have an air of tit-for-tat about it, didn't it?
Well, if there'd been initial contact,
which I think there was.
He was probably getting him back.
It's just no, you don't. And yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean,
it's that sort of playground thing, isn't it? Like, yeah, but sir, he started it.
If neither car ends in the barrier, I don't mind a bit of that, as long as it doesn't carry on.
Team owners may disagree.
I'm sure they will, because they've got to pay for the damage, or at least got to arrange for that damage to be sorted out at a later date. In splendid isolation now is Ralph Bone in the 91 Porsche. Behind him, he had no cars whatsoever on the Kemmel Straight, and then all of a sudden somebody came into vision. I assure you there are other cars in this motor race, but that rare treat of having nothing in front, nothing behind, and being the race leader as well. This is lap 68 for the many times winners in this championship, also previous champions on a couple of occasions. And Herbert Motorsport taking some stopping at this stage. They have a 55, very nearly second lead over Charles Espenlaub for CP Racing, with Car Collections' Jonathan Hui in third position. But it's the old two protagonists, Herbert and CP. Who'd have known that they had so much experience in this championship over the years? They're running first and second.
Well, we said, didn't we, or you did particularly, Johnny, that at the start of this race that I think it was 18th the CP Racing Mercedes started. Oh, now there's debris on the... Is that on the Kemmel Straight?
Yes.
It is. So a Mercedes is about to run over it if it doesn't move in front of the GT4 BMW. So there's a bit of debris there, and that it doesn't look like there's anything off at the side of the track. There's no yellow flag. We're still all green. Nothing's parked at the side of the track. So that would suggest now, we just saw a few minutes ago while Diana was doing her piece from the pits that it was... we had 969, the GDL 992 Porsche with, I think it was Matt Cahoe at the wheel of that at the time, had a rotation onto the grass. It had a yellow flag for a matter of seconds as he missed everything and got it going again. But again, it depends what damage it might have done. So I just wonder if that's bits that have come off that car, a few corners later around the lap. They're on the Kemmel Straight now. Now, does that mean that the race director is going to require those bits of debris to be removed from the Kemmel Straight or not? It's very brave Morris is going to go out there. They wouldn't do it without code 16 it, of course. So we'll just keep an eye on that. So a little bit of jeopardy there up ahead, potentially.
Yeah, but of course the teams will be well tuned to... we joke about us, but they will be keeping an eye on the race pictures, certainly, and aware that there's a bit of debris strewn across the Kemmel Straight, so that we might be just around the corner from a code 60. The race director will want to keep that stay green for at least a period of time, and if everybody knows that debris is there and it's not on the racing line, then they can look to avoid that naturally. It's getting a bit tight between the two Audis. Again, not for road position because the number 1 car is not on the same lap as the 34 Lant Motorsport version. The Lant car of Tim Vogler looking to put another lap on Gregory Servet, who is the AM driver in the Haas RT crew. In fact, Haas have 3 AM drivers to their name of differing speeds. I think, generally speaking, Tim Müller, even though he's also an AM, can be the quickest of those 3. The team may actually beg to differ on that. I'd like to see the statistics, but interestingly, Tim was put into the car to start things off because of his because more of experience compared to Javet Nauf and Gregory Servet, though maybe not at this track because I noticed they are both Belgian. So I'm sure they will have done a fair few laps, particularly around Spa, which just feels like a completely different day now. And that's not the first time I've said that at Spa-Francorchamps with the weather. We started with heavy cloud above and relentless rain, snow this morning. And now at Curve Paul Frere, there's more than a racing line. It's probably 2 or 3 car widths of dry asphalt. Gets a little narrower than that on the run through Blanchimont because everybody is keeping to exactly the same line. Jonathan Hui to the inside of the number 992 numbered car. And that's 2 Porsches getting together, not literally, thankfully, but the GT3 car putting a lap on one of the many Porsche Cup cars in this competition. The 992 being the entry from, it's a 992 AM car, and the entry from NKPP Racing by Baz Kooten, so for Gijs Bessem and Harry Hilders. 68 laps completed. Herbert Motorsport. Question is, when do they next need to pit? And how late are they going to leave it? Will they even take an extra pit stop just before the checkered flag to make sure that they stay on the lead lap and buy back all of that time? The Lamborghini from RD Sainz almost ran over that debris. That's carbon fibre. That's going to cut straight through a tyre. And thankfully, the pilot of Lamborghini number 69, Nicolas Michelot, thought differently then. Virtually as he arrived on the scene, he thought, I can't use this bit of racetrack, and steered left.
Well, interesting that the Audi directly behind on track with a position on it did exactly the same thing. I'm slightly perplexed at this line of coming out of Radion, staying on the left-hand side, moving over to the right where there's debris, and then jinking around the debris, regain to the right, and then pulling back over to the left, which is the natural line for Le Combe. It's not like they're on slicks that need to go into the wet part of the track to cool them. So no. I'm just a little bit confused as to why they're taking that odd line. So you don't need to be on the right-hand side of the track. Absolutely, obviously, avoid the debris. Why wouldn't you? But why are you there in the first place? So there's something I'm obviously missing. So answers on a postcard.
I can't believe that any cars in this race now are on wet weather tyres. I mean, that would answer the question, but the RD Sainz car has surely been in, and if it hasn't been in, it would have been called in by the team to switch over, because wet tyres are just not going to do the job now. But it's weird, because that's not, as you say, the racing line, and there's no need to change direction twice when you could just come through the kink that leads onto the Kemmel Straight and stay well over to the left.
And it's not just one car doing it, it's the 2 cars that did.
Yeah. Whereas the NKPP car does stay over to the left, as does the Hoffa Mercedes. Now, which of the Porsches is shadowing the Mercedes every move? Could be the 84 EBM car. No, it's not. It's the 903, which leads 992. Yannick Redont. So Redont, having worked his way to 4th overall, now pressurising the number 11. They're not on the same lap either, though, bear in mind. And Kenneth Hire hunting around for different parts of the racetrack. He went right and then back left again between Le Combe and Bruxelles, which is a much shorter straight, comparing it to the Kemmel. Still, I mean, is it just an exploratory thing to kind of go, I wonder how much grip's out here? Should I end up out here the next lap around? But it begs the question as to why precisely you would do that, unless he wants to offer a bit of advice to the AM element of their driving lineup in the number 11 car to say, grips at a premium here, but you can push it a bit harder there. Kenneth hires the AM Plus, and he shares with 4 other AM drivers, Michael Kroll, Chantal Prins and Alex Prins, and Maximilian Partel. Car in the pit lane, the Simpson Motorsport BMW. And that car seemed to be doing a pretty standard stop. Vasily Vladikin has just brought it in. As down the hill into Bruxelles corner goes the Lant Motorsports Audi of Tim Vogler. He started the race at 10-1 much earlier on this afternoon. We're running through to 10-6 tonight. And that will see 5 hours of the race done and dusted. The Audi's hunting out for the damper parts of the racetrack as well. Can't be on wets. Although, I mean, it's a little bit sideways coming out of Pouhon, almost drier stuff. If those wets are overheating, then maybe that's just kicking the tail out a little bit. But there was a definite move there to the wetter part of the racetrack for Tim Vogler.
Well, everything would suggest from the body language that the car's on wets, but I'll be surprised if it is, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
It's an odd tyre choice to be on at this stage.
Curiouser and curiouser, as the old phrase goes. And maybe Binksy will be able to provide some answers to whether any of the teams are deciding to stick to wet weather. The RD Signs Lambo, again, is on the wet.
Yeah.
And that was at a different part of the racetrack. This is the approach to Blanchimont. So that 69 Lamborghini, I think, is just not wanting to pit because they're not in the fuel window yet. And they're trying to live with these grooved tyres, but they must be in a right old state of disrepair now.
I mean, that was a definite change of direction to pick the wet part of the track, wasn't it? You just wouldn't go there for any other reason. There was nothing to avoid or go round or overtake or miss. That was a pick it up. So we can just see it coming across the pit straight now. It hasn't got a great deal of straight line speed. 34 going through already. These two are on different laps. Obviously, they lap themselves. The Lamborghini still got its, interestingly, got its weather light flashing as well.
From the rear?
Yeah.
The rain light?
Yeah, the rain light, thank you. That was the word I'm looking for. Which isn't triggered by what tyres you put it. Now, the two Audis just swapped position again.
Binksy, we're talking about whether it's still possible for cars to be on wet weather tyres. I don't know whether you've spoken to some of the teams, but the 34 Audi and the 69 Lamborghini are definitely hunting around for the cooler parts of the racetrack. They must be on wets. Yeah, so what's the general word in the pit?
I haven't got the answer to that just yet. Sorry, Seb. I'm just bashing Seb out of the way. Sorry, I've been in the CWS engineering garage, the 178, and Dan Morris has just jumped out of the car. The car's actually in the garage at the moment. So let me get to that point first. Dan, what happened?
Power steering.
Power steering?
Power steering out on Rouge. So power steering just went, lost it, and yeah, it was a bit of an airy moment. Went a bit wide, but yeah, it comes straight in. Guys are working on it now.
So they'll be getting that car back out. I know what Colin's like. He'll do everything he can to make sure whatever needs to be fixed is fixed.
Oh, yeah. Oh, definitely. We'll get it back out there. They're still trying to identify the actual fault first, and hopefully it's going to be a quick fix because we're doing quite well out there. It was a little bit sketchy, especially when it rain started again, and we decided to stay out on slicks, which was, yeah, a bit airy, but yeah, it was good. Good fun. Enjoyed it.
How challenging is this circuit in the conditions that it's in?
Well, it's my first time here, so it's very challenging. So yeah, it's a baptism of fire a little bit to be at Spa in this weather, but yeah.
What's the biggest thing that surprised you?
Well, in the rain, it's the mist, going up the Camel Straight and not being able to see anything. That's the biggest thing that's got to me. But yeah, I'm getting there. It's going well.
All right, Dan, thanks ever so much. We'll look forward to seeing the car back out there on track, no doubt. If Colin's got his way, it will be. I will see what I can find out now from some of the other teams, because they have actually all left the pit lane at the moment. So I'll... As you're talking, we've got a little bit of sunshine again and grey. So, it's just, as we keep saying, constantly changing. A couple of splits of rain here in the pit lane at this point. I think we've got, what is it, an hour and 15, something like that to go?
Slightly less than that, an hour and 5 minutes now. But yeah, 2 for your notebook. I know you've got a brand new Binksy notebook for this weekend. If you can get to the 69 crew for RD Signs, that's that red Lamborghini, and then the white and blue Audi for with the Kirchhoff sponsorship, which is the Lance Motorsport Audi number 34, because Snowy and I reckon that they are still on wet weather tyres, despite most of the track having a dry racing line now. And the last thing you want to be doing is pushing these Hankook grooved tyres beyond the envelope. We've already had one puncture for the NKPP car, and there is the risk of others as well if these wet weather tyres are strained too much. The thing is, if you're trying to get to an hour to go, then you might have little choice but to hope the tyres hang out so that you get within that, I keep calling it the fueling window, but remember, fuel allocation at a green flag pit stop is different from how much the tank will hold in total, and you've got to make sure you get there to make the race finish. But also, some teams will choose to take fuel like 15 minutes out from the end of the race. There is a rule that says you can't pit in the final 10 minutes of today's race. I'm pretty sure that's still the case. It was at Mugello. So no option to pit very, very close to the checkered flag, like on the final lap, but you can pit maybe 10 minutes to go. And one or two will do that, I'm sure, to take advantage and then gain all of that back just as soon as the checkered flag is displayed. That's one of those little intricacies of this type of motor race when it's split across 2 separate days. And it's very important that you know the ins and outs of that to take advantage of them.
Just there was a camera shot there of some of the Porsches going past Lawrence Tomlinson in the Team CMR Ginetta G56 and appeared to be going quite slowly. He's on an outlap, so that might just simply be that. So I'll just keep an eye on that. That's third in its GTX class, so now with a eponymous team owner of Ginetta, rebuilt the brand extraordinarily, Lawrence Tomlinson. Now, interestingly, Johnny, wipers on the Kemmel Straight for a few of the cars. Number one, first one in my sight, the number 71 Audi. That's our 5th place car with Lucas Sundahl at the wheel. That's the UTERP Racing, the Swedish-driven car of the R8. That's got its wiper on full time now. The Vortex behind it hasn't. There's not sufficient spray coming up, so drivers tend not to put the wiper on unless you have to, because first bits and spots, it's tempting to all put your wiper on. Actually, all it does is smear. What you need to have, I know it sounds ridiculous, you need to have rain, actually lots of water on the screen before you need to clear it. Otherwise, it can actually be detrimental, and you're driving at a certain pace. You want to be able to see where you're going. I will tell you a story about going through Blanchimont in a Viper with no wiper at all during the 24-hour race.
Really? Was that in the 2003?
One where it rained heavily, and the wiper motor packed up. Basically, it wasn't clearing very well, so they did this fantastic technical fix at the pit stop for me when I got in the car, when Magnus Vollander got out of it, and that was because it's a metal wiper arm. It wasn't. They bent the arm to give it more tension onto the screen. That then smeared the rubber across the screen and burnt the motor out. Brilliant. So you can't see at all, and then you've got the wiper stuck. Mercifully, it was over to the right. It's a left-hand drive car. But I remember coming through Blanchimont at about 175 mile an hour at 2-3 o'clock in the morning in the pouring rain with no wiper. And daft as it sounds, the faster you went, the better it was, because it cleared off the screen. It's when you slowed down for the bus stop and everything came onto the screen again, you're like, I can't see anything. So you go down the pit straight hoping it will clear for the source.
Surely the bus stop in those days was just muscle memory anyway, so you didn't need to see where you were going.
No, but it's the breaking point.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I can understand that. But again, looking at high speed.
Looking out the left-hand window and counting the marker boards, the Proxima signs, it was that sponsored the 24-hour in those days. Of how many? There's 7 of them. I need to count 5 and then brake. Just make sure you've got the first one. Otherwise, you.
Or that spectator up on the bank in the bright blue jacket, who of course has gone the next lap around. Don't use moving things as your reference point, because that's always going to end badly.
What, like the torch that Walkinshaw used for a race to get them to win the 24-hour for Win Percy?
What was he using the torch for? Where to brake?
Well, where to aim for at the top, because it was so misty and wet. And as Win Percy was coming down, the BMWs were starting to catch. So they basically said to Win on the radio, right, we'll put a mechanic at the top, or team member, and they'll flash the torch to say aim for here, basically, and that's Radion and over. And then they realised that the BMW was catching up, so they said, right, they're going to move him one way or whatever, so do not to go to the left or the right, whichever it was, the instruction was, go to the left of it, let's say, because that's not where it's going to be, to make sure the BMW went off, which it did, and they went on to win the race.
Easy. These little techniques, that can win and lose you a race.
Yeah, a torch. Technically not outside assistance.
We're inside the final hour, and just to confirm that you are unable to make a pit stop. That's either a pit stop with a team and or refueling inside the final 10 minutes. So anything that's between now and 50 minutes from now is fine, but otherwise it's going to be a 2-lap penalty. Thanks to Paul Truswell, who is listening, for full confirmation of that. I knew it was a rule in Mugello. I just wanted to make sure that it was still the rule here at Spa as well, even though the split is slightly different. 73 laps completed with 58 minutes to go, and Ralph Bone, who started the race for Herbert Motorsport, continues to lead. We have had stints from Scott Noble and Jason Hart since then as well, and the Germans now back on board. 85 CP Racing, another GT3 AM car. That's the Mercedes for currently Charles Espenlaub. So again, they've gone back to their starting driver. That car runs second. And then Jonathan Hui, 3 drivers from Hong Kong there in the number 80 Car Collection Motorsport GT3 AM car. So it's 3 AMs, isn't it, out front, making a bit of a mockery of the Pro-Am driver lineup. But it might be that the Pro-Am combos use more of their pros tomorrow in the real important hours of the race. Yannick Redont for Red Ant Racing leads their class, the 992 division, in car 903. Then it's Jutta Racing's Audi for Lucas Sundal, 5th, number 71. They spent the time, of course, leading the race. And then E2P Racing, number 90, for Pablo Buguera, is running in 6th place, ahead of the RD Signs Cholet Racing Team, Nicola Michelon, number 69, and the Lance Motorsport Tim Vogler-driven 34 Audi. They're the 2 cars, 69 and 34, that we reckon are still on wet weather tyres. Yannick Mettler in the Car Collection Motorsport Porsche is running 9th, car 12. They've also had a spell leading the race. Hoffa Racing's Mercedes, Kenneth Heyer, the AM Plus in that 5-driver lineup, is in 10th, car number 11. The sister Red Ant Racing Porsche, number 904, 11th, ahead of the Haas RT car for Gregory Servet, number 1. Hans Weiss Motorsport of the Netherlands for Paul Meyer, 13th. Another Porsche Cup car, 992 AM for Patrick Grutter, and SRS Team Zorg Rennsport is 14th. The EBM GT3 Porsche for Martin Rump is 15th, car 84, and then it's the Porsche Baltic 993 car of Lithuania in 16th position. '17th for the 988 numbered MRS GT Racing Porsche Cup car, Rolando Sacca at the wheel of that. ARC Bratislava's Lamborghini, Zdeno Mikuláško, that was going really well in the drying conditions. That's 18th. Obviously, it's lost a lot of ground after it started on the front row much earlier on in the afternoon. Amadeo Pampanini now in command of the 967 HRT Performance Porsche. That's 19th, ahead of the Santalot GT3 car for Elia Earhart, 18. RPM Racing's Nick Johnson and the 907 Bright Green Porsche is 21st, ahead of Bob Herber in the Baz Kooten offering, 925. 23rd is the 908 Seb Lajou by Duvo Racing Porsche, and the best of the GTXs remains the 911 example for Georg Goder now. 719 is 24th overall. Then it's Dennis Bone for Lion Speed. He leads GT4 in the 424 Porsche Cayman, the 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sport. Dallas Carroll in 969 for GDL Racing is 26th. The MP Racing Mercedes, David Gosner, 27th, ahead of Ricardo Bruins for Hankook competition. Orchid Racing Team's Alexandre Motte, who has, well, that car as a whole has been in the wars at times. It's got quite a bit of red paint over the what was pristine bodywork from, we think, a bit of a glancing blow with the barrier. Olivier Dons for Speed Lover, 979 is 30th. Then another GT4 car, the all-white Simpson Motorsport BMW number 438. And Holmgard Motorsports Porsche for Marlon Menden, back at the wheel in the 902. He's 32nd. Next up, it's the Bugera ZM Racing Mercedes. The team flagged from Emrati flagged, and it's David Fezecki, though, of the Czech Republic, currently doing the driving. Hankook Motorsport 419 for Chris Verhoeven is 34th. Then the 400 McLaren of Alfab Racing, and SRS Team Zorg Rennsport second car for Benito Tagel, Mexican driver, is 36th. Lionel Amrouche, the first of the Vortex, 37th. Neuhofer Rennsport for Marcus Neuhofer, 38th. Daniel Morris, we were just hearing from him with Binksy. The CWS Engineering car is 39th. And then HY Racing's Porsche Cayman completes the 40. And then the final few runners, Team CMR's Lawrence Tomlinson's Ginetta G56, 41st. Arno Gomez for the second Vortex crew, 702, is 42nd. And NKPP Racing's car has been off the road, causing at least one code 60 already. That does appear to be running again. Kessel Racing, big crash for that Ferrari, and the Red Camel Porsche did not take the start of the race. 53.5 minutes still to go, and there's been an awful lot happening for the first segment of the 12 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, including most recently for the McLaren Artura, which now, is that just a tyre rubbing and disintegrating on the front left, or is it something more significant? It looks to be further down on the... Is it actually a suspension failure? Because the tyre maybe is still inflated. What do you reckon?
I'm not sure whether it's the angle, but it does look like the wheel's further back in the wheel arch than it should be, but it is...
The tyre is flat, though, isn't it?
The tyre is deflating as well, so it might just be that it was just turning a little bit through the left, through the left-hand part of the com there. Just while you were reading out all the running order, the result class positions, Johnny, Diana did a bit of research for us and some detective work on. Thank you, Diana, down the pits, and she can confirm that we were right. Number 69, Lamborghini, RD Sainz Lamborghini, is running wets and have continued on wets, and they are happy to do so. Diana is trying to find out whether Land Motorsport in the Audi R8, the 34 entry, is doing the same. But so we've got a slow GT4 BMW on the pit straight by the F1 pitch, just about to cross the line, and it's turning itself off there. Yes, indeed, Alt Control, delete, reset, lights off, means it's back on again, and the Lumilank reignites on the windscreen. And we've also got the 967, one of the 992 Porsches, sorry. It's just had a rotation like the Vortex did coming out of La Source. Swap round, this is Amedeo Pampanini in the HRT Performance 967 Porsche. 992 AM class, just coming out of La Source, full rotation round, 180 degrees back into the pit lane as you rejoined, just knocking a cone out onto the track, which may need to be moved, but I doubt it. People shouldn't be there at the moment. That car's running with its hazards on now. This is the 967.
967 carries on, as you say, with the winker going. But what happened to the Lambo, number 44, straight on the Lecom corner? That's why the escape road is there, but they've stuck a couple of tyre bales in it to make sure it's not actually faster to go that way, rather than sticking to the racetrack. So you've got to wiggle your way through the tyre barriers, the tyre bales, and rejoin. But that was coming in way too hot for the 44 Lambo of Zdeno Michalazgo. He did well eventually to scrub enough speed off.
Now, things you notice in the background there, we've got a long shot from La Source back down the F1 start-finish line, as it were, to the pit entrance, and Marshall's just popping umbrellas up there at that point. It's a bit of a clue as to what the weather conditions are as it goes. We've got 50 minutes of this first part of our 12-hour race. This is 5 hours today, so just 50 minutes of this left to go. And Diana's update for people like RD Sainz Lamborghini team, that they're happy on wets, is the quote, and looks like they've done the right thing to stay on those. I think we're going to get a bit of rain before the end of this race, Johnny, because it was predicted for 6 o'clock, I did say earlier, and we are at What are we now? We're coming up to 5 o'clock, aren't we?
Yes.
Yeah.
You can tell the time. That's impressive.
And in different time zones as well.
True.
Extraordinary.
True. But we're just dealing with Central European summertime, although you could be confused for thinking this is winter right now, or certainly a totally different season. I know it's not technically summer, but we have adjusted the clocks in Belgium to push them an hour forward. 50 minutes to go, and that run into Louvagne corner just starting to, well, I'm going to say improve. Maybe it's changing again. I don't really want to use those words and sort of set them in concrete, because as soon as you've uttered them, it's going to change again. Heading out now through Curve Paul Frere, the number 90 Porsche for E2P Racing. Nasty looking crash for this team at Mugello, where possibly something failed on the car, and actually might have been a tyre that went down, and it meant that the car speared off at high speed into turn 1, causing a reasonably long code 60. And also Tracy Crone just keeping an eye on the RPM racing car creeping through shot there. Tracy Crone with a horrible incident even earlier than that on the main straight as well. Those were the two big headlines from the Mugello 12 hours, but thankfully both drivers were eventually okay. 9:27 is just heading out of La Source to begin another lap. The 927 Heiko Eichenberg allocated car, the SRS Sorg Rennsport machine. SRS Sorg Rennsport. Eichenberg's certainly been at the wheel, just trying to work out whether that still remains. No, it's his teammate, 927, being driven by Bernhard Wagner of Austria, for the German team that know the Nürburgring so well, but have travelled that relatively short distance to now enjoy the contours of the Spa-Francorchamps circuit. They've left the debris on the racetrack, on the Kemmel Straight, I noticed, because, you know, yes, it can be sorted during another code 60 if they have to retrieve a car, let's say, in the next 47 minutes or so, but because everybody knows it's there and it's not the racing line, it seems sensible to me to stay green for as long as possible. The rain is definitely coming down again, though, now into Bruxelles corner, and Bernhard Wagner putting the windscreen up onto a higher setting, windscreen wiper onto a higher setting, because visibility will be severely compromised. Blue flags being waved again to cars that will be right in front of the race leader, Ralph Bone, car number 91. Charles Espenlaub in the fueling area, interestingly. So as the Porsche Baltic car comes into pit lane, but they are obviously wanting to take a bit of fuel on board in the 85 before the overnight stop. I was going to say they could have left it a little bit later than that, but maybe not. Maybe they were just down to the dregs and need to take fuel. What will be fascinating to me is how many cars dive into the pit lane between 15 minutes to go and 10 minutes to go, because we will probably be able to guesstimate that that is in an attempt to set the car up for tomorrow then. Whether they need fuel or not, you might as well take it as long as you're close enough to the race leader, because you'll gain that time back again.
Yeah, you made a very good point there, Johnny, because I was just thinking exactly the same thing of the CP Racing Mercedes, that why it's a bit early. You've mentioned already that you can't refuel in the last 10 minutes of the race, so we've got 50 minutes to go, or 46 minutes to go. At that point it was 50, so you've got 40 minutes of track time before you've got to refuel, knock a bit back to get into the pit, so you've got sort of 35 minutes. You need to make a decision by then. But of course it's no good saying they've got 35 minutes if they haven't got 35 minutes worth of fuel in the tank.
No,
because it's not going to get there. So I was forgetting that slightly fundamental feature of, I was thinking, I was doing Paul Truswell days, so we're trying to emulate the great Paul Truswell, newly elected BRDC member, I might add, by the way, for his services to motorsport over the years. That's strategy only. I was looking at a spreadsheet, forgetting the very practical and pragmatic point of, if there's no fuel in the tank, it will stop.
Yes.
No matter what the strategist says, it will stop. It will cease forward motion, I believe is another phrase.
It is a dead parrot.
Yes.
No, that's a different sketch entirely.
Yes.
Well, it's very easy to kind of end up down blind alleys thinking, you know, to sort of outthink yourself really and go, right, what's the optimum time to pit here? And then forget that you really are outside the pit window because there's literally no fuel left in it. So their hand has been forced. There may be other teams, though, Herbert Motorsport perhaps, they're pitting with 45 minutes to go. Will they actually choose to pit again? Even though they burn half a tank, we'll find out in 30 minutes' time whether they do that. Binksy was very close to that Herbert Motorsport pit stop, though, for the 91.
Yeah, very slick, quick pit stop by the guys of the. They took the slicks off and put wet tyres on, as you'd expect at this point, and back out. No delays there at all. They were very quick, and he's back out on track.
And in the pit lane, Binksy, is it notably wetter again? You know, is it pounding down like you sent me a video of it earlier on?
No, not as bad as that, but it started spitting and now it stopped spitting. So, but it's still wet and a bit colder actually, and grey. So who knows? It could come back any minute now. But so we're expecting it, to be fair.
Time to grab another hot chocolate, I would say. I don't know who's serving the best up and down pit road, but I'm sure you've made the usual inquiries to make sure that refreshments are on. Oh, she just said she doesn't like hot chocolate. What?
No, I don't like hot chocolate.
Oh,
do we even know you?
No.
What's wrong with it?
I don't like it. It's horrible.
Too sweet.
Yeah, too
Diana's
chocolatey.
sweet enough already. That's the problem. Doesn't need hot chocolate.
She can be quite bitter, in my experience. Oh, did I actually say that out loud?
From the safety of the booth, yes, while she's in the pit lane.
Oh, timing is everything. Yes, you've said that. Yeah. Anyway,
enough of Johnny's personality. Yes.
43 minutes to go, folks. And as the commentary team capitulates, falls out with one another live on air, the two cars that are very close to one another, one on the lead lap, the other not. I think I'm right in saying the 80 Porsche, yeah, Kevin Say, started right at the front, well, on the second row, once the grid was amended. And the Charles Espenlaub Mercedes has just lost a place to a fellow Mercedes, actually, from Hoffa Racing.
Yeah, but it pitted from second. Don't forget, it's done its pit stop now, so that's dropped down. It's 8th now, but it's already got a pit stop in hand. As opposed to the 7 in front haven't.
I'm glad you're paying attention. I had forgotten that briefly, but they needed fuel. Again, they might have the option, because they've pitted so far out from the checkered flag, will they come in again, as long as they do it before 10 minutes to go, to top it off once more? They'll have to work out whether that's actually worth doing. But it's the chasing car, and the other thing is, will they lose out on the lead lap, which will be an awful situation to be in. So the difficulty for the Mercedes, we've got to try and work out now whether they are close enough to the Porsche or not. Ralph Bone, having just made the stop, is being still shown on the timing screen as nearly 2 minutes with an advantage over the Jutta Racing Audi. That's not a true gap, I'd say, and we need to allow Ralph Bone to go through the next few splits for it to stabilise. Herbert Porsche, Jutta Racing Audi and the RD size Lamborghini, as now the GT4 class leader is very slow. That's the Lion Speed GP Cayman, which has a significant advantage in GT4 over all the other runners. But Dennis Bone looked to have been off the road there, and that was Pouon. Has he spun the car, or was it just a slight off? But definitely leaving Pouon at a much reduced speed.
Oh, sponsors delight this race, that car, because it's had so much airtime, hasn't it?
True, yeah.
One way or the other.
But the issue is they definitely want to be leading their category overnight. So let's hope that that's not been a costly mistake, or maybe it clashed with another car. Again, only caught the back end of that incident, but you do not want a scary moment. All the Lion Speed mechanics will have been straight looking at the screen thinking, are we still going? Are we still going? But it did return to the racetrack. And Lucas Sundal in the 71 Jutta Racing Audi to the race lead now. I did wonder that. So Ralph Bone, having just made that stop for Herbert Motorsport, have to measure their position in this race to a new leader. Jutta Racing leading by 7 seconds over this car, the RD Signs Cholet Racing Team, Nicolas Michelin, He begins a new lap now. And when he gets to the Camel Straight, 7 seconds, might be able to see the Utah Racing Audi away in the distance. But this is tricky as well. To say that you've got to finish on the lead lap at the end of 5 hours, the problem is that measuring stick is changing all the time because we're getting a different leader as more and more pit stops start to happen. So you've got to scan 40 minutes into the future and work out which car's likely to be in the lead if it hasn't blinked and come in for a pit stop. And we need to be as close to that. Well, we need to be within 2 minutes and 44 seconds there or thereabouts of that car once the checker flag is waved. But the goalposts are set to move a few more times, especially because I think that was the NKPP racing car is off the road.
Yeah, piff-paff. Yeah.
Got the first bit of piff-paff, or Lefagna if you prefer. That right and left hander.
Yeah, code 60 again. Well, they recover that Porsche. Just at that point, we were just getting some great footage on board there of Charles Espinal, largely because it's the car in front is on board footage. So I'm just trying to work out which it is on track, 'cause that's not on my time screen in the correct order. But great for now. Number 90 is slowing as well. That's our 5th place car. That's Pablo Buguera in the E2P Racing. He's come to a halt in the code 60 now. The incident vehicle just gone past that, but he's stranded almost in the middle of the track there. I'm trying to see where he's actually parked at the moment. Oh, it's got going again. So just stopped for some bizarre reason there.
I think that was Lecombe corner, the left-hand bit of it at the complex.
I'm just trying to look on our tracker, and it's not at Lecombe.
Okay, so it's the E2P racing car, which is...
it might have been actually. I think it's just moved on down now, so it might well have been.
Well, it's somewhere in that long middle sector, which actually starts pretty much at the breaking point for Lecombe at the end of the Camel Straight.
I think you're right, John. I think it's just in the tracker. It's all dancing ants. It's all overlapping one another. Couldn't see, but strange that it's almost as if it just hit the kill switch and turned itself off and back on again. Very strange place to stop, and why you do it there, I'm not sure.
Unless it's a complication with hitting that speed limiter, but the code 60 had been in place for a bit before that. So, I mean, sometimes you find drivers are kind of go for a button in the cockpit and catch the wrong thing or hit a kill switch by accident. Certainly can very easily hit a limiter. I'm unsure as to whether some of these cars actually carry 2 limiters, because
they do. Yeah, they do, because you've got a pit lane speed limiter. And in fact, I can vouch from experience this, having driven a GT4 car in an Aston this time last year and in test at Donington, and I've gone out of the pits, taken the limiter off. In the days when I used to do it, you had to press and hold the limiter, whereas now you press it and turn it on. So if you then go over the line and accelerate, it won't go beyond the limiter for safety. You have to turn it off again. So it's a physical, you can't, it's not on a detent, you can release it. And I set off from the pits and couldn't get the car to do more than 80k, and it didn't matter what I did with the gears and reset, came down, all that, and basically radioed in. And it was young Tom Canning, who was sort of with me on the day, AMR Young Driver Programme, and he said, oh yes, he said, and there's a yellow button on the steering wheel on a GT4 car, which is full course yellow, which is basically lit to 80k.
Did it say FCY within it?
In very small, yes, but you know.
Well, yeah, it's a new concept.
I was looking down the road, not looking at the wheel. Yeah, and it's just like, oh, okay. And it's just, and he said, mate, you just turn that on. Oh, turn that off. Fine, idiot. But then have to remember to put the limiter on again, go out to the pits, even though it's a test day. That's, you know, it's always is the process. So that's what you should be doing, and then turn it off. It's like, but you know, a full course yellow button. You know, it's clever witchcraft.
Is that a press and hold for the full course yellow, or literally you can just catch it by accident and it'll
that's
kick
exactly
in?
my point. With the thumb, I've been changing ABS settings and whatever, and I'd obviously, with a gloved thumb, it just obviously just not, and it's a turn it on, so that you can't then, obviously under full course yellow regulations, safety car, wherever it may be, like this code 60 here, you can't then break the rules, so the team, you're not got any problems. You just got to turn it off again, and that's all it was.
And to turn it off, press and
just
hold?
Press the button again.
Oh,
No,
just press.
Just turn it off again. Yeah, it's just it's that simple. But
And Code 60, well, actually Full Course Yellow came out of this idea of Code 60 that the Dutch Supercar Challenge initially thought of, and Creventic adopted it, and then it's now gone through all of global motor racing, including Formula One, with their virtual safety car. But that is a speed-limited caution, which can then sometimes be followed by an actual safety car. Interestingly, in the World Endurance Championship this year and the European Le Mans Series, for the first time, we've got a virtual safety car as well. But the difference between a virtual safety car in the WEC and a Full Course Yellow is that a virtual safety car is is absolutely and categorically followed by a safety car. So it's a means of getting into the safety car more quickly without having to wait for the car to actually come out onto the racetrack, pick up the right car when somebody might be in a very vulnerable position. Far better to just neutralise the race as soon as possible and then send the safety car out at a later point, probably 2 laps later. But Code 60 came first, and it's very important to point that out when we're with the 24H Series again this weekend for their second European race of the season. We're back to green though now, so a single press of the Code 60 button should release it. Maybe that does go to explain why the E2P racing car though was weirdly stopped at the top of the hill at Le Com Corner and couldn't fire straight back into life, and the 90 car of Pablo Buguera will certainly have lost ground because of that. Jutta Racing have pitted, I noticed, from the race lead, so they came in during the Code 60. At what point they landed in the fueling area, I'm not quite sure, because they will hope that this can be a full fuel fill. It may only be, well, all they're going to do is re-present the card to get the full fuel fill now that we've gone back to green. Yellow flags briefly shown early on in the lap at turn 3, but they've been withdrawn, so hopefully we won't need a caution following a caution. And let's hope that we stay green all the way to the checkered flag at the 5-hour point now. Little way to go yet, 33 minutes. And if you want to make a pit stop late in the piece, you've only got 23 minutes to be in the pit lane legally. Otherwise, unless you want to be slapped with a 2-lap penalty, and that would be horrendous, having worked so hard for the opening 5 hours to ensure that you're still in the reckoning. RD Sainz, the new race leader, Nicolo Michelin for the Cholet Racing team in their all-red Lamborghini from Lucas Sundal, but it remains to be seen when Lucas, or indeed another driver for Jutta Racing, re-emerge. Be surprised if Jutta are doing a driver change, frankly. I think that car headed probably right past the team and into fuel. But that smacks to me of getting a little bit of fuel in before the overnight pause, and sure enough, the Jutta Racing car's back in the race again. So that was fuel and fuel only in the Heritage pits for Lucas Sundal. Has he hung on to second place? We will keep you posted on that. On the graphics tower, rather suggests the Jutta car has slipped further down the order, maybe to 5th place, and is now on an outlap. The Lant Audi also pitted on that lap, number 34. Did they choose to take slick tyres at that point, or was that again just for fuel as the Lant car goes through the latest split and jumps ahead of the Jutta car as well? So Jutta will have been doing their calculations as late as possible to say we can afford to get fuel here and not miss out on the lead lap, because what I've got to do now is total together the time increments. That should still be okay, because we've got about a minute separating the RD Science Lambo and the E2P Porsche, then a further, about 30 seconds it turns out, 35 seconds let's say, and then a minute and 9, 27 seconds and 2 seconds. We're still not quite up to a full lap distance of 2 minutes 40. So I'm going to guess that we've still got 6 cars on the lead lap before I'm fully confident about that estimation. We'll see them over the line at the end of 82 laps, 83 laps as it will be in a moment or two. 82 completed now for the RD Sainz Lambo. 3 seconds back is the Herbert Porsche, and a further 34 seconds back to the E2P racing car. Where is Jutta in the mixture? Likely to come through not in 5th, because that's now CP Racing. And the CP Racing Mercedes hasn't pitted again. Remember, it stopped with about 50-odd minutes still to go. And CP Racing, at least in our graphics, shown as now the 5th placed car.
And of course, they put it just before that code 60, so they've saved a little bit more fuel there, running behind the code 60 for
good point, yeah,
a few minutes there. It's not a much, but it's every little bit helps. It certainly played into their hands of not needing to pit again, so that suggests they might need to pit earlier in tomorrow's race. Of course, that's 7 hours long. It's a little bit of a different thing again.
How do Herbert play this? Do they set the crosshair on the leader? They don't need to. They're around the outside of Blanchimont to take the race lead. Well, surely that's got to be down to tyres more than anything else, because the Lamborghini didn't have the speed coming out of Curve Paul Frere. Sorry about the escalation of commentary there, but all of a sudden I was thrown a picture of the 2 cars side by side, and the 91 car to the outside line, the wetter line, and swoops into the race lead. A very dominant and confident manoeuvre there from Ralph Bone, and Michelin appearing to have no answers.
Well, not at the moment, no. The Lamborghini taking the tighter line down to the inside for La Source, but to no great advantage there. And if anything, the Herbert car, I would say, is pulling away a couple of car lengths already, which, as you say, that was just down to tyres and just that eternal search for grip of just around the outside. We talked about Blanchimont not really being a place to overtake that much, or you've got to be super confident. Well, he certainly was in that. Ralph Bone super confident around the outside of the Lamborghini there to take the race lead, as you said. So 91 back in the race lead. So it's the Porsche from the Lamborghini, Porsche, and then 2 Mercedes. Charles Espinal now up to, say, 5th place in the CP Racing American entry. I don't think they're done yet as well for this race in terms of position. We've got just under 30 minutes to go, so 28 minutes to go, so 18 minutes left to pit stop.
Yeah.
And presumably we've got to have started that pit stop within...
Oh yeah, it can
so
run
you
into the
10 minutes, but you've just got to have started it. So it's like taking a timed lap. If you cross the line with 1 second to go, you're allowed to complete that lap.
You have to cross pit in with 10 minutes to go,
yeah,
not pit out with 10 minutes to go. So yes, the pit stop can extend.
But these are the things that really matter, don't they? Because it's, there's a set distance, and there'll be a time, because it's a limited speed, as to how long the pit from pit in to pit out is, plus refueling. That's what's all the clever bits to do with things like cells on algorithms and I don't know, stuff like that. So
you almost sounded like you knew what you were talking about there, but I know for a fact you don't.
No, we all know I don't. I've just been in trousers a few times, and it's just a bit of osmosis.
Kenneth Hyers on the lead lap, and I'm trying to work out how many other cars might be. Charles Espinal and the CP Racing cars are about to cross the line. Now, can he do so before Herbert Motorsport? Yes, easily. Max Edelhoff's going to do the same as well. Ivan Shakoma, yeah, lead lap for him too. And how far down has Lucas Sundal rejoined? Well, that's going to be nip and tuck now. 25 seconds we'd expect him to be back across the line, whereas Ralph Bone is less than that time. So the trick now is whether Lucas Sundal can muscle that Jutta Racing Audi back ahead of Ralph Bone's Herbert Motorsport car. Because if he can, we might have 8 cars on the lead lap and all starting literally neck and neck tomorrow morning for the continuation of this 12-hour race. I do like these split races. We were introduced to this concept a few years ago at Mugello, where it was only 3 hours run on the Friday night, so it was much easier to stay on the lead lap in that version of it. 3 hours on day 1, 9 hours on day 2. We've had a 4+8 as well. And then it started to get really complicated, because in Mugello it was 6.5 and 5.5. I mean, how on earth do you manage a race like that with the pause overnight being at such an awkward point? But the teams sort of embrace that challenge as well. And that's a straight fight now between Charles Espinal in the Mercedes and Max Edelhoff in the 34 Lant Motorsport Audi.
Which is quicker. The Audi is much quicker than the Mercedes.
Well, Max Edelhoff is a bit of a hot shoe in that 34 car, and I can understand why they've put him into that car for the closing stint to the high line of Pouhon. And that first element of the double left-hander, but that was a precarious place to put the Audi to make sure that Espinal would seen it in the and the Audi for the moment stays behind the American racing.
Now, whether it was intentional or not, but Charles Espinal had the left-hand indicator on, which I know sounds really odd on a racetrack, but you will sometimes do that. There's no point in defending a position. You'll indicate your intention to stay out of the way. So maybe that's why Edelhoff went to the outside there. So I think that's probably been concluded now. We switched to a different view on track now, but I would not be at all surprised if Edelhoff in the Land Audi has got ahead of CP Racing Charles Espinal's Mercedes. I'm not suggesting that Charles was being slow, but it's got more fuel on board necessarily there. I think strategy for the end of this race, but the Audi was definitely the quicker car on track there and trying to find its way through. So Herbeth it is that are leading with that bold move from Ralph Bone around the outside of Blanchimont just on the previous lap. RD signs Lamborghini Huracan in second place. And Pablo Beguera in the E2P Racing Porsche in third place at the moment. Kenneth Hayer it is that's in the Hoffer Mercedes in fifth. Sixth is Charles Espinal, just mentioned, in the CP Racing Mercedes. Seventh is Ivan Yakoma in the Car Collection Motorsport Porsche. Eighth, Lucas Sundahl in the Utah Racing Audi. Ninth, Kevin C in the Car Collection Porsche. And rounding out the top 10 is Gregory Sauvé in the Haas RT Audi.
Just caught sight of the 71 Lucas Sundahl driven Audi. Now the task for Lucas is plain and simple. You've got to catch Ralph Bone and overtake him to make sure that Audi starts tomorrow on the lead lap. It's very nip and tuck again for a struggling Lamborghini of Nicolo Michelon.
Well, no, actually, to be fair, it's not struggling, Johnny. He correctly went to the right-hand side of a Cayman at the top of Eau Rouge into Radion, went out the long way to the right-hand side, almost to the pit exit, and the Porsche quite cheekily nipped up the inside, and if you're getting a replay of it now, Johnny, you'll see there's the Lamborghini goes to the correct side. The Porsche nips across and never mind track limits there and gets past the Cayman and the Lamborghini in one go.
Yeah.
Sure, we should have done that.
I maintain my point about the Lambo. It's now 6 seconds away from a car that has just overtaken it. So Michelin's hanging on here because he's not on the right tyres, but you can't pit because it'll take him off the lead lap. So he's just got to live with the setup of that car. But I accept that the point at the top of Eau Rouge Radion was not to do with the car misbehaving. It was just catching traffic in the wrong places and loads of curb being taken by the 84 EBM Porsche, driven by Martin Rupp, very talented driver. So there's the 91 Porsche that leads the race. I did catch a glimpse of what we need to know is how far back the Audi is, number 71, from this car, but I think it's about the length of the Kemmel Straight. And the difficulty for Sundahl is he's got to catch this Porsche and he's got to unlap himself to ensure we've got 8 cars in the reckoning for tomorrow morning's restart. With 21 minutes to go, the lap times just aren't enough in the favour of the Swede. Last time I only did a 2:53. So what on earth happened to the Jutta Audi that time compared to Ralph Bone's 2:38? Again, what tyres is that particular Audi on? He's actually losing time compared to the race leader. There is the Audi now going through Blanchimont. So remember, he's that distance away from the race leader plus a lap. So, yeah, that's not going to happen in this if all things remain equal. But nevertheless, I would have taken 7 cars on the lead lap heading into hour 6 tomorrow morning, and it does look like it's going to be comfortably 7 cars because the pace of Ivan Jakoma, 2 minutes 40s, that's very similar to what Ralph Bone is able to do. The ARC Bratislava Lamborghini's been off the road, Peter Snowden.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see where that is. That's I'm trying to see where it is on the track. He's just been off there. He's just certainly run very, very wide. Was that Jackie Eakes? It's coming down to Puon. It is. So left-hander after Bruxelles, and you swing out of Bruxelles, and I've said before, it's like a downhill Druids, if you know Brands Hatchet in the UK, which is an uphill hairpin. You loop around and come back down again. I've always said Rivage, Bruxelles as it's now called, is like a downhill Druids, and it's very easy to just run out of space there and run wide. But you go all the way out onto the left to the exit, switch over to the right-hand side, and that Jackie Eakes left-hander, which is the approach to the hill down to Puon, it kind of draws you in. It looks like a really fast corner when you approach, but it's a very fast approach, but a very tight apex with not much runoff on the right-hand side. So you've got to get it right. So to get your exit speed is crucial. You can go into it too quickly, slow up, and lose an absolute ton of time in the middle, because you're almost dropping a gear, metaphorically, to come out again, and all of a sudden traffic's with you. They get a better run, and they're done and set up for Puon. But that's what the Lamborghini have done there. It's sort of, you can't afford to run wide there because there's not a lot of space, and there's also very quickly a gravel trap.
Yes, even more so.
One doesn't get you, the other will.
Yeah, I mean, if you're fighting a gravel trap, there's only going to be one winner there. Max Edelhoff, by the way, got ahead of Charles Espenlaub. I don't know whether we mentioned that, but the youngster in the Lant Motorsport Audi is now in front, and I say youngster. Max Edelhoff, 28 now, not really a youngster. It feels like it's only 5 minutes since he joined the championship, but it's probably been 5 or 6 years now. So the CP Racing car is back to 6th. Got to try and stay ahead of Ivan Jacoma and certainly ahead of Lucas Sundal. That is the game now for those top 7 cars. Do not let this stealth-like Porsche from Herbert overtake you and potentially take you out of the mix for tomorrow's restart. And the question mark remains, does Ralph Bone come in the next 8 minutes to take a bit more fuel on board so that they don't need to do that early doors tomorrow in the opening phase of the race? Oh, the Simpson BMW's gone straight on at La Source, and there's debris on the road as well, so that maybe tells us it's gone off with some contact too, and is stopped now on the runoff area as the Jutta Racing Audi arrives on the scene. Double waved yellows to warn of that, and that little bit of... Oh, there's another. Sorry, I hadn't seen that Porsche off at all.
Porsche on the left-hand side, which I'm guessing the two have collected now. The driver getting out of the 438 BMW.
It's Dallas Carroll, I think, in the GDL racing car, only because the Lumen rank is displaying 21, so the car 21st in the order, and that across the line was the GDL racing Porsche.
Yeah, you're right.
Number 969, and it's code 60 with 17.5 minutes to go. So if Herbert were hoping to get in before the final 10 minutes starts to elapse, then it might be that they get in and it can only take 25% worth of fuel. So now they'll be weighing up whether that's worth doing or not. I suppose you're going to lose less time, and you're only going to fall a bit back down the order. That's exactly what E2P Racing are doing. So E2P Racing, now confident that they're not going to give away the lead lap, can come in and at least put 25% worth of fuel in. Depending on how long it takes, they're not going to clear 2 cars by the time E2P get to the fueling area, so it can't be a green flag fuel allocation.
Well, there's 3 elements to this, isn't there? Because there's 2 cars to clear, neither of which are heavily damaged. There's no barrier repairs. Easy, tick, done. There's a bit of debris on the track, though. So it's still got to get a marsh out there to do that physically, whether we can do it all simultaneously or not. But, so we've got 16 minutes to go, of which only 6 of those you can use as track time. The rest, otherwise you've got to be in the pits and refueling, or you don't. So, and there's a Porsche just running down, and the Vortex running with at least a couple of wheels down the grass. Bizarrely, actually physically doing a bit of rallycross there at very slow speed. But as in, why? Why would you do that? They're not avoiding anything on track that I can see, unless there's something else we can't see further round.
My only thought is the grass is very cold and very wet. Are they on wet tyres that are starting to churn themselves to bits and they just desperately want to cool them down? It's very fascinating to me that 2 cars are doing it. Possibly the one behind the other is thinking, oh, that's a good idea. I've not even considered that. Are we going to get cars driving fully down the grass? at points during this Code 60, just to give those tyres just that little bit of breathing space or breathing time to cool themselves down and make sure they get to the finish. And of course they've got to start, potentially got to start tomorrow morning's race as well. You're not allowed to change tyres overnight, so you want them in the best possible state, and they will have been by that point through several different heat cycles by the time we restart.
And we've got a long shot of from the sort of the recovery vehicle, Unimog, whatever it is, that's pulling the BMW out of the way. But further down, looks the camera shots down the pit straight, the F1 pit straight, so we can see the pit entrance. Lots of cars going into the pits then, but not the CP Mercedes, because they've had a pit stop not that long ago, so they're in prime position. That's going to put them slightly up the order. How they've got 4 minutes to go before you can stop, before you're no longer down to refuel. I'm trying to think, how long is a lap around here behind a Code 60? It's got to be 5 minutes.
It's 7 kilometres at 60 kilometres per hour. So you can do the mathematics, can't you?
So there is... yes. Yeah,
time over distance equals speed. Maybe. I can't do it. I thought you might be able to. No?
I was off that day.
Oh, fair enough.
I was doing sport.
Yes. Well, that makes sense, doesn't it? Yeah. You've had a career in it ever since, so...
I think career's an oversell, but it's very kind. I used
that word at the top of the broadcast, and I thought, what on earth am I saying?
Exactly.
Being slightly generous. The Audi from Haas RT doing exactly the same, driving over the grass. Can only be to cool the tyres. Bearing in mind, they've got to do half a stint tomorrow morning. I'm not sure how long the Haas RT car has been in this stint. We're back to green. 3.5 minutes to go if you want to make a pit stop. And Kenneth Heyer came in for Hoffer Racing as well. Elliot Earhart's in the fueling area. Tout Vidas Ridokas for Porsche Baltic. I noticed the Porsche Baltic car was in and taking tyres, more grooved Hankook tyres. And where is Ralph Bone on the lap currently? He is in the first sector. So if Ralph's going to come in to top up the fuel, which they might choose to do without the risk of losing the lead lap, they're going to have to do it next time around, aren't they? They've got one shot at this, and it might be that Herbert are perfectly happy to stay on the racetrack, lead overnight. They'll get a nice press release written by the 24H series to say we've got a leader after 5 hours, and that is Herbert Motorsport. Maybe they just would be crazy to give that up. On the other hand, might be there's some calculations are being done, and maybe they will come in to just get half a tank's worth of fuel. Binksy, I know you can hear us. Any sign that Herbert Motorsport are ready to welcome the number 91 car in for a late pit stop? The pit lane is only open for another 2 minutes to make a legal one, and if you choose to make a pit stop and or a refueling stop beyond the 10 minutes to go marker, then it's immediately a 2-lap penalty, which you obviously want to avoid. No sign I'm hearing from Binksy that Herbert are heading into the pit lane, so they are going to live with what they've got and be happy that they'll have to make a pit stop maybe in the opening 20 minutes when we restart this race tomorrow. But, and the only downside to that is that they've got a 10-second lead at the moment that will completely evaporate by the time we get going again tomorrow. But it's not a big lead to give up, in actual fact. In the grand scheme of things, 10 seconds is not really anything at all.
Exactly. In a 2.5 minute lap, if you were sort of 2 minutes up, you'd be a little bit
peeved.
Peeved, exactly. That, you know, you go to bed having just done all that work and it's lost. As you say, for a matter of a few 10.699 seconds, not worth worrying about. Espinau's CP Racing Mercedes now back up to 5th position. And not quite on the lead lap. 89 laps completed by our race leader, Herbert Motorsport Porsche. Ralph Bone at the wheel of that at the moment.
Ralph Bone out front by actually 18 seconds now. Nicolas Michelin. And it's the 90 car of Pablo Buguera together with Max Edelhoff absolutely together So the 28-year-old from Lant Motorsport, sorry to rub that in, Max, is really pressurising Bugera for this third position overnight. But Ralph Bone not for stopping out of La Source corner. And the Audi has certainly looked like, the white and blue Audi that is, certainly looked like the most racy of the leading batch of cars. Top 6 remain on the lead lap. Lucas Sundal too far back, I'd say, although he has just got ahead of Kenneth Higher. And that's an interesting pit stop for me from Hoffer, because they came in, maybe they just desperately needed fuel, but it's taken them off the lead lap, Hoffer Racing. They are a GT3 AM car, so effectively battling with Herbert Motorsport. But if they needed fuel, they were probably given very little choice but to pit and to kiss goodbye to that leading batch of 7 cars. So we may be down to 6 now. We are inside the final 10 minutes, so unless you've made your fuel stop or your pit stop to change tyres and change drivers, that's it. And the real nightmare scenario now will be that the heavens absolutely open, dump a load of rain on the track surface, and you're on slicks, because you're not allowed to pit now between now and the checkered flag. So you're going to have to lump it. There doesn't appear to be anything from the sky that suggests a big twist in the conditions, thankfully. But that is something else to bear in mind with the current rule set that we had in Mugello. We've got again in Spa, and remember there's a 12-hour race later on in the season as well at Misano, a brand new venue for the 24-hour series to visit. Portimao and Barcelona are 24-hour races, so we don't have the added complication and the enjoyable complication of the overnight pause. You just power on through on the Algarve and in Catalonia later on in the season. Ralph Bone over the line. He has now completed 90 laps. And what are we saying? With 8 minutes still to go, 3 more?
3 more, including this one. Yeah. Yeah.
There or thereabouts. Nicolas Michelin, is he in any danger of waving goodbye to second position? Probably not, because Max Edelhoff's a good 90 seconds further back, and even though Max is pushing on, he's done very well to get the Lant Motorsport car into the top 3 for the overnight top 3. It remains to be seen again how they're doing for fuel, but Max Edelhoff, he's going to be the big winner, well, along with those behind him. But you know, you've got a 90-second gap to the race leader, which you reset to virtually nothing. He'll start on the second row. The Porsche that leads the motor race will start on the front row, and 90 seconds all of a sudden disappears. So a big win for Lant Motorsport. And likewise, other reasonable gaps include Ivan Jacoma. No, he's only 3 seconds away from Charles Espenlaub. But yeah, Edelhoff, Bugera, Espenlaub and Jacoma will be on the bootleg of the race leaders at the restart tomorrow. In 33rd position, the BMW number 479. It's the Hamofa Motorsport entry in GT4. Heading into the right-hander at Curve Paul Frere now, the 419 BMW. And a brief glimpse with brand new tyres of the Porsche Baltic entry. So they gave that car new wet weather tyres. If there's a huge change of weather conditions overnight, it remains to be seen whether maybe a switch of tyres is all of a sudden possible. But that tends to be if we end the race in dry conditions and restart it in wet, then you have been in the past allowed to change to groove tyres. If it's the other way around, as in the race ends wet and starts again tomorrow in dry conditions, it's not really a safety problem, it's just a massive inconvenience to restart the race on treaded tyres.
Exactly the point. It's a safety thing, isn't it? That's what you've got to focus on. It would be nuts to start finish the race on slicks, start park firmly overnight and go, you've got it. It's tipping down with rain. Oh, that's right. Go and do a lap and make your way into the pits. Great from a listening point of view, potentially, to see who actually makes it round. But perhaps not the safest of approaches, and it could get quite expensive as well.
But wet weather tyres on a completely dry track surface, that doesn't pose a safety problem, does it?
No, not in terms of, because everybody would then logically just do a lap and get them round. No, that's fine.
I mean, and you can always back off the pace. I mean, that's what a race director will say. Well, you don't have to drive that fast, and then that would solve the problem, wouldn't it? And
it's always like, you know, you hear people saying that, you know, there's nothing but rubbish on TV. Well, we'll turn it off then. There's an off switch. Yeah, drive according to the conditions. It's what we're taught on the road, and whilst it's racing, it's still the same thing. Drive according to the conditions, and that's where the top drivers will do that. Now, of course, it also depends, if you were in that situation, what the weather forecast is.
Yes. Yeah.
Might keep them on for 3 laps.
And if you're expecting rain,
exactly.
If you're expecting rain, then it may well go in your favour very quickly indeed. 4.5 minutes to go. The race leader putting a lap on the Hankook Motorsports BMW. And the 91 Ralph Bone driven Porsche then is nearly half a minute clear now of Nicola Michelon. So Michelin's pace has just dropped away considerably. And having said that Max Edelhoff won't be a problem for the Italian driver, maybe I want to change my tune there, because it's about a minute between the two of them. I think a minute's massive, but bear in mind that Lamborghini's lost about 20 seconds on a single lap to the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. 4 minutes to go. Ralph Bone committed to lead overnight, assuming he doesn't tangle with any of those slower runners. Ivan Giacomo might be playing a slightly dangerous game here with... he's actually got ahead of Pablo Buguera. So what's happening to the E2P racing car? That's also lost quite a bit of ground, I notice. So Buguera, having been overtaken by Max Edelhoff, now slips back to 6th. And the gap from the leader to the 6th place car timed at 2 minutes and 15 seconds. We're currently lapping at 2 minutes 35, so that still keeps the top 6 on the lead lap. However, at a further minute back, Lucas Sundal will miss out.
Now, battle for 4th position here. Ivan Jakovic saying the car collection Porsche now just 1.2 seconds off Charles Espinau's amount aboard the Mercedes, CP Racing Mercedes now, and the Porsche looking quite tasty and quite a bit quicker there. There's 2 and less than, just over 2 minutes to go, 2:40, and straight down the inside at Bruxelles. In fact, Charles Espinau, I think they literally drove out of the way to let that Porsche come through. So whilst he's 4th on the road on on the time scheme, he's not on the road. Ivan Giacomo in the number 12 Car Collection Motorsport Porsche has just taken that position from Espinau. I did think the CP Racing Mercedes might end up 3rd. It had pitted from 2nd, if you remember, dropped back down to 8th. We've got everything to shake out and sort out. I thought it might end up just on the metaphorical podium today, as it were, as in the top 3 there isn't a podium. It's now going to be 5th, though.
Yeah, but still within touching distance of the race leader, and waiting again for the Ralph Bone Porsche to cross the line, which is just done for the 92nd time. So likely now with 2 minutes and 40, well, 2 minutes 40, let's call a lap time. So we are inside now the final lap potentially as Ralph Bone crossed the line. Is it going to be 93 laps? Is it going to be 94 laps completed by Ralph Bone and as many as 5 other cars to keep them all on the lead lap? Lucas Sundal, Kenneth Heyer, Gregory Servet, likely to be those that will start very close to the front row, but they will have, in reality, a full lap between them. And then in terms of the 992s, what sort of gaps are we talking? Well, the 2 Red Ant Racing Porsches are only separated by 40 seconds, and the 992 AM leader is only 2 seconds further back. So Edwin Schilt of the Netherlands has done well to just about stay on the coattails of the 2 992 leaders. They'll all start on the lead lap within 992 tomorrow as well. GTX and GT4 could be a different story, though, because of the dominance so far of the GTX leader, the 911 Racing Porsche of Georg Goder currently, and the Lion Speed Porsche 718 Cayman. What's the gap between those cars? 30 seconds, another 30 seconds. Yeah, it's too much. I think we'll have a GT4 leader by a clear lap by the end of this.
Now, strange line for Charles Espinal coming out of the bus stop chicane there. You've got your right, you've got your left onto the pit straight. You tend to flow out onto the right-hand side by the pit entrance where and down the pit straight, taking a very, very tight line as he did the last lap. And it's actually Charles Espinal is 4 seconds off the pace of the car collection Porsche in front of Ivan Yakoma in that lap alone. I know he's been overtaken, but 4 seconds off the pace. I just wonder if there's any issue with that Mercedes in the last literally minutes of this race. In fact, the clock has now stopped down to 0.
So it will be 94 laps in total. Ralph Bone down at Bruxelles corner now. 35 seconds clear, and again Max Edelhoff just a little bit closer to the RD Sainz Cholet Racing Team Lamborghini, but I don't think they're going to get close enough for Max to make a meaningful attack. Nicolo Michelin might actually be saving a bit of fuel now that he knows he's going to buy all that time back anyway, so you might as well continue around at 80% of your absolute pace. It's all rather academic at this stage. As long as he stays ahead, well, as long as he stays in the lead lap, doesn't really matter a great deal when they're all re-gridded tomorrow. Bone, the race leader, 35 seconds further back, Nicolo Michelin, but also remaining on the lead lap, the Lance Motorsport Audi, the car collection Porsche of Giacomo, Charles Espinal, assuming he makes the finish in the CP Racing Mercedes. We have got slight concerns about his lap speed right now. And the E2P Racing Porsche should be close enough to this car as the checkered flag cements them into position. The problem for Jutta Racing and Hoffa Racing and Haas RT in their Audi, their Mercedes and the other Audi for Haas RT is that they're just going to miss out from being in the ideal starting position tomorrow. We should have at least 3 992s on their class lead lap tomorrow as well. So this is all set up very nicely for part 2 of the 2024 12 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps. But the overnight leader will be the 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche. I'm sure I've uttered that sentence several times over the years. Herbert play an absolute blinder to be ahead by, as it turns out, 35 seconds. It'll be a matter of meters tomorrow morning, but a tremendous, well, 2 stints really, and maybe a bit more than that from Ralph Bone. He kicked things off, remember, earlier on this afternoon and drove it expertly well and completes today's part of the race together with his AM teammate Scott Noble and the semi-pro Jason Hart in the 91 all-black Porsche. Over the line in second, Nicolo Michelin does hang on in the RD Sainz Cholet Racing Team. They will be high-fiving in the Lithuanian squad because that looked unlikely for a period of time. The Lambo was hemorrhaging time, but they just had to hang on to it, and it eventually finishes 37 seconds further back and about a further 40 seconds adrift the Lance Motorsport Audi, which was powering on nicely for Max Edelhoff. Jutta Racing and Lucas Sundal have seen the checkered flag, which tells me that they have only managed to complete 93 laps, unlike the 6 cars ahead of it on the road. So they've got a full lap to try and make back up again in tomorrow's 7 hours. The same goes for Hoffa Racing and Gregory Servet in the Haas RT car. But in the moment we'll get confirmation that Max Edelhoff completes 94 laps and therefore will start with very little deficit at all back to the Herbert Motorsport car. And Ivan Giacomo, Charles Espinal, Pablo Buguera will all be home with 94 laps to their name, setting things up perfectly for tomorrow's 7 hours, Snowy.
Well, I don't think it could get more exciting for, this is just 5 hours of a 12-hour race. Not even halfway through it.
No.
Ridiculously, but I mean, it's thrown everything at us. Weather and wheels falling off and all sorts of spins. One sad loss for the Kessel Ferrari. That was a fairly hefty shunt going in backwards, but driver absolutely, because Rossi, wasn't it, was in that? It was,
Nicola Rossi, yeah. He was okay.
Absolutely okay, which is the only thing that really matters at the end of the day. The car can be rebuilt, but shame to see such a strong team out. But It's just been incident packed, hasn't it? I mean, would we say 6, 7 Code 60s? Or was it 8?
Oh no, it was 8 and possibly 9 by the end of it.
Yeah.
I can confirm that in a moment or two, but the crucial thing is, after 5 hours of running, that the top 6 cars, so the front 3 rows tomorrow, will all start as they did earlier on today. And it's almost as if the 5 hours haven't been run in that respect, because everybody will be condensed. It's 10 Code 60s in total, and that's just for 5 hours. So we might reach the mid-teens tomorrow if you use the same ratio. On the other hand, if the weather improves, we might be able to get through it without so many problems. But yeah, the final Code 60 in that 5 hours were the 2 cars, the 438 Simpson BMW and the 969 GDL Porsche, stranded at turn 1. We never did find out whether they made contact with one another to force them off the racetrack, but it certainly caused the Code 60 in order to recover them.
And it's the little wins that matter in the commentary booth as well. I did say that the Santalot Junior team, Audi, would finish, I predicted, in the top 15 in this first section of the race, the 5 hours. Where's it finished?
15th?
15th.
You've done this before, I'm sure. Both behind the wheel,
the
wheel and behind the microphone. And, well, your guesstimation of 15th, Elea Earhart has come up trumps there for the Santilok Junior team. The cars then are heading round on their slowing down lap. And what's the mood down in the Herbert Motorsport crew? We'll find that out in just a tick, because Diana Binks, I'm sure, is not too far away from the 2 American teammates of Ralph Bone. Just want to make sure that Kenneth Heyer is able to get back to Parc Ferme, because the 11 Hoffa Racing Mercedes is starting to slow down. Now, that car definitely stopped for fuel, so it's unlikely to be a problem in that respect. Herbert are back, though, and into the paddock, and now driving into the Parc Ferme area. Oh, they're using that concreted area between the various different levels of the paddock at Spa-Francorchamps to park the cars overnight. Peter Fry, a brief glimpse of him to make sure.
A very overly qualified parking attendant, Peter Fry there.
Yes, because he is nice and high up in the Creventic organisation, but he has always mucked in ever since first becoming part of the group. And Gary Willems is there as well. So some of the big wigs from the 24/8
got
series.
The big hitters out, haven't they?
They certainly have, yeah, as car parking attendants. And this might be one of the most expensive car parks in the world. Well, possibly not in the world right now, but it'll be worth a bob or two as they work their way in. It's very easy to glance off the concrete pillars there, so you've got to be mindful of where they are too. Binksy, you're very close by indeed as this overnight Parc Ferme area starts to assemble.
I'm hoping you can hear me, Johnny. If you can, please let me know.
As I say, that's not the... Oh, yes, we can. Go on, Binksy.
Yeah. You'll need to... I'll just let Ralph take his helmet off there. He's just parked the car down here. We've had this is the Parc Ferme area for tonight, so they leave the cars here overnight, as you already know. So just a little bit of a detour downstairs. Ralph, how satisfied are you with your performance today?
Well, under these conditions in Spa, this is a very special race, and I never did this before, and so I'm very happy to finish like this today.
How difficult was that first part of the race?
Well, the first part was even easier, as we always had the rain, so no change to try in wet conditions. And in the end, we very much looked at the weather conditions and so decided slicks or rain tires, like it is always under these deals.
Yeah. What have you got? Have you got slicks on there?
Sorry?
Have you got slicks on the car?
No.
You've got wets now?
At the end, yes. In between, we had also slicks, but, well, it's changing a lot these days.
How challenging is it?
Challenging. Spa is always challenging, you know. It's not an easy track under these conditions especially, and the competition is also good. So let's see what will happen tomorrow.
What's the strategy for tomorrow?
Try through.
We might be in for more of a unpredictable weather situation, so we'll have to take it as it comes, I guess.
well. We have one weather guy with us, always looking at the data, but in the end, reality is what counts, and let's see, start good tomorrow and then see what the race will bring.
Well done on part one.
Thank you.
Ralph Bone, terrific performance from him. He began the car from the grid, and although didn't take the race lead at that point, he was really sticking with the key players. And Herbert, as I mentioned, have just worked that out to perfection. I'm not sure whether it all went to plan, whether you chat to them and say that they will admit that it all went to plan, but looking back on it, they could not have wished really for a better Saturday. They'll lead by a matter of metres, as mentioned. It's in the archives, it will go down as a 37.3 second gap over the RD Signs Cholet Racing team. Nicolo Michelon really hanging on to that car. It'd be great to have a word with Nicolo to find out how that car was behaving, but not entirely to his liking would be my guess. The 69 RD Signs car, though, did finish in second, and we'll start there tomorrow ahead of the Lant Motorsport Audi of Max Edelhoff. He overtook at least 2 cars, maybe 3, during his closing stint, number 34. Then Ivan Shakoman, the number 12 Car Collection Motorsport. Remember, that car had a couple of spins during the course of the 5 hours. CP Racing's number 85 Charles Espenlaub in 5th, ahead of Pablo Buguera for E2P Racing number 90. That's where the split will be. So the top 6 cars will all start on the lead lap tomorrow, but a lap back, Jutta Racing's Audi, Lucas Sundal, number 71. Remember, they led for quite some time today and might be a tad frustrated to have fallen so far back behind the eventual overnight leader. Hoffa Racing's Mercedes, also that will start a lap down if it indeed got back to Parc Ferme, because Kenneth Heyer was nursing the 11 car back, whether that was an electronic problem or a fueling issue. Very difficult to say from where we sit, but that will be something to follow up tomorrow as well. Gregory Servet for Haas RT Audi, they're 9th, ahead of Kevin Say in the Car Collection Motorsport number 80, 10th. Then the 2992 leaders, they will start on the lead lap tomorrow. Yannick Redont for 903 on the lead lap within 992. To emphasise the point, 903 ahead of 904. So Redant Racing, very similar to how they did in Mugello, in a great position in the overnight phase. Hans Weiss Motorsport, though, are not that far away, just 7.2 seconds back, and they'll gain that time compared to the 992 lineup. The 992 AMs right with their Redant Racing rivals. EBM, the 84 crew for Martin Rump, closing things out. He began the race for that 45-minute stint, if you remember, too. They're 14th overnight, ahead of the Santalok Junior team, and Elia Earhart making the top 15, much to Peter Snowden's delight. ARC Bratislava's 44 Lamborghini in 16th place. And beyond that, of course, we'll be looking at the various class leaders. Get to those in a moment, because RPM Racing next on the list, and Nick Jonsson 907 finished 17th, ahead of Amadeo Pampanini's HRT Performance Porsche 967. SRS Team Zorg Rennsport and Seb Lejeune Racing, 2 more Porsche Cup cars from the AM category, as is the MRS GT Racing example, number 988, 21st. Porsche Baltic, another 992 AM entrant. 993 is the race number. They're 22nd, ahead of MP Racing's GT3 Mercedes. And 24th overnight, Bob Herber and Marcel von Berlo in the Baz Kooten Racing 925 Cup car. Speed Lover, Olivier Dons, last to drive that with Wim Mulders and Rick Renmans. They're 25th. Lion Speed GP will be the overnight GT4 leaders. And what I hadn't noticed is that the GT4 class leader had got ahead of the GTX class leader. That must have happened pretty late on as well. Maybe 9 und 11 for a massive fuel-saving mode to mean that tomorrow they don't have to dive straight into the pits. Maybe they will have to dive straight into the pits. Let's hope that the car restarts okay, and that's not a more significant problem for the 719 car. Orchid Racing Team next for 28th place. Alexandre Motet and his co-drivers. Marlon Menden brought the Holmgard Motorsport 902 Porsche in 29th. Hankook Competition and next, 911 30th, ahead of Buguera ZM Racing's Mercedes in the GT4 division, and Hannover Motorsport with their GT4 BMW rounding out the top 32. GDL Racing's Dallas Carroll had that incident at the first corner with the BMW from Simpson Motorsport, bringing out our final Code 60 of the day, 969.33rd, ahead of SRS Team Zorg Rennsport's second car, the number 127 34th. Simpson Motorsport's BMW, we believe, did make the finish. Yes, it's got to the pit lane. So despite a little bit of damage for 438, that should live to fight another day. CWS Engineering's Ginetta 36th, ahead of the first of the Vortex, number 701. HY Racing's Porsche Cayman, that was off the road briefly at the Jackie X corner, turn 11. Neuhofer Rennsport, number 985, started like a train, but they sadly have lost a lot of ground, 39th. And the Team CMR GTX runner, the top 40. And the final few runners, including, unfortunately, some stragglers. The Vortex V8, the second car, number 702, 42nd, ahead of the NKPP Racing by Bas Kooten, car of Gijs Bessem and Harry Hilders. The 400 McLaren lost quite a few places late in the piece, so that might be a story to follow in time for tomorrow's restart. Big crash for the Kessel Racing Ferrari, will take no further part, I'm sure. And the Red Camel Jordans.NL car with a throttle problem. Might be that car can do some running tomorrow. We will just have to wait and see, but it did not start today. And after 5 hours of action-packed racing around the Spa-Francorchamps circuit, a chance to reflect on all of what has happened so far. Spa. And now we can look forward to yet more action from the Ardennes with 7 hours planned for tomorrow. We'll start our build-up at 10:30 GMT +2, by the way. That graphic's slightly out because we're +2 because we're now into summertime. So 10:30 in Spa, 9:30 in the UK, and you can do the relevant calculations wherever you are around the world. We will start after 20 minutes of build-up, mainly Binksy on the grid, chatting to as many drivers as possible. The race restarts at 10:50, and we'll be going for a further 7 hours. So we're not even halfway through yet. Loads more to come from Spa-Francorchamps. I'm delighted to say it'll be the same team as today. So Diana Binks from the pit lane, Peter Snowden alongside me, Johnny Palmer, from the Global Broadcast Centre. Make sure you get some sleep tonight. You'll need it tomorrow with well over half the race still to go. It's the second round of the season of the European part of the 24H series. And we will look forward to your company tomorrow. Bye for now.